Chapter 32-35. Junior doesn't know about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm and the Pure Land. Xiao Jian smiled. But on the hidden immortal continent, if one wants to make a name for himself, whether it's a Confucian cultivator or a Daoist, one must have a strong backing. Otherwise, it's impossible to step into the ranks of cultivation. Especially my Daoist. Right now, you can teach Lu the basic incantation and let him enter the foundation building stage. However, if he doesn't have the support of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills, I'm afraid it will be impossible for him to reach the enlightenment and fusion stages by himself. Senior has already cultivated to the 3rd level of origin energy and is the target of recruitment for the prefectural governors and monarchs of various countries. Senior can take advantage of this. No need to say more. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This Xiao has no interest in this matter. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Jian hurriedly shut his mouth, but after thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, actually, Senior can also hand over the matter of finding Lu Zhen to Xueping. The country of Xi is neither big nor small in Yu province and has a good relationship with the nearby countries. It's hard to say about other provinces, but Yu province should be able to find out. This old man has already entrusted it to him. Xiao Hua said indifferently, oh, by the way, it seems like you're very familiar with the situation in Yu province. Yes, Junior did a lot of homework in this area back then. Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with joy. He finally got the words he wanted to say. Oh, then let this old man ask you. Xiao Hua seemed to be interested. How many Daoist sects do you know? How many Daoist rogue cultivators do you know? This. Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiao Hua to suddenly ask this and was somewhat caught off guard. However, he hesitated slightly and smiled bitterly. Senior, you know that Daoist sects are not allowed to be established on the hidden immortal continent. How do you want Junior to answer? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. To be honest, for the past 10 days, he had been trying to find out the specific situation of the Daoist sects in the hidden immortal continent. However, until now, he hadn't seen a cultivator with a cultivation level that could directly talk to him. Not to mention Xiao Jian, even Xueping just now was only at the foundation establishment realm. Their strength determined their vision. They wouldn't give Xiao Hua a real answer. However, Xiao Hua still did not expect that on the hidden immortal continent, the situation of the Taoists was so bad. Of course, this situation was much better than when the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators were on Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua's eyes turned again, and he said with a smile, not on the surface, but in the dark? I don't know. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. When I stepped into Daoist cultivation, I was already warned. He could cultivate, but he absolutely could not establish a sect. If he did, the Confucian cultivators would definitely send people to exterminate him. This was the iron law of the hidden immortal continent. Is that bullshit immortal Buddha grand ceremony supposed to be like this? Then why do you still want to cultivate Dao techniques? Why didn't he choose Confucian cultivation? Even the Buddhist sect is better than the Taoist sect. Xiao Hua asked with a smile that was not a smile. I'll let Senior know. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. This isn't something that Junior can choose. My single Liang kingdom was founded on Taoism, and I was chosen to be the crown prince since young. Of course, I have to cultivate Qi and cultivate Taoism. Ah? Xiao Hua stared blankly and asked curiously, what? Taoism is not allowed to establish a sect, but if you establish a country with Taoism, you can? That means, there are many countries supported by Taoism in the hidden immortal continent? Indeed. Xiao Jian nodded. But Senior is too optimistic. In the hidden immortal continent, most of the countries are established by Confucian cultivators, and there are very few Taoists. And now there are a few, replaced by the Buddhist sect. That's really strange. Xiao Hua was especially puzzled. This was somewhat illogical. Could it be that it's okay for this old man to support a country? Of course you can. There is no doubt. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up, and he said with certainty, with Senior's current cultivation, you can barely be the state teacher of a country. If your cultivation is a bit higher, You can naturally control a country with your own will. Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Is the king willing? Xiao Jian showed some awkwardness and said with a smile, of course it has to be mutually willing. Moreover, being the state teacher is different from being the left general. You have to contend with the nearby countries, and you have to help the king expand his territory. Forget it. It's not tiring enough. Xiaohua waved his hand, seeming very dull. But if you stop the state teacher and control a country, you can easily get all the things you need for cultivation. Xiao Jian was a bit anxious and quickly explained. My cultivation is still shallow, so I don't dare to think too much. Xiaohua raised his head and said, Yuanya has already prepared the carriage, let's hurry. Yes, Xiao Jian was a little dejected. It was not easy for him to say some of his thoughts in the conversation just now, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Xiaohua again. He really did not know why Xiaohua, who looked very approachable, was so good to the ruffian Lu Yi and was equally good to the uneducated Yuanya. Why didn't he want to listen to his thoughts? In the following few days, the number of carriages decreased, as if they had entered a remote village. Xiaohua thought that next, the main road would be replaced by a small road, and the small road would be replaced by a wasteland. He was afraid that he could only ride a horse and walk. However, in less than 2 days, the number of carriages increased again. The main road did not show any signs of narrowing, but instead became more spacious and flat. While Xiaohua was feeling a bit strange, before he could ask Xiao Jian, he saw that several li away in front of him was a large and magnificent river. Above the river, there was a stone bridge that spanned across both sides. Soldiers that had never been seen in the past 10 days were now standing on both sides of the bridge, wearing neat armor and holding bright weapons in their hands. They were valiant and high-spirited. Xiao Jian, where is this? What kind of bridge is this? Why is it so important? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. When he got closer, he asked Xiao Jian, you actually need to send so many soldiers to guard it? I'll let senior know. Xiao Jian looked up. This is the border of the country of Xi. This river is called Fanli River, which is the border between the country of Xi and the country of Jiasa. The people of Xi call this bridge Fanji Bridge, while the country of Jiasa calls it Libei Bridge. This bridge connects the country of Xi and the country of Jiasa, so the two countries naturally have to send a large number of soldiers to guard it. As long as we cross this bridge, we will reach the border of the country of Jiasa. Ah? Xiaohua almost cried out. This is the border of the country of Xi? Xiao Jian, tell this old man, this country of Xi, how big is it? At this moment, Xiaohua finally realized that he was a country bumpkin. He always thought that the country of Xi was as big as the country of Xi in the cultivation world. Who would have thought that after walking for a few days, he actually walked, yes, walked, not flew, and reached the border of the country of Xi. Thinking back to a few days ago when he casually brushed off Xue Ping didn't suspect him at all. It turns out that Xue Ping knew that he could rush back to the country of Xi next year, even if he had to walk. Xiao Jian clearly didn't understand Xiaohua's astonishment and replied curiously, previously, this junior has already told senior that the country of Xi is considered a medium-sized country in the Yu province. It should have a radius of 1,000 li. Nanpu County is also the county closest to the country of Jiasa. Although Longevity Town is also the closest town to the country of Jiasa, it is still about the same. As for the country of Jiasa, according to what this junior knows, its radius is only about 800 li, smaller than the country of Xi. And on the other side of the country of Jiasa is the country of Bronze Pillar. The country of Bronze Pillar is rich in bronze and its territory is twice the size of the country of Xi. It should be about 2,000 li. It is said that the country of Bronze Pillar is currently fighting with its neighbor country of Jiang. If there are no accidents, the country of Bronze Pillar should be able to win. Then, after the country of Bronze Pillar annexes the country of Jiang, it will expand to about 3,000 li. Damn it, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua almost roared from the bottom of his heart. No wonder this hidden immortal continent has provinces as the boundary. It is within these provinces that the countries are divided. It turns out that these countries are all extremely small and can't be compared to the countries of Xi, Meng and Lian on the Xiaoyu continent. If this is the case, not to mention one country, even if this Xiao supports 5 or 10 countries, so what? It's just a territory of 10,000 li. Looking at Xiaohua's green and red face, Xiao Jian didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking. Xiaohua didn't say anything and he didn't dare to ask. However, when he saw the side of the bridge, the line of carriages waiting for the soldiers to inspect and pay, he immediately understood. He hurriedly explained, "Senior, although we need to pay taxes to cross the border between the two countries, we are Daoist disciples. Xianxia and Lu Yi are considered our servants, there is no need to pay for them. Senior, you don't need to worry." Am I that stingy? Xiaohua unhappily glared at Xiao Jian, but he was still very surprised. It was just a short period of 10 days. How could Xiao Jian know that he was stingy? Yes. Xiao Jian hurriedly replied. Oh, that's right, this Jiasa country is only 800 li, it's a small country. Then why is the Copper Pillar country giving up so much? Xiaohua asked, puzzled. Xiao Jian understood something and said with a smile, didn't this junior already say it before? Every country has an imperial advisor and the others, and even has the support of various Confucian sections. Although this Jiasa country is small, it should have the support of the Chongyun sect and other Confucian sects, so the Copper Pillar country does not dare to invade. As for the country of Jiang, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be supported by a Daoist senior. At this point, Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, and he added, of course, in the past few decades, the Buddhist sect has infiltrated the hidden immortal continent too quickly. Perhaps the situation in the country of Xi has long exceeded this junior's knowledge, and there is a high possibility that there is an expert from the Buddhist sect secretly presiding over the country of Jiang. No matter where you go, power, benefits, and strength cannot be separated. Xiaohua sighed and did not ask any more questions. Chapter 32-36. Just as Xiao Jian said, there were many carriages and merchants waiting to be inspected by the Xi soldiers. They passed through the border and entered the bridge. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian spurred his horse on, not even bothering to line up. He galloped through the center of the road, heading towards the soldiers who were holding weapons and guarding the bridge. Daoist priest, please wait. One of the soldiers walked out and raised his hand, shouting, please take out the official document for inspection. Boundless holy man. Xiao Jian called out his Daoist name. He reached into his bosom and took out a square jade clip. He handed it over and said with a smile, this is my official name. Please check it, General. Daoist priest, please wait a moment. The soldier took the jade clip without looking at it and hurried towards the side of the bridge where several tents were located. Not long after, a strong man wearing armor with a sword hanging from his waist quickly walked over with the jade clip in his hand. He bowed and said, this general, Li Xinyu, greets Daoist priest Xiao. I, Xiao Jian, greets General Li. Xiao Jian's face was indifferent. He raised his left hand and saluted, saying, I brought my disciples and seniors to travel around Yu province. At this moment, we are heading towards Jiasa country. Please make an exception for us. Daoist priest Xiao, you can naturally bring your disciples to Jiasa country. This general only needs to inspect the carriage. Li Xinyu looked at Xiao Jian, then looked at Xiaohua and the others and said with a smile, but you only wrote Daoist Xiao and a boy named Yuanya in the official document. There are still a few blanks left behind, and the remaining 2 boys, how dare you? Xiao Jian shouted, raising his hand. He looked at Xiaohua very respectfully and said, this is the senior of this old man's sect. How can this old man's name be written on this old man's official document? This general greets Immortal Master. Li Xinyu was shocked and hurriedly bowed in front of Xiaohua. After all, for a young man to be called a senior by an old man, this young man immediately had the demeanor of an immortal master. Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand. Li Xinyu couldn't help but stand up. Immortal elder. Li Xinyu straightened up, swallowed his saliva, and said nervously, I know that Immortal Master is a senior expert, but Does Immortal Master do you have an official document? This old man doesn't have any official documents. Xiaohua shook his head. This old man also doesn't need any official documents. Li Xianyu gritted his teeth and said awkwardly, the order I received is that anyone who comes from the border in front of me must either pay customs duties or have an official document. So that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded. This old man won't make things difficult for you, senior. Xiao Jian smiled and said, as long as you fly over this bridge, you won't have to pay any tariffs. Xiaohua unhappily looked at Xiao Jian. He clapped his hand and took out a low-grade spirit stone, throwing it to Li Xianyu and said, this old man doesn't have the gold and silver used in the secular world. This is a primeval stone, what do you think? Immortal Master? Li Xianyu didn't expect Xiaohua to be so amiable and actually take out a celestial stone. He hurriedly and carefully caught it, smiling apologetically, you don't have to do this. The order is just to prevent people from pretending to be outsiders. Since Immortal Master is an outsider, you naturally don't have to pay customs duties. How can this old man take back what he took out? Xiaohua said indifferently, you are also a general of a region, so you still have to abide by this order. Besides, this old man doesn't care about a single primeval stone. Yes, this little one understands. Li Xianyu lowered his head. Can this old man leave now? Xiaohua asked politely again. Li Xianyu hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled the reins of Xiaohua's horse, saying respectfully, this little one will send Immortal Master over. Thank you for your trouble. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Damn it, a single primeval stone. It's gone just like that. Xiao Jian watched as Li Xianyu put the primeval stone into his pocket. His eyes turned into hooks, wanting to hook the primeval stone out of Li Xianyu's pocket. He complained in his heart. Li Xianyu led Xiaohua's horse all the way to the middle of the bridge before stopping. He bowed and said, Immortal Master, after crossing this bridge, the border of Jiasa country will be there. This little one doesn't dare to cross, so this little one can only send you here. Okay, thank you generally. Xiaohua nodded his head and patted the horse. The horse took small steps and crossed the blood-red mark in the middle of the bridge. At this moment, a burst of noise that sounded like the chirping of birds came from the distant horizon. At the same time, a gust of wind blew, causing the various flags on the bridge to flutter in the wind. Lie. The pitiful horse let out a mournful cry, as if it was extremely scared. It kicked its four hooves and was about to rush down the bridge. Xiaohua frowned and coldly snorted. The horse immediately felt its body become heavier. Don't talk about running, it couldn't even stand stably. Just as the horse was about to collapse on the ground, Xiaohua floated down and patted the horse. The horse obediently lay down on the bridge. Caw caw caw. The sound of birds chirping turned into a burst of horse laughter. It came from the right side of the bridge. A black cloud flew over from there and quickly passed by everyone's eyes. Xiaohua's gaze swept over and saw an extremely ugly demon within the black cloud. Its body was covered in black fur, but it was holding an almost naked woman in its embrace. The woman was as beautiful as a flower, her skin was whiter than snow. Her lotus-like arms were wrapped around the demon's neck. The black and white contrast between the two people was extremely clear within the black cloud. These two people didn't seem to care about the secular people on the ground at all. They seemed to be teasing them as they rushed forward and disappeared. See? Isn't that a demon? Xiaohua was a little shocked. Looking at the trembling Li Xianyu not far away, he asked curiously, how can it come and go so freely in Jiasa country and Shi country? Good, Senior Immortal knows. Li Xianyu lowered his voice and said, this demon is not from my Shi country. In the middle of Jiasa country, Bronze Pillar country and Jiang country, there is a black cloud ridge. It is a place that the three countries are unable to take care of. If I'm not wrong, this demon should be from the Black Cloud Ridge. Oh, Senior Immortal, if you go to Bronze Pillar country, you naturally won't be able to, but if you still want to go from Bronze Pillar country to Jiang country, then you will have to pass by the Black Cloud Ridge. Senior Immortal must be careful. I heard that many people have been buried there. Yes, this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded. He floated onto the horse and was about to enter Jiasa country. Senior Immortal, Senior Immortal? Another voice came from behind Xiaohua and the rest. Xiaohua turned his head to look, only to see an old man with white hair and a beard catching up to them while panting. Xiaohua looked at the old man and frowned. It was obvious that this was an old man from the secular world. He looked to be around 60 years old. To be honest, compared to Xiaohua's age, he was really like a child. However, Xiaohua looked to be in his 20s. When facing this kind of white-haired old man, he felt a kind of pressure in his heart. He would naturally call him an old man, and would also naturally call him a brat. Could this be the legendary judging a book by its cover? Xiaohua rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly to himself. What's the matter, old man? Fortunately, before Xiaohua could speak, Xiao Jian had already stood in front of Xiaohua. Greetings, Daoist. The old man bowed respectfully. This old man is Qi Jin from the Sun Hai Trading Company. I came to look for Daoist. There is something I would like to discuss with Daoist. As he spoke, the old man glanced at Xiaohua. Xiao Jian frowned and said curiously, I and the others don't have a place to stay, and we don't have any training grounds. If old man has any wish to fulfill, I'm afraid I and the others won't be able to satisfy it. Daoist. Qi Jin's face had a trace of pleading as he said in a low voice, this old man doesn't want to pray for the gods. This old man has another matter to discuss with Daoist. Possible? I would like to ask Daoist to cross the bridge with your master and wait by the roadside. This old man will explain everything. As he spoke, Qi Jin took out a small silver ingot and stuffed it into Xiao Jian's hand. He said, in addition, my Sun Hai Trading Company will pay for the customs for Daoist and the others to enter Jiasa country. I only hope that Daoist can hear about this matter. Xiao Jian touched the silver ingot and felt it was slippery. His heart was already blooming with joy. He turned to look at Xiaohua and said with a smile, Senior, what do you think? Hee, you have already agreed, so why ask this old man? Xiaohua smiled. At this time, he already had a plan for the road ahead. Everything was just a kind of experience. No matter what the old man's request was, in Xiaohua's eyes, it might not be difficult. Even Xiaohua had some intuition that it was related to the evil spirit in the black clouds. Ai's master has agreed. I will wait for you at the front. Xiao Jian looked at the many carriages lined up behind the old man and knew that this was the Sun Hai Trading Company's fleet. It would take them a lot of time to cross the border. Yes, thank you Daoist, thank you Immortal. Qi Jin was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. He bowed and hurriedly ran to the back. Following his shouts, a burst of laughter rang out. Some of the people next to the carriages saluted Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua didn't care about these people's thanks. Instead, he asked in astonishment, Xiao Jian, could it be that, after crossing the border between Xi and Jiasa country, not only do we have to pay customs in Xi, but also in Jiasa country? Senior. Xiao Jian pulled the reins of his horse and followed Xiaohua down the bridge. He explained, that's right. However, people and goods are different. People only have to pay 10 copper coins for crossing the border, while goods have to pay according to the value of the goods. Isn't this robbery? Xiaohua immediately thought of the perverted sea beast he encountered in the West Sea. What was the difference between this and a sea beast? If there was any difference, it would be that they were openly using the banner of righteousness, making it impossible for people to avoid. Chapter 32-37. Senior, this is different. If the goods of Sun Hai Trading Company are bought in Xi, there must be an official document to pay the tax. Here, there is no need to pay. If the Sun Hai Trading Company is passing through Xi, they have already paid the tax when entering Xi. When leaving Xi, there is no need to pay again. Xiao Jian explained with a smile. However, looking at Qi Jin's appearance, it seems that they have traded in Xi. Moreover, there is no official document to pay the tax. At the border, they must pay a certain percentage of the tax. Then when they enter Jiasa country, they must pay the tax. Xiaohua asked, That is natural. This tax is from Xi, the other side is from Jiasa country. Xiao Jian nodded. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. Alas, this business is not easy. The tax is an important part of a country's income and expenditure. It is impossible to exempt it. Xiao Jian said with familiarity, of course, it is not only for business, but also for anything in this world. Even if it is to be the ruler of a country. While speaking, several people went down the bridge. Sure enough, under the bridge, there were some people similar to the soldiers of Xi. However, their armor and flags were completely different. Everyone entered the border of Jiasa country. Half a mile away from the bridge, there was a tea shed. Xiaohua looked at the scorching sun above his head and ordered them to rest near the tea shed. After waiting for a full meal's time, they saw nearly 20 carriages led by Qi Jin coming out of the soldiers' blockade. When Qi Jin saw the carriages parked in front of the tea shed, the disappointment on his face immediately disappeared. He urged the horse under him and hurriedly brought a man dressed in martial arts clothes to the tea shed. There were not many people in the tea shed. Xiao Hua and the other three were sitting at a shabby table. Except for Yuan Ye, who was drinking cup after cup of tea, the other three closed their eyes and did not speak. Daoist. Qi Jin rushed into the tea shed. He originally wanted to talk to Xiao Hua, but after thinking for a moment, he walked to Xiao Jian and cupped his fist. Our humble trading company has too many goods. It is a bit troublesome to pass the customs. Sorry for the long wait. No matter. Xiao Jian opened his eyes and smiled. We are just traveling. Whether we walk or lie down, it is all cultivation. This wait is nothing. Daoist is really a master. What you said is really profound. Qi Jin looked at Xiao Jian with an extremely admiring gaze. This old man and the others have worked so hard for Audu's item. I don't know when we'll be free. When it's time to be free, you'll definitely be free. When you can't be free, just say it. Xiao Jian was much more familiar with these words than Xiao Hua. Yes, this old man understands. Qi Jin put his palms together sincerely. However, when he saw Xiao Jian's unfriendly expression, he immediately understood. He put his palms down awkwardly and pointed at the burly man beside him. Escort Chen, this is the Daoist Xiao I mentioned just now. Come and meet him. I'm Chen Kai from Fu Wei Escort Agency. Nice to meet you, Taoist masters. The burly man stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. His voice was loud and clear, but there was a valiance and unwillingness in his eyes. Boundless holy man, Chen Zhuang, greetings. Xiao Jian seemed to understand something and returned the greeting with a smile. He then looked at Qi Jin and said, Elder Qi, what do you mean by this? This. Qi Jin was a little embarrassed and explained his intentions. It was as Xiao Jian had expected. The distance from the border of Jiasa country to the nearest city was about 100 miles. There was a section of the mountain road that was quite dangerous. There were 3 groups of mountain bandits alone. These mountain bandits often went down the mountain to rob, and the merchants passing by were all terrified. Jiasa country had sent troops to kill them several times, but they returned without success. In the end, they simply ignored them and let these mountain bandits fend for themselves. Since the mountain bandits were born, how could they be destroyed? Although the leader and number of the mountain bandits were constantly changing, these mountain bandits had become a malignant tumor at the border of Jiasa country. Unfortunately, there was only one main road from the kingdom of Xi to the kingdom of Jiasa. On the left side of the mountain road, there was an impassable forest. Therefore, even if a merchant like the Sun Hai Trading Company knew that there were bandits here, they could only brace themselves and pass through. At best, they could hire more armed escorts like the Fu Wei Escort Agency to protect their own trading company. Qi Jin had just seen the Xi general's unusual respect for Xiao Hua, so he had a sudden idea to ask Xiao Hua and the others to protect him through this section of the mountain road where the mountain bandits were rampant. Although Xiao Hua and the others were not escorts, Qi Jin's lack of trust in Fu Wei Escort Agency and his behavior of seeking medical treatment halfway through the journey made Escort Chen extremely dissatisfied. Chen Kai didn't say anything, but how could Xiao Jian not see the disdain and even a faint hostility in his eyes? He had seen this kind of look in Zen Master Mingyu's eyes more than once. If I had known, I wouldn't have collected Qi Jin's silver. Xiao Jian was somewhat regretful. After listening to Qi Jin's explanation, he already understood that these mountain bandits couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, they lived so freely at such a close distance to the border. If it weren't for the fact that they had nothing to do with the border guards of Jiasa country, Xiao Jian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. As for Qi Jin's intention, Xiao Jian was even more aware. Qi Jin didn't necessarily want to rely on their martial strength. What he valued was Li Xinyu's respect for Xiao Hua. Qi Jin thought that since they were familiar with Li Xinyu and the others, when they encountered the mountain bandits ahead, they would definitely make the mountain bandits hesitate. As for this reason, Qi Jin couldn't tell Chen Kai or Xiao Jian directly. He could only use a probing tone to ask Xiao Jian and the others to protect them. Damn it, we're all smart people. After Xiao Jian felt regretful, he subconsciously looked at Xiao Hua. It was obvious that they couldn't have any relationship with the border guards. Li Xinyu's respect was for Xiao Hua and that piece of vitality stone. Facing the mountain bandits, not to mention himself, even Yuanyang might not be able to protect himself. How could Xiao Jian dare to make a decision? Oh, escort Chen. Contrary to Xiao Jian's expectations, a trace of joy flashed across Xiao Hua's face. He asked, "Let this old man ask you, do you know the Lotus Escort Agency?" Lotus Escort Agency? A trace of vigilance flashed across Chen Kai's eyes. He asked curiously, "Daoist knows the people of the escort agency?" Tell this old man, do you know the Lotus Escort Agency? Hearing Chen Kai's answer, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed. He seemed to be somewhat ecstatic as he asked hurriedly. Chen Kai shivered. Xiao Hua's gaze was like lightning, as if it pierced into his heart, giving him a big fright. The dissatisfaction in his heart had long been thrown out of the highest clouds. He hurriedly replied, "Good, Immortal Elder knows. This one has never heard of the Lotus Escort Agency." Xiao Hua snorted coldly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Immortal Elder. Chen Kai's forehead was somewhat sweaty. Facing Xiao Hua's dissatisfaction, he felt an indescribable feeling of oppression and powerlessness. It was as if facing Xiao Hua was a huge mountain that could crush him into meat paste at any time. Now he truly knew how powerful Xiao Hua was. This one has heard of the Lotus Escort Agency, Swallow Escort Agency, Jinfeng Escort Agency, but I've never heard of the Lotus Escort Agency. What about the Misty Sect? Xiao Hua knew that there wouldn't be any definite answer, but he still asked in a low voice. This one has also never heard of it. Sweat dripped down Chen Kai's face. His knees almost went soft. He really couldn't face Xiao Hua's incredulous gaze. This lowly one is just an ordinary escort. What Immortal Elder is talking about, this lowly one doesn't know. Ooh, Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. He sighed again in his heart. AI, escort. Isn't this one's second brother an escort? Lotus Escort Agency, Misty Sect? Why should this one make things difficult for an ordinary escort? Xiao Hua let out a breath. Chen Kai immediately felt that the danger that could easily crush him to death had suddenly disappeared. Only then did he involuntarily stretch out his hand and wipe the sweat off his forehead. His heart also relaxed as if a huge rock had been removed. Immortal Elder. Qi Jin naturally saw Chen Kai's sorry state and was even more overjoyed in his heart. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression was good, he hurriedly said in a low voice, "This old one is so bold as to ask Immortal Elder to come with us. We will properly serve Immortal Elder along the way, AI?" Xiao Hua ignored Qi Jin and raised his head to look at the road outside the tea shed. His gaze was somewhat blurred, as if he saw the end of the road and also the end of time. It was when Qi Jin mentioned the escort agency and the escorts that those distant memories began to appear like fragments. Lotus Flower Escort Agency, Armed Escort Agency, escorts, and other unfamiliar terms appeared like a fountain. He couldn't help but have the urge to ask. He really wanted to get what he wanted from this escort called Chen Kai. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was still disappointed. Perhaps they're not far away? Xiaohua's heart was somewhat moved. The arena, the village, the escort agency, these are all things that Xiaoyu continent doesn't have. They're all from this one's memory, senior. Xiao Jian's voice was indistinct again, as if it came from the horizon and woke Xiaohua up from his homesickness. We have to go either way. Why don't we go together? Up to you. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, Xiao Jian already knew that Xiaohua was somewhat unhappy, so he hurriedly said, "If senior likes peace and quiet, we won't follow the caravan." "There's no need." Xiaohua waved his hand. "If we want to follow, then let's follow. It's good to be able to give them a helping hand." "Yes, Junior understands." Xiao Jian's mouth revealed a smile. He turned to Qi Jin and said, "Why aren't you thanking Daoist Xiao?" Yes, thank you Daoist Xiao, thank you Daoist Xiao." Qi Jin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. He then pulled Xiao Jian's sleeve and hurriedly left, as if he had something to say. Chen Kai couldn't stand Xiaohua's imposing manner and also took the opportunity to slip away. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiaohua looked at Yuanya and said, "Yuanya, why haven't you spoken these days? Have you had enough of this tea?" "Daoist, Junior doesn't know how to speak. I might as well not speak." Yuanya drank another cup of tea and placed the somewhat tattered teacup on the table. "Junior will go get a carriage." Chapter 32-38. With that, Yuanya hurriedly got up and hurriedly walked out. Hee. Xiaohua looked at Yuanya's back and then looked at Lu Yi, who was sitting beside Yuanya and had closed his eyes to think after drinking a few mouthfuls of tea. Xiaohua brought Lu Yi out of the tea shed. The carriages of Sun Hai Trading Company had already started to move. Qi Jin and Xiao Jian came out from behind a big tree. Both of them had a satisfied expression and seemed to be chatting happily. As for Chen Kai, he was already riding a horse in front of the carriages. Lu. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the tea shed. The owner of the tea shed was lowering his head to clean the tables while secretly glancing at the carriages. He coldly snorted and turned to Lu Yi and asked, "Have you comprehended this cultivation technique?" "Yes, Immortal Elder knows." Hearing Xiaohua's question, Lu Yi opened his eyes and revealed a complicated expression. "Under Immortal Elder's guidance, this little one has already comprehended it yesterday?" "Huh? You already comprehended it yesterday? How many days has it been?" Xiaohua was shocked. He looked at Lu Yi from top to bottom. After all, Xiaohua was not a competent master and didn't know how to teach other people cultivation methods. Lu Yi was just an ordinary person and had never come into contact with Daoist cultivation methods before. Lu Yi was a little shy, but his eyes revealed a trace of pride. He whispered, "If it is as Immortal Elder said, this little one has already comprehended it. Then, can you sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Xiaohua asked impatiently. Lu Yi shook his head regretfully. "This little one cannot sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Immortal Elder spoke of. I don't know if this little one's comprehension is wrong or this little one does not have this kind of aptitude." Xiaohua nodded. "Get on the carriage, this old man wants to hear your comprehension." Yuanya watched Xiaohua bring Lu Yi onto the carriage and then the carriage became silent. Although he could see their mouths moving, he could not hear anything and knew that this was Xiaohua's technique. He sighed slightly and drove the carriage to the back of the Sun Hai Trading Company. However, when he sighed, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This smile was somewhat mysterious. After about half a meal's worth of time, Xiaohua, who was inside the carriage, sighed like Yuanya. He looked at Lu Yi and smiled bitterly. "Lu Yi, it's not that this old man is praising you, but your aptitude is incomparable. You have indeed thoroughly comprehended this cultivation technique, and there is no mistake about it. But even so, I'm afraid it's because your physique isn't good enough that you're unable to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." "Yes, Taoist priest, I understand." At this time, when Lu Yi heard Xiaohua's praise, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Taoist priest has already said this at the beginning. This little one has a plan in mind. This lowly one is already fortunate enough to have a glimpse of the immortal cultivation technique. As for whether or not I have the fate to cultivate, this lowly one doesn't care anymore. Yes, it's great that you have such intentions. I'm just afraid that you're too ambitious. Xiao Huan nodded and said, since that's the case, this old man will teach you another cultivation technique. You can try it again. Yes, I'll listen to Daoist priest's instructions. Lu Yi nodded vigorously. After Xiao Hua passed on a simple water-type cultivation method to Lu Yi, he once again irresponsibly gave him a few small dates, allowing Lu Yi to comprehend it himself. Xiao Hua himself once again exited the carriage, riding on the back of a horse, leisurely and contentedly admiring the scenery outside the main road. Brother ya. After Xiao Hua left, Lu Yi closed his eyes for a long time. After carefully memorizing the cultivation technique, he walked to the front of the carriage and sat down cross-legged. He whispered, "You've worked hard these past few days." It's not hard at all." When Yuanya heard this, he didn't turn his head. He shook the reins and stabilized the horse pulling the carriage. He said, "Now that you have an opportunity, you must properly grasp it. The Immortal is a good person. It's our great fortune to have met him. He won't be able to stay with us for too long. You must cultivate well and strive to have the Immortal accept you as his disciple and take you away." It's easier said than done. It's too difficult. Lu Yi sighed. Since I was young, I boasted that I was smart and had a photographic memory. But look at the hundreds of words the Immortal gave me. Shoo! Yuanya, who didn't know much about the ways of the world, was suddenly shocked and hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, you can't say this anymore. Only you know it." "Yes, I understand." Lu Yi hurriedly smiled. "Taoist priest only said that I can't pass it to others. He didn't say that I can't nag. If the Immortal says one, you must think two." Yuanya wanted to say something, but looking at Lu Yi, he didn't know how to express it. "In short, you know this better than me. It's better not to make the Immortal angry." "Yes, I will remember." Lu Yi looked at Yuanya, who didn't speak much, and his heart warmed. He handed the spirit dates in his hand to Yuanya and said, "This is the date given by the Immortal. I haven't eaten it yet. Try it." But Yuanya didn't hesitate. He reached out and took it. He threw it into the air and was about to use his mouth to catch it. "If you don't want to die, then don't eat it like this." Xiao Hua's voice drifted over. The thumb-sized spirit jujube stopped in midair. Yuanya raised his head and waited foolishly. At this moment, the carriage suddenly sped up. Yuanya's body involuntarily fell down on the carriage. With a pada sound, the spirit jujube fell down and hit Yuanya's nose. Gidge! A burst of laughter suddenly sounded, like a string of silver bells swaying to the left of Yuanya. A red pony happily ran past Yuanya. Not only was the pony's mane fine and smooth, but there were also strands of light coming from the saddle and other things on the pony's back. There were also traces of red mist coming from where the pony's hooves touched the ground. It was as if the pony didn't touch the ground at all, and it didn't make the slightest sound. Looking at the little red horse, there was a woman dressed in red. Her face was covered with a layer of red veil. Although her figure was graceful, her face couldn't be seen clearly. The laughter came from the woman's veil. As the woman laughed, the little red horse galloped past Yuanya's carriage, and a faint fragrance wafted through the wind. Dia Wu! Yuanya was originally lying on his back, but when he heard the laughter, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His face suddenly turned pale, and he used all his strength to push his arms back. His entire body flew out of the carriage as he screamed in disbelief. Gidge! Gidge! The silver bells continued to ring, but they were getting further and further away. The little red horse was very handsome. In a short moment, it had already caught up to the front of the Sun Hai Trading Company. Dia Wu! Yuanya groaned. Before he even landed, he stepped on the horse pulling the carriage and wanted to chase after Di Fui. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" A rough voice came from behind, followed by the rumbling of horse hooves. The entire avenue was shaking. Everyone looked up and saw a cloud of dust rising from the bridge that they had just stepped off. A group of cavalrymen wearing pitch-black armor and riding pitch-black horses were chasing after them with long spears in their hands. Although this group of soldiers was quite far from the woman in red, everyone, including Xiao Hua, thought that this group of soldiers was the woman's bodyguard. The soldiers were in a line of 3, almost occupying the entire road. Under the rough shouts, the workers and bodyguards of the Sun Hai Trading Company hurriedly moved the carriages to the side, trying their best to make way for the soldiers. As for Yuan Ye, he had already landed on the second carriage in front of him. However, the soldiers in front of the group of soldiers had already raised their spears. Hidden behind their helmets, their gazes were like sharp swords as they stared at Yuan Ye. Yuan Ye, come down, Xiao Hua said indifferently. You won't be able to catch up. But Yuan Ye stood on the roof of the carriage. His face was filled with an indescribable excitement and reluctance. In the distance, at the end of the road, the woman's figure was like a burning cloud. Yuan Ye knew that he really wouldn't be able to catch up. Hurry up and come down. Seeing the dozens of soldiers in black armor turn their heads to look at Yuan Ye, the spears in their hands were raised. If Yuan Ye made any strange movements, these spears would not hesitate to stab at him. Xiao Jian hurriedly shouted, "This? I don't know which country's black armor army this is." Yes. Yuan Ye looked into the distance with some unwillingness before looking to the left and right. Only then did he jump down from the carriage. Rumble! The black armor army quickly galloped past under everyone's gaze. There were more than 100 of them and their movements were uniform. Even the hooves of the 100 black horses were almost the same. When the black armor army was far away, the workers of the Sun Hai Trading Company urged the carriages to move again. The dozens of carriages slowly moved again, leaving Yuan Ye standing on the side of the road in a daze as he lightly bit his lips. Xiao Jian asked curiously. This is the Daoist you were talking about? She doesn't seem to know you. She was only around 3 years old at that time. How did she know me? Yuan Ye suddenly understood something and smiled bitterly. Also, I gave her the name Daoist. She might not know it herself. What? Xiao Jian's eyes widened and he almost laughed out loud. The woman you yearn for day and night was actually with you when you were 3 years old? How could she possibly know you? You aren't joking with your master, right? No! Yuan Ye's emotions surged and he lost his usual calmness. Have you only seen her once? Also, you couldn't have seen her real appearance just now. Xiao Hua was also curious and asked softly, how many years has it been? The Daoist of 3 years old and the Daoist now? How could they be the same? How could you recognize her? All right, Immortal Elder knows. Yuan Ye's face finally revealed a trace of blood as he proudly said, when I heard her laughter, I knew it was her. Also, whether Immortal Elder believes it or not, I can smell Daoist's scent. Chapter 32-39. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the first time he saw Fairy Xianxia. Didn't the red mole at the corner of Fairy Xianxia's mouth give him a familiar feeling? Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Daoist is pretty good looking, Xiao Hua said softly as he looked at Yuan Ye's dazed expression. Furthermore, this old man has already left a mark on her body. As long as it's within 100 li, this old man will definitely be able to detect it. Really? Yuan Ye's eyes were filled with ecstasy as he clenched his fists tightly. His arms were trembling. Hee. Xiao Hua laughed but did not reply. Haha. Yuan Ye jumped up and somersaulted a few times in the air before landing on the ground. He was clearly extremely happy. Looking at Yuan Ye's appearance, Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Damn it, it's good to be young. No, this old man can't take advantage of his seniority in the future. There's no reason for me to be so lifeless. It's really boring. Yes, wasn't Xiao Hua the same as he was in the past? However, after coming out of seclusion for 100 years, he felt that he was old for no reason. He kept calling himself this old man. It really felt like he was past his prime. This Xiao is just over 200 years old. If I reach nascent soul, my lifespan can reach 2,000 years. Compared to an ordinary person, I'm only around 10 years old. Damn it, this Xiao is still underage. Pa. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Senior? Xiao Jian looked at Xiaohua strangely. This senior had beaten Xiaohua from the peak to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It's nothing. Xiaohua's face immediately became as cold as ice. Then, he raised his eyebrows and unhappily looked towards the horizon 100 zhang away. There were a few pigeon-like birds that were quickly flying past. Xiaohua snorted coldly. Those birds suddenly fell down and fainted when they landed on the mountain rocks. As the saying goes, snakes and rats are in the same nest. It's really like that. Xiaohua's gaze turned and looked at the tea shed in the distance. Brother Ya. Seeing Yuan Ya happily land on the carriage, Lu Yi was also happy for him. He carefully handed the spirit jujube that had fallen on the carriage to him. You're really amazing. You've already decided on a marriage at the age of 3. I really envy you. Slap. Yuan Ya raised his hand and slapped the back of Lu Yi's head. He scolded, How am I as despicable as you think? I was only 7 or 8 years old at that time. Tell me, what is going on? Just as Yuan Ya finished speaking, another person appeared out of thin air. That person's voice was extremely wretched. Yuan Ya was furious. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw who it was and immediately smiled apologetically. Immortal elderly, why are you here? Tell me, Xiaohua said with a smile. I've heard you play the Sun in the River Tide Temple. At that time, I didn't see Diawu, but now, this old man knows what Diawu looks like. If you don't tell me, Yuan Ya helplessly looked at Xiaohua's disrespectful appearance. He then looked at Xiao Jian, who was riding a horse and pretending not to care. However, his ears were already perked up. Yuan Ya could only drive the carriage and tell the story of what happened. Yuan Ya had lived in the mystic jade dark forest since he was young. He danced with the wild wolves in the forest. When he was 5 years old, the black wolf that raised him was bitten and seriously injured when it was fighting for territory with another wolf. The night the black wolf died, Yuan Ya took the black wolf's corpse into the depths of the wolf valley. He wanted to bury the black wolf. However, on that full moon night, Yuan Ya heard the faint cry of a baby. This was the first time Yuan Ya had seen a human baby. It was the first time he had seen a human like himself. Therefore, after burying the black wolf's corpse, he brought the baby back to the wolf's den. However, the arrival of the baby attracted the attention of the pack of wolves. Perhaps because they no longer had the black wolf's protection, the pack of wolves wanted to chase Yuan Ya away. Thus, a fight broke out between Yuan Ya and the pack of wolves again. The 5-year-old Yuan Ya was naturally no match for the pack of wolves. After being bitten and covered in cuts and bruises, he carried the baby, whose left arm was also injured, out of the wolf's den. At that time, the baby should have just been born. It cried loudly and had a high fever after being attacked by the pack of wolves. Yuan Ya naturally did not understand this. He only thought that the baby was hungry, so he caught rabbits and roasted them for the baby to eat. How could a newborn baby eat these things? Just as Yuan Ya was helpless and the baby was on the verge of death, a group of colorful butterflies fluttered their enchanting wings in the morning light and flew past Yuan Ya and the baby. The baby seemed to be attracted by the colorful butterflies. Perhaps it had run out of strength and stopped crying hysterically. This made Yuan Ya very happy. Ignoring the cuts and bruises all over his body, he carried the baby and followed the butterflies to the side of a lake. At the side of the lake, there was a doe that had just given birth. It was mournfully licking the dead baby. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. Looking at the lifeless baby and the milk dripping from the doe's mouth, Yuan Ya suddenly understood something. He quickly caught the doe and used its milk to feed the baby. After eating its fill, the baby fell asleep and slept for half a day. After half a day, it cried loudly and ate the milk again. After a few days like this, the baby's fever subsided and the wounds on its left arm healed. However, the wolfsbane had left a long scar on the baby's arm. Other than a small blanket and a sun, the baby had nothing else. Yuan Ya himself did not have a name, but he gave the baby the name Diawu. Just like this, Yuan Ya, Diawu, and the doe that had lost its baby lived by the side of the butterfly pond. Dia Wu gradually grew up, from swaddling clothes to learning to walk, and then to babbling. They lived there for 3 years. During these 3 years, Yuanya would go hunting during the day and Dia Wu would stay with the doe. At night, Yuanya would accompany Dia Wu and play the sun for her. Every time he played the sun, Dia Wu would obediently lie in Yuanya's arms and look at him with sparkling eyes that were like the stars in the sky. These happy days lasted until one day. Yuanya remembered it very clearly. It was a stormy day. Yuanya woke up early to hunt as usual, but before he could catch any prey, he suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if they had a telepathic connection. Yuanya hurriedly ran back to Butterfly Lake. As expected, the side of Butterfly Lake was covered in blood. The doe had been killed on the ground and there were light footprints beside it. Yuanya angrily followed the footprints out of Butterfly Lake. Unfortunately, under the heavy rain, Yuanya quickly lost track of the enemy. Helpless, Yuanya left Butterfly Lake and searched the entire Mystic Jade Dark Forest to find Dia Wu. Unfortunately, Yuanya had underestimated the Mystic Jade Dark Forest. He had spent 5 years and had not even explored half of the forest. The remaining areas were filled with fierce beasts that Yuanya could not deal with. Yuanya had gathered his courage and tried to deal with a fierce beast that he thought he could handle. However, he was heavily injured by the fierce beast and was captured by a hunter who had entered the Mystic Jade Dark Forest. After that, Yuanya was taken out of the Mystic Jade Dark Forest and sold to the arena. Speaking of the arena, Yuanya seemed to be touched by something sad. His face revealed a sorrowful expression as he raised his hand and placed the spirit jujube in his mouth. Just as he was about to fiercely chew on it to relieve the dryness in his mouth, Xiao Hua's interested voice sounded out again. Tiskeske? What an unforgettable love between childhood sweethearts. This old man advises you to eat it bit by bit. Otherwise, you will never see your Dia Wu again. Xiao Hua's words were naturally not as fast as Yuanya's actions. However, before Yuanya heard Xiao Hua's words, he seemed to have lost all his strength. No matter how hard he tried, he could not bite down. Only after Xiao Hua finished speaking did he regain consciousness. Hee. Yuanya laughed embarrassedly and lightly bit down on a piece of spirit jujube. In an instant, his mouth was filled with a sweet fragrance. This sweet fragrance was something that Yuanya, who had lived in the forest since young, had never tasted before. When he greedily chewed up the spirit jujube and swallowed it into his stomach, an indescribable warmth rushed into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. A comfortable feeling spread through his limbs and bones. Yuanya could not help but moan. He licked his lips, wanting to take another bite. However, he was extremely reluctant. Seeing that Yuanya was about to hide the spirit jujube in his bosom like a meat bun, Xiao Hua laughed. No need to be so stingy. This old man has a lot of these things. If you want to eat some, you can ask this old man anytime. As he spoke, he took out 2 more spirit jujubes and threw them to Yuanya. Yuanya stretched out his hands and very nimbly caught them, immediately keeping them in his bosom. Ai, how pitiful! Xiao Hua stood up and stood on the carriage. He sighed. Yeah, you and Dia Wu? Perhaps it was the enmity from your previous life. If you don't owe her, then she owes you. However, the heavens threw the 2 of you together at such a young age. Tiske now. You know her, but how could she know you? Moreover, she is now a descendant of some royal family. What about you? Such unrealistic thoughts should be put aside for now. At this point, Xiao Hua suddenly froze. He looked at Lu Yi, who was eating a spirit jujube with his eyes closed. Although Yuanya and Dia Wu's story sounded a little absurd, wasn't it similar to Lu Yi and Xiao Yun's experience? One was a wild boy who grew up in the forest, the other was a descendant of a royal family. One was a shrew in the marketplace, the other was a princess of the water tribe. Immortal elder. Yuanya's face was slightly red. He smiled and said, You're thinking too much. Dia Wu is a family member to this junior. Moreover, she is his first family member. This junior is very concerned about her life and death. Since she is living well, this junior can rest assured. Whether she knows this junior or not, whether she sees this junior or not, It doesn't matter. AI, what an ill-fated relationship. Not far away, Xiao Jian's ears drooped. He sighed and did not say anything else, as if he was warning Yuanya. Daoist elder. Just as Xiaohua was about to say something, Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and shouted, This junior knows what spiritual energy is. Chapter 3240. A strange expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. He didn't dare to give Lu Yi too many spirit fruits and only gave him the lowest grade spirit jujube. Firstly, it was to let him eat until he was full. Secondly, it was to let him experience the spiritual items of Taoism. Xiaohua didn't place too much hope on the spirit jujube. However, Xiaohua still underestimated the spirit jujube in his space and also underestimated Lu Yi's aptitude. Just this one spirit jujube was enough for Lu Yi to grasp the spirit jujube as a small foot. You should first experience it and don't do anything else. Xiaohua thought for a moment and instructed, My Taoism's divine abilities all rely on the spirit jujube of heaven and earth. If you can't experience the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, just relying on these spirit fruits, it's impossible for you to step onto the path of Tao. Yes, this little one understands. Lu Yi was very happy. He took another bite of the spirit jujube and closed his eyes to experience it. Looking at Lu Yi's excited appearance, Xiaohua inwardly sighed. Lu Yi's aptitude was indeed not bad. Not only was he able to comprehend a qi refining cultivation method that he had never cultivated before, he was also able to keenly sense the faint spiritual energy within the spirit jujube. This was absolutely impossible for the previous Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was even more clear that if Lu Yi couldn't sense the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, it would be impossible for him to step onto the threshold of cultivation. Without the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, all of Taoism's cultivation was just a castle in the air. After entering Jiasa country, other than encountering the black armored army led by Dia Wu at the bridge, there were no other unforeseen events. The caravan of Sun Hai Trading Company moved forward in an extremely orderly manner. When night came, someone led them to a spacious mountain ridge to rest. The caravan was prepared. Not long after, Qi Jin led 2 people and brought some food to Xiaohua and the others. What made Xiao Jian depressed was that other than his own stomach being hungry, Lu Yi and Yuanya didn't feel hungry or thirsty at all. They didn't even drink a mouthful of water. Compared to Xiao Jian's depression, Qi Jin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Otherworldly, what does this mean? This means that the immortal in front of me is really an immortal. As for the Taoist priest who took his silver coins, he was just like him, a layman. After Qi Jin left, Xiao Jian gnawed on a stewed pig trotter. Although the pig trotter was very fragrant, Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness as he looked at Xiaohua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. His mouth was tasteless. Xiaohua ignored him and seemed to have fallen asleep. After the meal, a bonfire was lit in the middle of the group of carriages. The escorts and some of the workers from the trading companies took out food and wine, and even gambling equipment. They started to make a ruckus. Seeing this lively scene, the eyes of Xiao Jian, who had been silent all this time and felt somewhat out of place with Xiaohua, suddenly lit up. He glanced at Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes and quietly walked over. However, he had only taken a few steps when Yuanya hurriedly got up and followed him out. When they reached the shadow of a carriage, Yuanya hurriedly caught up with Xiao Jian and said in a low voice, "Master, for you." What? Xiao Jian was stunned. When he saw Yuanya carefully take out a spirit jujube wrapped in an oil bag from his bosom, his face turned cold. But he slapped the oil bag away and said, "This old man doesn't need the pity of others. This old man has eaten a lot of these spirit fruits in the past." After he finished speaking, he ignored Yuanya and quickly walked away. The embers of the bonfire gradually extinguished in the night wind. Xiao Jian happily walked back while humming a tune. He lay down near the carriage and quickly fell asleep. In the night, Xiaohua opened his eyes and indifferently swept a glance at everything that was somewhat messy. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. The Taoist divine sense was actually used by Xiao Jian in gambling. I'm afraid that if the Tao sovereign above the ninth heaven knew, he would fly down in anger to punish Xiaojian, right? On the second and third days, they didn't encounter the bandits that Qi Jin was worried about. Everything was normal. Moreover, there were more carriages on the road. Not only were there bodyguards from the Sunhai Trading Company, there were also bodyguards from other trading companies. It seemed that even if bandits came out, there was no need for Xiao Hua and the others to make a move. These bodyguards could handle it. Qi Jin and the other managers of the trading company were happy, but on the other hand, Xiao Jian couldn't be happy. His divine sense was originally weak. On the first day, it was exhausted. This divine sense won him a lot of money. However, on the second and third day, there were more bodyguards participating in the gambling. Xiao Jian no longer had any means to cheat. He didn't know if it was because of bad luck or other reasons, but Xiao Jian lost again and again. At the beginning, Xiao Jian wanted to withdraw in time. Unfortunately, he won too much on the first day. How could the bodyguards who lost money let him go? After he lost all the money he had won in the past to others, even with Qi Jin's reminder, the red-eyed Xiao Jian simply couldn't listen. He even said that he would get angry with anyone who didn't allow him to gamble. This kind of gambling behavior was the favorite of all gamblers. The gambling continued until dawn. Under the morning light, Xiao Jian walked to the front of the carriage, somewhat tired. In the distant shadows, a group of bodyguards and some shop assistants who participated in the gambling secretly poked their heads out. They were afraid of the otherworldly Xiao Hua, and even more afraid of Xianxia, who was more ferocious than a beast. However, they couldn't let go of the vitality stones that Xiao Jian lost to them. Losing a game wasn't scary. What was scary was, the more you bet, the more you lose, and the more you lose, the more you gamble. On the third night, no one came to wake Xiao Jian up. However, as he looked at the bustling scene around the bonfire and heard the bets being placed, Xiao Jian felt as if there was a pair of small hands clutching at his heart, making it impossible for him to fall asleep and calm his heart. Finally, Xiao Jian resolutely walked to the side of the bonfire. Looking at Xiao Jian's long shadow in the bonfire, Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. Xiao Hua felt that he understood, but in reality, what he understood was still too little. When the moon was high in the sky, Xiao Jian came back and took away the last portion of the vitality stones. However, Xiao Jian didn't come back to rest. He followed his own vitality stones to the bonfire. This time, Xiao Jian didn't stay for long. Soon, the bonfire was abnormally noisy. Xiao Jian staggered back. Although the darkness of the night was a very good layer of protection, Xiao Hua could clearly see that Xiao Jian's face was bruised and swollen. When Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, he already understood everything. Xiao Jian actually began to cheat after losing all his primeval stones. If you want to cheat, you can cheat, but you were discovered by others. If it wasn't for Xiao Hua and Xianxia behind Xiao Jian, this guy would have been beaten to a pulp by a group of bodyguards. Perhaps one could see true feelings in difficult days, but one's true nature would never be seen. Perhaps only when one was comfortable and relaxed could one see one's true nature. How many loving couples could help each other when they were in poverty, but when they were rich, they couldn't help each other? This was what people often said, being able to share hardships but not happiness. When Xiao Jian didn't have money, he could bring Xianxia along. No matter if it was divination or running a training hall, he was able to keep his loneliness. However, when he was comfortable and his life was secure, the bad side in his heart immediately revealed itself. No matter how much he pretended, it couldn't hide it. The morning wind blew, blowing away the darkness of the night. Everyone stood up in high spirits, their faces filled with smiles as they faced a new day. That's right, how could a few boxes full of vitality stones be compared to ordinary gold and silver? But it was Xiao Jian who lost it all. Everyone who received vitality stones was abnormally happy. This was something that they couldn't even dream of. Even if they went home now, in this lifetime, no, several lifetimes, they wouldn't be short of money. This world was like this, there was only so much happiness. If you were happy, others wouldn't be happy. If you weren't happy, others would take away your happiness. Xiao Jian was like this. Others completely robbed him of his happiness, leaving him with only bitterness. Other than frowning, he was listless. Yesterday at dusk, he still had wealth comparable to a rich man. Today at dawn, he had become a pauper, with nothing left. However, contrary to the expectations of Xiaohua, who was coldly watching from the side, after the carriages had left for half an hour, the dejection on Xiao Jian's face had already disappeared. It was as if he didn't go to the bonfire gambling house, and even more so, as if he didn't receive any vitality stones at all. Hee, how interesting. Xiaohua looked at Xiao Jian, who was in a good mood. He really didn't understand. He was very clear about the value of those spirit stones. If he lost those spirit stones, Xiaohua would definitely not forgive himself, and would definitely be heartbroken. Oh, there are interesting things every year, but it seems like there are a lot of them this year. Xiaohua's gaze had just moved away from Xiao Jian, and immediately looked at a few tall mountains in the distance. Those tall mountains surrounded the main road, and it was unknown when the main road under their feet started to narrow. The weeds on the side of the road were also lush. It was as if it was a barren place. Perhaps the huge gambling house from before made these escorts' sense of smell become dull. Only when they saw the tall mountains did they become alert, and immediately sent a few escorts to rush into the mountains to investigate. Including the carriages that joined the carriages later, there were already dozens of carriages in the Sunhai Trading Company. There were also close to 40 escorts from different escort companies. They waited for a moment, but still didn't see any signal and couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, Qi Jin came again. The pitiful Qi Jin was now knocked out by Xiao Jian's vitality stones. Those were immortal stones. Qi Jin, who had traveled extensively, had long heard of it. His own home also had a lot of immortal stones, but seeing Xiao Jian lose more immortal stones than he had collected in his lifetime, he really didn't dare to put Xiao Jian, who had taken his money, together with the current Xiao Jian. He had already regarded Xiao Jian as an otherworldly expert. Even though this expert had been beaten up by many escorts, he only regarded this otherworldly expert as someone who was playing in the mortal world. Seeing Xiao Jian impatiently waving his hand, and then looking at Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged on a horse with his eyes closed, Qi Jin confidently returned to the carriages. At this moment, the escorts who entered the mountains also sent a signal that it was safe. Chapter 3241. Dozens of carriages started moving again. Although the escorts were nervous, they still urged their horses forward. This was the only way to enter the capital of the Jiasa kingdom. Beyond these mountains was a sprawling forest filled with wild beasts. There was no way to go. The only thing they prayed for was that the mountain bandits would not come down the mountain to rob them. They were either drunk, had robbed enough, or had seen that there were enough escorts in their carriages. Unfortunately, these escorts' luck had already been used up a few days ago when they gambled with Xiao Jian. They had only been on the mountain path for about 2 hours when their extreme joy turned to sorrow. After a series of loud gongs, hundreds of bandits dressed in different outfits swarmed out from the side of the mountain ridge where the carriages were located, surrounding the carriages like dumplings. Even if the group of escorts wanted to escape, there was no way for them to do so. Haha. While everyone's expression changed, Xiao Jian was covering his mouth and laughing. That's right, he had nothing on him now. His primordial stones had long been used up. He was the only one who wasn't afraid of the mountain bandits. Nain, a loud roar came from the front left of the carriages. A yellow horse turned out from the mountain ridge. The man on the horse was 20 feet tall. He held a long saber in his hand and shouted, "This road is opened by me." Then, there was another loud roar that was even louder than before. A bull-like mount came out from the back of the carriage. There was also a valiant person sitting on it, and he shouted with a ferocious face, "This tree was planted by me." Soon after, the man stopped talking again. Only some of the bandits on the left were beating their gongs with all their might. When the sound of the gongs faded away, 2 more burly bandits appeared from the front and the right of the caravan. They shouted, "If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll." That was the best song of all time. Strange, what's going on? Xiaohua was puzzled. He looked around and asked in a low voice, "Daoist?" The quick-witted Lu Yi had already opened his eyes. He wasn't nervous at all. He smiled and said, "These 4 mountain bandits belong to 4 different strongholds." They said 4 sentences at the same time, which means that the 4 of them will attack together today. I think they found out about the bet a few days ago and attracted the attention of the 4 strongholds at the same time. Normally, they would take turns and only come out when it's the turn of the village. Well, that's the only way. Xiao Hua came to a realization. He had clearly killed all the birds that were sending messages, and he hadn't seen any suspicious birds flying over these past few days. How could these bandits know the exact amount of treasures in these carriages? Perhaps this was the only explanation. However, what Xiao Hua didn't know was that although he was cautious, he still made a mistake. Among the information that the birds brought, in addition to the information about the trading company, there was also information about Xiao Hua and the others' Daoist identities, and also a warning to the bandits not to make a move. However, since Xiao Hua had killed these birds, the mountain bandits naturally wouldn't be able to find out about the warning. Naturally, they would come out to intercept him, especially with the existence of Xiao Jian, the Taoist master. Even if these bandits knew about this, would they let go of this great opportunity to make a fortune? Since Lu Yi knew about it, the other escorts would also know about it. Some of the escorts had already urged their horses forward to collude with the bandits. Xiao Hua put away his doubts and released his divine sense. He watched with interest as the righteous and evil sides discussed over there. This familiar scene made him believe even more firmly that his original home was in the hidden Immortal continent. He was being chased by 2 nascent soul experts, but unexpectedly he profited from a disaster and returned to his homeland. The collusion only lasted for a short moment before both sides broke down. It wasn't that the bandits wanted too much, it was that the escorts and the trading company wanted to give too little. Immediately, the sounds of fighting rang out. Under the escort of the escorts, the workers of the carriages risked their lives to break out of the encirclement. The bandits from all directions also raised their weapons and charged forward. When both sides came into contact, casualties immediately appeared. Although there were many bandits, the majority of them weren't skilled in martial arts. Although there were few escorts, they were all experts. Most of the miserable screams came from the mouths of the bandits. The escorts and escorts were rarely injured. Just like this, the carriages once again charged forward for a distance of several dozen zhang. Xiao Hua and the others were also very depressed. At first, Xianxia followed behind the carriages. Later, the bandits chased from behind. When Xianxia prepared to meet the enemy, those bandits actually let go of the worn-out carriages in the carriages. They didn't even look at Xiao Hua and the others. They directly passed by and challenged the escorts guarding the carriages. Xiao Hua looked at these ant-like bandits and didn't know how to deal with them. He was a nascent soul cultivator. Although he could casually attack and these several hundred bandits wouldn't be able to leave their lives behind, could he do it? Could he make the lightning from the 9 heavens fall on the heads of these bandits who didn't have any magic power? Even if these bandits' steel blades were once stained with blood. Immortal Elder! Immortal Elder! In the distance, a faint shout sounded. When it entered Xiao Hua's ears, it was Qi Jin's cry for help. Xiao Hua glanced at Xiao Jian, who seemed to be rejoicing in other people's misfortune, and didn't seem to have any reaction to this cry for help. Xiao Hua instructed, "Ya, go, help Elder Qi." Yes, Xianxia had long wanted to move. Now that he heard Xiao Hua, he immediately jumped up from the carriage. "Take the weapon." Xiao Hua waved his hand and threw the magic wand to Xianxia. With the magic wand in his hand, Xianxia was like a tiger with wings. He leaped into the air among the bandits. Every shadow of the wand would break the bones of the bandits. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He was invincible and was about to reach Qi Jin. "You brat." At this time, on the mountain ridge to the right of the carriage, a fat monk holding a crescent moon spade roared. He urged his donkey-like mount to rush down the mountain ridge. The monk's chest was bare. His 2-inch-long black hair danced in the mountain wind. When he waved the crescent moon spade, it made a woo-woo sound like a ghost's cry. The donkey was even more strange. When it wagged its tail, It was actually twice as fast as a horse. It rushed down the mountain ridge as if it was flat ground. In a few breaths, it had already arrived in front of Xianxia. "Have a taste of my staff." The fat monk roared again. With a woo sound, the crescent moon spade smashed down with earth-shattering force. Clang! Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his magic wand to meet the attack. With a deafening sound, the fat monk and the donkey were stopped and almost moved back half a foot. Xianxia was shaken off the mountain path. His whole body somersaulted a few times in the air, but he could not dissipate the huge force. After landing on the ground, he was pushed back several feet before he could stabilize himself. Looking at the area between Xianxia's thumb and index finger, there was a faint trace of blood. The area between his thumb and index finger was actually split by this attack. Awesome! Xianxia's eyes flashed with a fanatical expression. His legs moved, and with a trembling hand, he waved the magic wand and rushed toward the fat monk. Haha! The fat monk also laughed and urged the donkey to fight with Xianxia. The fat monk was also very good. The crescent moon spade flew up and down. It was a match for Xianxia. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was no clear winner. However, Xiaohua could see that Xianxia did not have many moves, but each of his moves was dangerous, forcing the fat monk to be tired. Coupled with the weight of the magic wand, Xianxia gradually gained the upper hand. Although the fat monk's moves were very tight, his strength was slightly inferior to Xianxia's. He also did not have Xianxia's fearless fierceness. Soon he was at a disadvantage. He might be fine for now, but after a long time, he would definitely be defeated. Fake monk. You also have a day like this. The fierce man who had been standing at the back of the caravan on his bull-like mount laughed loudly. He raised the steel spear in his hand and shouted, "Second brother G, if you don't help me, that cheap sister of yours will be a widow." The fat monk was finally able to catch his breath under the shadow of Xianxia's staff and shouted loudly. Just as the fat monk finished speaking, the sound of a staff whistling interrupted the fat monk's shout. "This old man is coming." The fierce man called Second Brother G urged the old bull under him. The bull's hooves actually emitted a faint smoke, and it rushed toward Xianxia. Xiaohua sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the sound of hurried horse hooves in the distance. A clear and slightly childish voice sounded. "Bold mountain bandit, you actually dare to do such a wicked thing in broad daylight." "Eat my sword." Not only was Xiaohua shocked, even Second Brother Ji, who was about to attack Xianxia, turned around to look. Dozens of feet away, there was a large green horse. On the horse, there was a scholar who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. This scholar was wearing a green scholar's robe. His thin lips were tightly shut, and he held a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand. Under his sword-like eyebrows, his bright eyes flashed with hatred. Although the green horse's back was as bumpy as waves, the scholar stood steadily on the horse's back. When he got a little closer, the scholar's figure jumped from the horse's back. Using the horse's momentum, he rushed into the air and pierced toward Second Brother G like a wild goose. "Still wet behind the ears, little brat. You don't even dare to tell me your name, and you actually dare to be so serious with your grandfather." Second Brother G saw that the sword light was like a star, sweeping through the air and piercing toward him. He couldn't help but sneer. Pointing his spear in the air, he roared and turned around to meet the scholar flying toward him. Clang, clang, clang. The scholar's robe fluttered in the air. The sword light was like a floating frost, and the steel spear was like a horned plum blossom in the flying frost. The moment the scholar and the bandit met face to face, they immediately exchanged several moves. The scholar's figure was forced to dodge in the air by the bandit. After borrowing the force of the attack several times, he finally had no choice but to land on the side of the mountain ridge. Where did this scholar come from? Second Brother G seemed to be somewhat afraid of this scholar. He shook the steel spear in his hand and coldly said, "Which academy are you from? You have no business here, so you should leave early. You are not my opponent." Haha, in broad daylight, when is there a place in the hidden immortal continent where a thief can teach a scholar a lesson? The scholar waved his green sword, and a green light flashed. He coldly looked at second brother Ji and loudly said, I am not willing to tell you my name because you thieves don't deserve to hear my name. If you hear my name, it will be an insult to me for no reason. Chapter 3242. Ha, ignorant child. Second brother Ji laughs again, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. Don't you think about it, I and the others have been here for several years. How many people more powerful than you have yet to make a move? How could a child like you know about this? I don't know about the actions of others. I only know that the people of the world care about the world's affairs. We wanderers naturally have to care about the world's injustice, get rid of the world's evil deeds. The scholar is not afraid at all. He coldly snorts and says righteously, I boast that I am not good at learning, but I read books, practice etiquette, cultivate righteousness, and hold a 3-foot-long sword, so I should move forward and get rid of the world's evil deeds. Although I can't do what the ancient proverb says, but, if a bandit soldier commits an evil deed, I will kill him. If a bandit general commits an evil deed, I will also kill him. If we can't get rid of evil, what joy do we have in life? Laughing proudly in the world, getting rid of the universe, what fear do we have in death? Good. Xiaohua suddenly stood up from the carriage. This scholar's few words had instantly enlightened Xiaohua. His previous hesitation had all disappeared. He almost wanted to clap his hands and exclaim in admiration. Since you want to die, I will let you die. Killing a nameless scholar like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I don't believe that the academy can find my mountain stronghold. Second brother Ji is furious. A man of character will not change his name. I am the wanderer Yu Zhongquan. The scholar's eyes flash with determination. He knows that this battle points to disaster, so he clenches his teeth and says word by word. When the scholar's name enters his ears, Xiaohua's figure sways, and he almost falls down from the carriage. Yu Zhongquan? Xiaohua is dumbfounded, a bitter face, and a desolate call immediately flashes in his mind. Yu Zhongquan wanderer, you? Where are you? This is the end of the tragic love story of Little Cabbage in front of Tianmen Mountain, on the bank of the cold river, and also the last words of the malicious spirit Huang Yi before he fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Xiaohua didn't expect that this story would actually appear in the hidden immortal continent. This Yu Zhongquan is it that Yu Zhongquan? Xiaohua looked in that direction, inwardly pondering, is it the ranger Yu Zhongquan that Huang Yi mentioned? See no indecent, hear no indecent, speak no indecent, move no indecent? However, since his name is Yu Zhongquan and he is a ranger, how can I just stand by and watch? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as the green light between his brows flourished. Ripples instantly appeared in the air as tens of thousands of lightning bolts began to move, but just as Xiaohua was about to use the thunderclap lightning flash technique, his heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, a centipede that was several feet long and as thick as a fist flew out from the void. Right now, the Herculean centipede was completely different from before. On the black shell, there were some strange runes. These runes flashed with a faint black and gold light as the God Power centipede flew. The God Power centipede didn't have many legs before, but now, they were even longer. Thick black smoke was coming out of each leg. The smoke supported the God Power centipede as it floated in the air. Looking at the two most eye-catching sword-like antennae on its head, the cold light had long disappeared. At the sharp ends of the antennae, curved runes spread all over the antennae and landed on the top of the Herculean centipede's head. At that place, a faint golden rune formed into a strange rune that looked like a tadpole. Go! Xiaohua looked at the Herculean centipede and indifferently waved his hand. He wasn't afraid that the Herculean centipede wouldn't understand his meaning. Sure enough, as Xiaohua waved his hand, a gust of wind blew as the Herculean centipede urged the black smoke to charge at second brother Ji. Second brother Ji was also very powerful. He originally wanted to use his steel spear to kill Yu Zhongquan, but when he heard the wind, he immediately turned around. Seeing the Herculean centipede in the black cloud, he frowned and patted Yellow Ox. He pointed his steel spear at the sky and shouted, "Which immortal friend from the Black Cloud Ridge is here?" Unfortunately, the Herculean centipede didn't talk to him at all. The black cloud was activated, and the air within a few feet was condensed into a beam. As the Herculean centipede attacked second brother G felt like he was suffocating. Ah! Second brother G was shocked. He tried his best to use his steel spear to stab the Herculean centipede. Crack! The steel spear touched the centipede's feeler. The tip of the spear slid slightly and was unable to exert any force. Moreover, an inhuman force came from the shaft of the spear, causing the spear to be sent flying. Second brother G was scared witless. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, before he could think of a second idea, he saw another black smoke streaking across the sky. The Herculean centipede's antennae easily split second brother G and his mount in half. A gust of blood instantly rushed into the air. Seeing second brother G abandon him to deal with the Herculean centipede, Yu Zhongquan was a bit embarrassed and angry. However, before he could fly forward again, second brother G, who was extremely powerful in his eyes, was killed by the Herculean centipede in a flash. Yu Zhongquan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately after, a cold thing swept past his body, making Yu Zhongquan's hair stand on end. He immediately raised his Qingfeng sword and prepared to be on guard. However, before he could raise his Qingfeng sword, the Herculean centipede actually flew up again. It rode the black cloud and rushed in another direction. It seemed that its target was another bandit general. Who is this? Yu Zhongquan let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to look around, a young man who wasn't much older than him suddenly appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he almost screamed. This young man stood in front of Yu Zhongquan and didn't say anything. He only looked at Yu Zhongquan from head to toe. Under his curious gaze, he almost stretched out his hand and tore Yu Zhongquan apart to take a look. Sensing this malicious gaze, the goosebumps that had just appeared on Yu Zhongquan's skin again. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and raised the Qingfeng sword. As if to boost his courage, he anxiously asked, "You? Who are you?" This person was naturally Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at Yu Zhongquan with a smile, as if he was looking at something very interesting. When he heard Yu Zhongquan's question, he smiled and said, "Don't ask this Xiao first. This Xiao will ask you, you are Yu Zhongquan. How old are you? Where do you live? Are you married? Do you have a wife named Huang Yi? Where did you come from and where do you want to go?" Yu Zhongquan was stupefied. He looked at Xiaohua with extreme disbelief. He was simply drowned by Xiaohua's questions. After a while, he finally reacted and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Is your brain damaged?" As he spoke, Yu Zhongquan walked past Xiaohua in a few steps. He wanted to rush over and kill the mountain bandit, but strangely, Xiaohua smiled and appeared in front of Yu Zhongquan like a ghost. He said with a smile, "Yu Zhongquan, if this Xiao's brain is damaged, then I'm afraid there isn't anyone in this world with a good brain. How about this? This Xiao sees that you are a talented person and wants to matchmake you. Tell me, what kind of girl do you like? How about this Xiao introduce a little cabbage to you?" "Get out of the way." Yu Zhongquan's face was completely red. He pointed his Qingfeng sword at Xiaohua's nose and said, "This one knows that you are not a mountain bandit, so this one will not sacrifice you to my sword. But if you continue to slander this one and continue to nag like this, don't blame this one for being impolite. AI, you really don't know what's good for you." Xiaohua shrugged and retreated a few steps. He said helplessly, "This Xiao is the moon elder of the heavens. I fell into the mortal world and wanted to matchmake you a 10,000-year red string. If you are the moon elder, then this one is the sword immortal." Yu Zhongquan unhappily walked a few steps forward. As he spoke, his Qingfeng sword danced and rushed towards a mountain bandit. "Go wherever it's cool." All right. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, "The sky is cool. This Xiao will go to the sky and stay there." As he spoke, Xiaohua activated his flying talisman and flew into the air. He sat there with interest. You can go wherever you want. What does it have to do with this one?" Who would have thought that Yu Zhongquan would completely ignore him? His Qingfeng sword lifted the bandit's padao and stabbed towards the bandit's throat. The bandit's padao flashed. He originally wanted to defend and counterattack, but suddenly, panic flashed across the bandit's face. He actually did not dare to fight against Yu Zhongquan's Qingfeng sword and wanted to dodge. This bandit's underling was originally not Yu Zhongquan's opponent. If he fought with his life on the line, he might have been able to escape with his life. But now that he was so afraid, he only wanted to dodge. Naturally, after a few moves, his throat was stabbed by Yu Zhongquan and he died on the ground. Yu Zhongquan sneered. He ignored the blood on the tip of his sword and the bandit's eyes that were still open on the ground. He jumped up again and chased after another bandit. However, soon after, Yu Zhongquan was extremely puzzled as he discovered that he was really invincible. Not only did the sword light hit him, all the underlings were scared witless. Even before he could catch up, those bandits who saw his shadow also fled. This made him really excited. With righteousness in the chest, evil ghosts will be easily defeated. With righteousness in mind, one will fight 100 battles without hesitation. Yu Zhongquan could not help but roar towards the sky. He shouted with extreme joy, "Come, come, come, who dares to fight 300 rounds with me?" At this moment, Yu Zhongquan had already reached the side of the carriages. The originally terrified shop assistant's face was now filled with ecstasy. He welcomed Yu Zhongquan and shouted, "Thank you, Immortal Master, for your kindness. You're welcome, you're welcome." Yu Zhongquan was in high spirits. The Qingfeng sword in his hand trembled slightly as he responded proudly. But suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. "What? Immortal Master?" Yu Zhongquan suddenly turned around and saw Xiaohua standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He stood there with a smile, and there was an indescribable wretchedness in his eyes. Yes, the ranger Yu Zhongquan actually understood wretchedness in the eyes of the so-called Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. "You really are Immortal Master?" Yu Zhongquan's left hand trembled as he raised it. He pointed at Xiaohua and asked in shock. When Yu Zhongquan finished speaking, he felt that it was inappropriate. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. "This Xiao is Immortal Master?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Didn't I just tell you? This Xiao is the Moon Elder in the sky." Chapter 3243. Young Master, Young Master? Just as Xiaohua and Yu Zhongquan were talking, there was a rush of horse hooves in the distance. An old man with white hair and beard was also riding a big cyan horse. He rushed over without a care for his life. Although the old man's face was full of fear, the concern in his eyes was obvious. Seeing that the old man was about to catch up, Yu Zhongquan's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. He hurriedly shouted, "Seventh uncle, I'm fine." Hearing Yu Zhongquan's impatient answer, the old man's eyes showed a trace of comfort. Then he shouted behind him, "You too? Hurry up and save the young master. If anything happens to the young master, this old man will peel your skin and pull out your tendons." Behind the old man, there were also 2 large green horses. Riding on the horses were 2 men dressed in tight clothes. These 2 men held the same green sword as Yu Zhongquan. Although these 2 men urged their horses with all their might, their horses were clearly not as spirited as the old man's horse. Although the 2 men said yes, they were still unable to surpass the old man. "You two don't want to live anymore?" Seventh uncle was furious. He was respectful to Yu Zhongquan, but he was not polite to these 2 family guards. "Seventh uncle." The guard on the left smiled bitterly, "You are chasing the young master without a care for your life. This little one is also worried about the young master, but you gave the most handsome Jue Feng to the young master. This little one can't catch up." "That's right, seventh uncle." The guard on the right whispered, "Didn't you see that there is an immortal next to the young master? With that old man, wouldn't he be 100 times more useful than us?" "Fart, fart," seventh uncle shouted, "Daoists are all deceiving things. Even if that person has some skills, how can he be more assured than our Yu family? If you two don't go and protect him, this old man will break your legs." The two family guards smiled bitterly and hurriedly urged their Xian horses. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, the horses were not enough. In the end, they only arrived with seventh uncle. At this moment, Yu Zhongquan was no longer in high spirits like before. He was somewhat listless as he drooped his head and stood beside Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already landed, but he could clearly see that it wasn't because of him, but because of the old man who hadn't arrived yet. Sure enough, when the old man arrived before them, he didn't even bother to greet them. Instead, he immediately leaped to Yu Zhongquan's side and ran his hands all over Yu Zhongquan's body to make sure that he wasn't missing an arm or a leg. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and said earnestly, "Little young master, you are the precious treasure of our Yu clan, a piece of meat in our old ancestor's heart. Once you go out, seventh uncle." Yu Zhongquan's face turned red. He stole a glance at Xiaohua, who was still standing in the air, and complained, "There's a senior expert here. You should speak less." "Sigh, young master, it's not that this old servant wants to criticize you. Who would have thought that once Yu Zhongquan spoke, seventh uncle would become even more long-winded? This old servant has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. This old servant has walked more bridges than you have walked on roads. What kind of swindler has this old servant not seen? In the past, there were many Daoist priests who came to our Yu clan to eat and drink. Which one of them didn't bow to this old servant when they saw him? This old servant is very clear about their tricks. You sneaked out without telling your family. If this old servant hadn't discovered you early." "Seventh uncle?" Yu Zhongquan's face turned completely green. His deception of claiming to be a ranger was inadvertently exposed by seventh uncle. Yu Zhongquan's face suddenly disappeared. He didn't even have the courage to look at Xiaohua. He quickly walked towards his Xian horse. "Little young master, hee little young master." The two family guards hurriedly stood in front of Yu Zhongquan and pleaded, "If you return home, we will serve you on your horse. If you don't return to see your wife, we won't dare." Scram. Hearing his wife, Yu Zhongquan's face turned completely black. He angrily said, "This Shui Feng is this young master's mount. You dare not let this young master get on his horse?" "Seventh uncle, seventh uncle." A fat family guard anxiously said, "If little young master gets on Shui Feng, we won't be able to catch up." Cough cough. Seventh uncle coughed twice. He glanced at Xiaohua beside him and lightly said, "This Daoist priest, this is my Yu clan's private matter. It seems you can't stay here and watch, right? Although you're not a Confucian cultivator and don't know about seeing and hearing indecent things, there's no need for you to stay here and watch the show, right?" "Haha, indeed, indeed." Xiaohua looked at Yu Zhongquan with interest. It seemed the difference between what he thought and Yu Zhongquan was too far. He laughed several times and flew away. "Humph, swindler." Seventh uncle glanced at Xiaohua and then turned to Yu Zhongquan and said, "Little young master, if you want to hide for a few days, we can just treat it as playing." Xiaohua, who had been reprimanded as a swindler, was flying in the air. Everywhere he looked, there were bandits fleeing in a sorry state. Behind these bandits, there were dozens of bodyguards shouting and chasing after them. They seemed to be extremely happy. Above these bandits, the god power centipede was riding a black cloud. From time to time, it would swoop down. If it wasn't a flash of black light cutting the bandits into pieces, it would be like a black arrow piercing through the bandits' bodies. Wherever the black cloud went, it was truly invincible. No one dared to fight it. Hee. Xiaohua proudly looked at the god power centipede's devastation. He secretly said, "With this Xiao's identity, I naturally can't lower myself to the same level as these bandits." But this fake ranger who ran away from home said it well. "If the bandits commit evil deeds, I will kill them. If the bandits commit evil deeds, I will also kill them. Although these bandits can't take a single blow from this Xiao, how can I easily let them off with their evil deeds? This god power centipede, and little black and little yellow can help this Xiao. Anyway, there are a lot of evil spirits in this hidden immortal continent. Adding a few more of them won't make a difference." At this time, 3 of the 4 strongholds leaders had already been killed by the god power centipede. The last one was still fighting with Xianxia. However, looking at the panic on the fake monk's face and his scattered moves, it was likely that his mind had already collapsed. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Xianxia. The managers of the several companies, including Qi Jin, had already ordered the workers to tidy up the carriages and check the goods. They were ready to wait for the escorts to come back. As for Xiao Jian, his eyes followed the god power centipede as it flew up and down. He stared at it without blinking. It seemed that he was both confused and envious. Woo! With a sharp cry, the god power centipede seemed to have lost its target. It turned a few times in the air and rushed to the fat monk's head. The fat monk's face immediately turned pale. Taking advantage of this moment, Xianxia rushed close to the fat monk. He waved his magic wand and hit the fat monk's shoulder. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fat monk screamed miserably. Under this attack, the fat monk's shoulder bone was broken. He no longer had the strength to lift the weapon in his hand. The fat monk hurriedly shook the donkey and wanted to escape with the donkey. "Where are you going?" Xianxia roared. He jumped up and waved his magic wand at the fat monk's back. The fat monk was about to be killed by Xianxia. Pew! The sound of a fart as loud as spring thunder came from the donkey's tail. An incomparably foul smell mixed with black gas rushed towards Xianxia. Even the donkey's tail was like an iron rod that struck towards Xianxia's chest. Bang! Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He only had time to use his magic wand to block the donkey's tail. He himself fell to the ground with a fart that he had never heard before. His face turned black and green. Damn it, they are all weirdos. Xiaohua was unable to stand steadily in the air again. The incomparably powerful Xianxia was actually knocked out by the fart of the donkey. I wonder what he will think when he wakes up. Ouch, slow down. Since Xianxia was knocked out, the god's powered centipede naturally couldn't stand it. Without waiting for Xiaohua's orders, it immediately rushed down. The fat monk, who was already weak and numb, couldn't resist the god's powered centipede at all. Xiaohua still wanted to keep the strange little donkey, but it was already too late. Of course, Xianxia was poisoned by the strange little donkey and not simply fainted. However, in front of Xiaohua, this little bit of poison was nothing. A detoxification pill was enough to wake Xianxia up. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Yuanya's face wasn't more interesting than Yu Zhongquan's face. Instead, it was calm, as if being fainted by the fart of the donkey wasn't an extremely embarrassing thing. Ouch, this old man understands. Yuanya himself grew up in the forest. In his eyes, donkeys. Are there any differences between humans and donkeys? Xiaohua, who was watching the show, suddenly slapped his forehead and came to a realization. Since the 4 bandit generals were killed, the escorts who stayed behind to guard the carriages immediately sent out a signal. The escorts who were chasing after the bandits immediately gave up on their targets and returned. Their mission was to protect the carriages of the trading company, not to kill the bandits. Killing bandits was the job of the soldiers. The king of Jiasa country didn't pay them any money. However, all the escorts looked at the god's powered centipede with fear when they returned. In this battle, the one who deserved the most credit was naturally the god's powered centipede. The 4 bandit generals were beheaded, and more than 10 powerful bandits were killed by the god's powered centipede. If it weren't for the god's powered centipede, the escorts who represented justice wouldn't have been able to obtain victory. The escorts, who were the first to be dissatisfied with Xiaohua and then disdainful of Xiao Jian and the others, suddenly discovered their own shallowness. Their hearts filled with fear and anxiety, they each began to make their own plans. As soon as they returned to the side of the carriage, they began to discuss. Not long after, Qi Jin was pushed out by the crowd. He walked in front of Xiaohua with a smile on his face. At this moment, Xiaohua had just put the god's powered centipede into his space. He looked at Qi Jin with some confusion. "Senior Immortal," Qi Jin said cautiously. Although Senior Immortal disdained to make a move, Senior Immortal's spirit pet was very brave. It saved our trading company from the bandits. We just discussed that we are willing to pay half of the celestial stones we won from Senior Immortal's disciple. Chapter 3244. No need. Xiaohua smiled faintly. This old man has no disciple. The evil in this world must be dealt with by the righteous people. This old man killed these bandits because of this old man's actions. There's no reason for me to ask you for a reward. Yes. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't accept it, Qi Jin was a bit embarrassed. He knew that Xiaohua didn't want to interfere with their matters with Xiao Jian, so he answered while walking to Xiao Jian's side. As for how Xiao Jian would respond, Xiaohua didn't care. Because at this time, the so-called ranger Yu Zhongquan seemed to have reached some agreement with the Yu family's seventh uncle. Under the seventh uncle's lead, he came to Xiaohua. Seventh uncle cupped his hands and said, "This old man is Feng country's Yu family's servant, Yu Qi. Greetings to Daoist Xiao. From what my family's young master said, it was you who saved him. This old man was a bit slow in treating you. May I know where your Daoist temple is? This old man will report this matter to my family's head and ask him to send people to your Daoist temple to rebuild the Daoist temple and reconstruct the Daoist's golden body." Seeing seventh uncle flaunting his seniority and hearing seventh uncle call himself old man, Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. Old man is too polite. This Xiao doesn't deserve such a great reward. Moreover, this Xiao is also a wild crane with no place to stay. This Xiao appreciates old man's kindness. How can that be? Seventh uncle didn't give up. He shook his head and said, "My Yu family is a great scholarly family. My ancestors have passed down poems and books. Everyone in Feng country knows that my Yu family rules with etiquette. If you don't repay such a great favor, how can my Yu family face the world?" Damn it. Xiaohua saw that every word of seventh uncle's was a great scholarly family. Even if he didn't ask for repayment, he would tarnish the Yu family's reputation. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he waved his hand and said, "Old man's words are wrong." Seventh uncle was surprised and asked curiously, "What advice does Daoist have?" Although this Xiao isn't a scholarly cultivator, I admire the righteous spirit of scholarly cultivators. Just a few moments ago, the young master of the noble clan was facing hundreds of bandits and the leader of the bandits whom he could not resist at all. The young master said, "Read books, practice etiquette, cultivate righteousness, and hold a 3-foot sword. Then, we should move forward courageously and sweep away all evil in the world." Such words are like divine thunder from the 9 heavens that awaken this Xiao. He is only a scholar in his teens, but he can rely on the righteous spirit to reach the realm of, even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will still go forward. Isn't that the ranger in this Xiao's heart? Wasn't he one of the rare and magnificent men in the world? This Xiao is only fighting the enemy together with him, so what help is there? Old Sir is worried about the face of the scholarly cultivator clans, but I still have to worry about the face of my Dao sect. In the future, Old Sir must not mention this matter again. Xiaohua's words made seventh uncle's face glow. He naturally didn't know about Yu Zhongquan's performance. Although he looked down on the declining Dao sect and looked down on Xiaohua, Xiaohua did save Yu Zhongquan after all. At this time, he even praised Yu Zhongquan in such a lofty manner. His heart was already blooming with joy. He couldn't even close his mouth as he said with a smile, "Daoist Xiao is really exaggerating. Little Gongzi is still young and hasn't learned the true meaning of our Confucian cultivation. This is merely what I heard eldest Gongzi and my master often talk about." Words can be imitated, but righteous spirit is irreplaceable. Xiaohua disagreed. Facing the leader of the bandits who could easily kill him, your noble young master stepped forward bravely. This is definitely not some simple matter of hearing and seeing. It's all because your sect has taught your son well. Alas. Seventh uncle didn't expect Xiaohua to actually hold Confucian cultivators and his Yu family in such high esteem. It seemed that Xiaohua didn't have any barrier between Dao sect and Confucian cultivators. He was very happy in his heart and looked at Xiaohua a lot more pleasing to the eye. When he heard Xiaohua's last words, he couldn't help but sigh. Daoist Xiao may not know, but this old man has watched little Gongzi grow up. Think of the little baby who peed on this old man's neck when he was young. Seventh uncle? Yu Zhongquan's face was as red as a red cloth. he threatened. If you keep talking, I'll leave. Hey, I won't say. Seventh uncle was full of smiles, as if he had forgotten his previous vigilance. He asked Xiaohua, where is Daoist Xiao going? If you have time, how about we go together? Hee. Xiaohua laughed and replied, this Xiao wants to go to Bronze Pillar State, but I don't know if I'm going the same way as you. Before seventh uncle could speak, Yunya walked back and handed over the cleaned magic wand to Xiaohua. He said respectfully, thank you for the weapon, Daoist Xiao. And Xiaohua took it and put it into his space. He looked at Yu Zhongquan and smiled. Yunya, this is Yu Zhongquan, the descendant of Yifeng State's great Confucian. You didn't see him when you were fighting just now. He actually dared to fight a bandit leader by himself. His courage is definitely out of the ordinary. I'm Yu Zhongquan. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Yu Zhongquan had already seen Yunya who fought the fat monk. Yuanya's bravery made him admire him. Now that he had the chance, how could he not know how to befriend him? He hurriedly bowed and said, I'm Yu Zhongquan. Although Yuanya wasn't good with words, hearing Yu Zhongquan's courage, he also looked at him in a new light and hurriedly returned the greeting. However, after the two greeted each other, they didn't know what to say after a few words. The scene was quite awkward. Xiaohua waved his hand again. Lu Yi, Yuanya isn't good with words. Come over here. You're both young people. You should get to know each other. Yes, Daoist priest. Lu Yi didn't dare to move around in the carriage for fear of causing trouble. Now that he heard the call, he hurriedly slipped down from the carriage. Mighty. In front of the carriages, there were already shouts from the escort agency. Obviously, they were about to set off again. Xiaohua smiled and said, Old sir, please. Young people have their own topics. We have our own matters. How about we chat as we go? Xiaohua was very concerned about the matter between Yu Zhongquan and Huang Yi. Naturally, he also looked at the people of the Yu clan in a new light. He really wanted to get to know Yu Zhongquan better. Of the two Yu clan guards who didn't announce their names, one accompanied Yu Zhongquan, while the other led Zhui Feng, which Yu Zhongquan was riding before, over and asked seventh uncle to get on the horse. Seventh uncle lifted his leg and got on the saddle horse. He said to Xiaohua with a smile, Hee, this old man is already old. I'm 82 years old. Daoist priest Xiao has the ability to retain one's youthful appearance. This old man can't see how old Daoist priest is compared to this old man. This. Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. After thinking for a bit, he smiled and said, Old sir's age is really not young. However, old sir's skills are vigorous and not inferior to ordinary people. Even if you say you're 60 years old, this Xiao would still believe it. Ha, seventh uncle laughed heartily. This old man only received the clan head's generous gift to practice the clan's secret arts. Although I can't achieve great success and can't sweep away the demons in the region like the little Gongzi and the others, but when it comes to condensing qi and blood, there's no harm in moving nimbly. Otherwise, how could the heavy responsibility of following the little Gongzi fall on this old man's shoulders? Besides, this old man is nothing. My clan's previous clan head was over 100 years old, but he was still able to wield a 3-foot-long sword and kill the Xuanyang water bandits leader. That's what you call amazing. At this point, seventh uncle came to a realization and said with a smile, That's right. At this point, this old man still hasn't asked for Daoist priest Zhao's name. Daoist priest Xiao also doesn't seem to have mentioned my age. Xiaohua sighed. Looking at seventh uncle's somewhat arrogant smile, he didn't know how to answer. It seemed that the so-called desire to win or lose wasn't only commonly seen in battles and gambling, it was also commonly seen in ordinary speech. It wouldn't wear out because of a person's age. Or perhaps seventh uncle felt that he didn't have Xiaohua's divine abilities and wanted to find a balance in these minor details. Xiaohua just couldn't answer this question. Even he himself didn't know his true age. If he counted from the Dawn Rain continent's Shanghua Ming, perhaps he was close to 200 years old, right? However, even if Xiaohua said the most reliable and also the shortest age at this time, would seventh uncle believe him? My surname is Xiao and my given name is Hua. At this point, Xiaohua faintly smiled. I already don't know how old I am this year. I only know that the last time I went into seclusion was 100 years ago. At this point, Xiaohua suddenly remembered that he didn't know how long it had been since he entered the eye of the sea and woke up in front of the river and tide temple several dozen days ago. Seventh uncle stared blankly, then immediately smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Daoist priest Xiao is truly a deity. This old man admires you. Ha! Xiaohua also laughed heartily and casually cupped his hands. He knew in his heart that seventh uncle's deity didn't mean that he was a deity in cultivation, but rather a deity who bragged. He didn't mind. Wasn't his true situation what Xiao Jian, this so-called Daoist priest, often bragged about? He also didn't need to explain anything to seventh uncle. The carriages continued to move forward. Lu Yi Yuanya and Yu Zhongquan were chatting at the front. From time to time, some laughter could be heard. Seventh uncle looked at Yu Zhongquan's beaming face and felt happy in his heart. He unconsciously told Xiaohua everything that Yu Zhongquan didn't want to say. The Yu family was a scholarly family of Yifeng country. It could be said that the entire Yifeng country was supported by the Yu family. Even the king of Yifeng country had to bow his head and greet the Yu family. The Yu family had many heirs and many side branches. Yu Zhongquan was the youngest among the main branches. Yu Zhongquan was exceptionally intelligent since childhood. He was familiar with poetry and books at a very young age. When he was a little older, he had thoroughly read the classics of the scholarly families. He would often put forward his own unique views and was doted on by the family head. Furthermore, he was also expected to produce another great grandmaster in the Yu family, or even a literary sage. Unfortunately, Yu Zhongquan's cultivation path was out of everyone's expectations. When he first stepped on the path of refining essence into qi, it was very easy, but when he started cultivating, it was abnormally difficult. Others used a day's effort, but he could only use 10 days to achieve it. The true qi in his chest couldn't be refined and purified. Now, he was already 14 or 15 years old, but he was still in the realm of a scholar. This was still nothing. After all, the Yu family had many scholarly disciples. What kind of situation hadn't they seen before? They also had corresponding secret techniques to deal with it. But what puzzled others the most was Yu Zhongquan's ambition. Yu Zhongquan wanted to be a ranger, not the great grandmaster that the Yu family had in mind. What was a ranger? The ranger that seventh uncle spoke of was very different from what Xiaohua thought. Chapter 3245. What was a ranger? A ranger sounded very awe-inspiring. In the eyes of many people, it was a swordsman who traveled all over the world, upholding justice and helping the weak. Many of the chivalrous stories passed down by word of mouth in the secular world were also related to rangers. Rangers were almost synonymous with justice in people's minds. However, in fact, in the eyes of Confucian cultivators, especially in the eyes of those great Confucian families, rangers were synonymous with debauches. They were people who couldn't cultivate Confucian cultivation techniques and couldn't practice sword qi. They could only rely on their mediocre swordsmanship and wander around, idling around. In the eyes of great Confucian scholars, these people were all poor and destitute, abandoned children who couldn't accomplish anything. In short, they were a group of Confucian cultivators who didn't care for their grandparents and didn't love their uncles. They were a different branch of Confucian cultivators, but in fact, in the eyes of Confucian cultivators, they were just wild foxes. In particular, these rangers didn't care about etiquette, morality, honor, and shame. They were like male dogs in heat, teasing good women everywhere, destroying their chastity, and then patting their hands. They once again wandered around the world. They even said that they were in love with each other, so there was no need to spend all their time together. Rangers are the scum of us Confucian cultivators. Listening to seventh uncle's somewhat teeth-gnashing shout, Xiaohua almost thought that some of seventh uncle's women had an affair with the rangers. However, after listening to seventh uncle's words, he finally understood that it wasn't seventh uncle's personal grudge with the rangers, but a group of great Confucian families who followed the rules and regulations of this free and undisciplined lifestyle. Confucian cultivators are upright cultivators between heaven and earth. Oh, Daoist Xiao, it's not that this old man wants to slander your Daoist school, but Daoist school steals the essence of heaven and earth for their own use, not thinking of giving back to heaven and earth for marriage, which is exactly what we Confucian cultivators despise. The disciples of Confucian cultivators should read the books of the sages, know etiquette, know right and wrong, hold the outline of heaven and earth, and follow the rules of heaven and earth. Use the outline of heaven and earth to rule the world, conduct yourself properly, and don't use the thoughts in your heart to kill. Seventh uncle looked at Xiao Hua with some disdain and said, even if you want to eliminate evil and punish evil, you should use the methods of Confucian cultivators to punish, and not use your own evil. Rule by law, rule by law. This is the difference between us Confucians and you Daoists. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he could also be considered a Confucian cultivator, and his Confucian cultivation was even higher than seventh uncle's, this was the first time he had heard words that integrated the principles of heaven and earth into people's daily actions and into the management of a country. Although seventh uncle's words were not without bias, Xiao Hua still felt as if he had been enlightened. He had already realized this when he was in the Dawn Rain continent. There weren't any restrictions between the three kingdoms of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators would draw their swords against each other from time to time and kill each other for their treasures. There were countless cases of greed at the sight of wealth. Isn't this just the lack of the Confucian cultivation method that seventh uncle mentioned? This Dharma was like the heavenly Tao of Taoism. All kinds of cultivation were under the heavenly Tao. One could comprehend the heavenly Tao, but one could not provoke the heavenly Tao. The Dharma of Confucianism was the heavenly Tao. If one violated the Dharma, they would be punished by the Dharma. Naturally, the heavenly Tao was far grander than the Dharma. The Dharma was merely a small shadow of the heavenly Tao under the governance of Confucianism. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, seventh uncle said proudly, although this old man is not good at our Confucian cultivation method, I often read the historical records of our Yu clan's ancestors. From the ancient history, Taoism didn't follow the rules, didn't know etiquette, and didn't establish the Dharma. This was why they lost their own rules. If you say they were annihilated by our immortal and Buddhist sects, it would be better to say they lost their way. They lost their direction of survival under your so-called heavenly Tao. Seeing that seventh uncle was talking nonsense again, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Old sir, some of your words are indeed enlightening and deafening. This Xiao can't deny it. However, if you want to generalize and use Dharma to cover up the annihilation of Taoism, it's not appropriate. No matter if it's Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism, they are all cultivation paths between heaven and earth. Although their paths are different, their directions and goals are not necessarily different. Since each of them can exist, they naturally have their own reasons for existing. Old sir, you're pointing out the annihilation of Taoism right now. Your words have evidence, but maybe there are other reasons. You're pointing out the annihilation of Confucianism and Buddhism with similarly conclusive evidence? Nonsense. Seventh uncle felt that Xiao Hua was speechless and was acting shamelessly here. He smiled and said, no matter where it is, Dharma is the epitome of heavenly Tao. Everything must be done under Dharma. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He pointed behind him and said, take those bandits from before for example. Exterminating bandits is an act of the country, the duty of the officers and soldiers. What we need to do is to capture them and send them to the government, not to let you kill them yourself. Oh, that's right, this old man was talking to you about the ranger. This ranger carries on your Taoism's idea of freedom. He does whatever he wants and doesn't respect Dharma. As the saying goes, a ranger uses martial arts to break the law. A ranger only emphasizes martial arts, not Dharma. He kills as he pleases. How can he enter the hall of elegance? This. Xiao Hua touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, as far as this Xiao knows, these bandits seem to have some connections with the government. If we send them to the government, it may not be of any use. Even if someone sends them to the government, I'm afraid that they will suffer some kind of retaliation. Moreover, if this Xiao only wants to capture these bandits, there will certainly be some misgivings. The difficulty will also increase. Since they have blood on their hands, why can't this Xiao enforce justice on behalf of heaven? For you, no matter who you are, you're only a human. You're a Daoist. What qualifications do you have to enforce justice on behalf of heaven? What evidence do you have that they have blood on their hands? If you kill them, won't you be the same as them? Seventh uncle seemed to have been prepared for this and asked several questions in succession. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose until it was somewhat red. He really didn't know how to answer. As for the government colluding with them, that's just your guess. Even if it's true, it's just the actions of some scum in the government. All the more reason you should hand this matter over to their king and let their king punish them according to the law. Seventh uncle lectured again. When it came to speaking, Xiao Hua had always been weak. He didn't understand the ancient records of Confucian cultivators and so on. At this time, he was even more unable to answer. In his opinion, if he wanted to answer, it could only be the words of Buddhism. If I don't enter the cycle of reincarnation, who will enter the cycle of reincarnation? Taking all the sins on oneself, let's see how Confucian cultivators deal with it. It was a pity that Xiao Hua wasn't bald. He feared that he wouldn't be able to answer in such a way to convince seventh uncle. At this time, Yu Zhongquan, who had been eavesdropping from the front, faintly said, "Seventh uncle, what should you say about Confucian using literature to violate the law?" When seventh uncle heard this, he was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. He angrily said, "This old man only knows that heroes use martial arts to violate the law. The laws of this world are all made by us Confucian cultivators. Who would use literature to interfere? There's no need to mention this kind of nitpicking theory." Speaking up to here, seventh uncle said, "Little Gongzi, my Yu family is a great Confucian cultivator family. There are many ancient records in our family. You only need to read the books of the sages in our family. Why don't you look at the teachings of other schools?" Who would have thought that Yu Zhongquan wouldn't pay attention to seventh uncle at all? He only said one sentence and hooked up with Lu Yi again. Lu Yi had always been clever. He was very congenial with Yu Zhongquan. The two of them talked passionately. If it weren't for the fact that they were on the main road, the two of them would have already beheaded a chicken and burned yellow paper. Although Yuanya didn't speak much, Lu Yi would ask him from time to time, so he didn't seem lonely. Alas, this child. Seventh uncle couldn't help but smile bitterly. He's always so unconvinced. No wonder old madam wants to arrange a marriage for him. Oh! When he heard about Yu Zhongquan's marriage, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He asked, "I wonder which family's young lady is worthy of your noble son?" When it came to good things in the family, seventh uncle couldn't help but show off. He didn't need Xiao Hua to ask and had already explained the matter clearly. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, this young lady's surname wasn't Huang, but Chang. She was the descendant of a great Confucian family in Xen country. She was well matched with the Yu family. Although the two families had the idea of marriage, the children of the two families were still young and didn't mention the agenda. Now that Xen country had an urgent matter that required Yifeng country's help, in order to find a suitable reason, Chang family took the initiative to propose marriage. Since Yu family had the intention of forming an alliance, the two families hit it off and settled this marriage. Yifeng country could legitimately send troops to Xen country. This was originally a good thing that would benefit both the country and the family. However, when it came to Yu Zhongquan, it was tantamount to a bolt from the blue. He had always had the ideal of being a ranger. He hoped to wield a 3-foot-long sword and sweep away all the injustices in the region. Now that he was trapped by marriage, how could he allow himself to be captured? Therefore, before the engagement ceremony was completed, he fled from home. Yu family's old ancestor felt sorry for Yu Zhongquan, so he sent seventh uncle and 2 family guards to protect him. He also brought Zhui Feng along. When seventh uncle caught up to Yu Zhongquan, he naturally gave Zhui Feng to Yu Zhongquan. Who knew that Yu Zhongquan would ride a horse and flee? Seventh uncle and the other 2 chased after him bitterly. If they hadn't been robbed by bandits, the 3 of them probably wouldn't have been able to catch up to Yu Zhongquan. Ha ha ha, with little friend Yu's character, as long as you practice a little more in the future, this Confucian cultivator's flying sword will definitely reach great success. Old Sir doesn't need to be too worried. Xiao Hua laughed heartily when he heard this and looked at Yu Zhongquan with interest. Although Yu Zhongquan wasn't a ranger right now and didn't even have the means of a ranger, he was able to pull out a sword at a critical moment. Others could call him stupid or rash, but Xiao Hua just happened to like this kind of righteous person. For this kind of person who would rather throw away his life for his own ideals, how bad could his character be? Hearing Xiao Hua mention the Confucian cultivator's flying sword, seventh uncle sneered and said without any trace of politeness, Daoist priest must also have some magical powers, but do you know what the real magical powers of us Confucian cultivators are? It's not those people who hold a treasure sword, nor are it those swordsmen who step on a flying sword and spit out a flying sword to take a person's head from 1,000 miles away. It's those great scholars who set the universe with a single word and soar to the 9 heavens. My Yu family's little Gongzi didn't walk on the righteous path of Confucian cultivators, but why did he walk on the path of flying sword? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said curiously, I can understand a single word and soar to the 9 heavens, but what about setting the universe with a single word? Chapter 3246. The world is deteriorating day by day, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. People have always been opportunistic and eager for quick success. Seventh uncle snorted, even Confucian cultivators can't help but be contaminated. They gave up on the great magical powers of their ancestors and only focused on weapons. The sharpness of weapons, the heart of people, and the skillfulness of power can hurt the heavens. Although the flying sword is sharp, it is too frivolous. People today are opportunistic. I won't take it. The reason why we Confucian cultivators are called Confucians is because we use words and literature as the foundation, qi and blood as the bones. This kind of magical power is the real magical power of Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua was confused and asked curiously, could it be that reading words and literature can defeat the enemy? Why not? Seventh uncle said proudly, the mighty power of Confucian cultivators can defeat ghost qi with just words and kill evil spirits with a single word. See? Xiao Hua suddenly realized and almost lost his voice. I finally understand. Of course, at the bank of Liao River, Emo Jianli took out a small book. After opening it, hundreds of armor inscriptions bloomed inside. Weren't these armor inscriptions hitting the shrimp soldiers and crab generals like talismans? However, Emo Jianli didn't have enough energy, so those armor inscriptions couldn't exert more power, so they didn't show anything. Armor inscriptions. Green seal inscriptions. Gold seal inscriptions. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Yes, since the green seal inscriptions have earth-shattering power, and the gold seal inscriptions can also have the power of Buddhist mantras in the mouth of Buddha relics, then why can't the armor inscriptions? Oh, Taoist priest, you know the power of Confucian cultivators? Seventh uncle was a little surprised. Xiao Hua smiled and told him about Emo Jianli's book. Seventh uncle nodded slightly and said with a smile, I understand. The power of the armor inscriptions is passed down from ancient times. That book is the ancient imperial weapon of Confucian cultivators. It is preserved in some Confucian sections. It is one of the magical powers that I mentioned. What I said is also commonly used by Confucian families, but it is different. As he spoke, seventh uncle raised his hand and carefully took out a scroll from his bosom. He waved it in front of Xiao Hua's eyes and said with a smile, if I hadn't met Daoist priest earlier, I would have relied on this scroll if I wanted to rescue young Master Xiao from the hands of the bandits. This item, Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and felt that this scroll was filled with a kind of overwhelming righteous energy. This righteous energy was like a sharp sword, and the scroll was basically unable to contain it. Can I take a look? Xiao Hua asked curiously. He, of course. As seventh uncle spoke, he opened his hand, and the so-called scroll opened in the wind. Xiao Hua looked at the slowly unfolding scroll, and his pupils shrank. It was a scroll that was 1 foot wide and 3 feet long. Inside the scroll, there was the word, "Wen," written in a flamboyant style. This word was not the inscription armor, but the common language of the hidden immortal continent. However, the strokes of this word were like swords, and it contained a great righteousness. Instead of saying that it was written on the scroll, it was better to say that it was floating on it. The scroll trembled slightly, and the word seemed like it was going to fly out. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua felt a kind of tyranny in his eyes, and a kind of suppressive fierceness came from the word. It was as if he was slightly unconvinced, it would fly out and attack. "How is it?" Seventh uncle smiled and said, "Daoist priest doesn't seem to be an evil person. Otherwise, this scroll wouldn't need to be activated by qi or true qi, and it would automatically attack. If it was before, as long as I opened this scroll, the bandit leader would definitely turn into ashes in this word." Xiao Hua scanned the word with his divine sense, and a kind of strong repulsive force was born. He nodded and said, "The power of Confucian cultivators really exceeded my expectations. This great Tao really is endless. I still have a lot to learn." Seventh uncle couldn't understand what Xiao Hua was saying. How could he know that Xiao Hua himself was also a Confucian cultivator? He laughed loudly and said, "Unfortunately, Daoist priest has already entered the evil path and is going further and further away. If Daoist priest goes into seclusion for another 100 years, you won't even see this word." It seemed that seventh uncle didn't believe Xiao Hua's words of seclusion for 100 years. It seems like that's really the case. Xiao Hua didn't expose him and laughed as well. He watched seventh uncle carefully put away the scroll. There was no greed in his eyes. Seventh uncle also seemed to have realized that his expression when looking at Xiao Hua was a bit different from before. After all, with Xiao Hua's cultivation level that could save Yu Zhongquan, it wasn't necessarily impossible for him to snatch this scroll. Seventh uncle's heart, which had been worried for a long time, finally calmed down. After talking for a long time and walking for a long time, it was time to rest. The Yu family's guards had already prepared some dried meat and offered it to Yu Zhongquan and seventh uncle. Seventh uncle naturally gave it to Xiao Hua politely, but Xiao Hua only smiled and shook his head. As for Yu Zhongquan, he naturally wanted to share the dried meat with Yuan Ya and Lu Yi, but he only saw the two shaking their heads. Yu Zhongquan was surprised and asked in a low voice. Lu Yi originally lied perfunctorily, but after hearing Xiao Hua's voice transmission, he didn't hide it and whispered to Yu Zhongquan. Yu Zhongquan's eyes lit up and he looked back at Xiao Hua several times. Xiao Hua smiled and waved at Yu Zhongquan, hinting him to come over. Yu Zhongquan was also very generous. He walked over and bowed. "Immortal Master, I heard that Taoists have immortal fruits that can stop one from eating for several days. I always thought that it was just a legend. Although I'm a great Confucian cultivator, after cultivating to a certain extent, I can also transcend the mortal world. But..." "Little Gongzi," seventh uncle smiled and said, "I don't know whether Taoists have such things or not. But I know that Master has already cultivated to the point where he doesn't need to eat. If you cultivate diligently, you can also achieve it. Grandpa is so hungry that he's skin and bones. In my opinion, it's better to eat more." Yu Zhongquan said disdainfully. "Little Gongzi." Seventh uncle felt a bit embarrassed and said anxiously, "How can you say that about Master?" Xiao Hua naturally knew Yu Zhongquan's thoughts. Now that he was very rebellious, not only did he think that his little wife who hadn't married him was bad, he also thought that everything in his family was bad. He didn't cherish anything that Confucian cultivators had. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up everything to become a ranger. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out 2 spirit jujubes and handed them to Yu Zhongquan. He said with a smile, "These things are just snacks for me when I'm not hungry." "Thank you, Immortal Master." Yu Zhongquan took them and immediately put them to his mouth. He seemed to have heard Lu Yi say that he could only eat them in small bites. However, he didn't eat them yet. He immediately handed the other spirit jujube to seventh uncle and said, "Seventh uncle, Can you taste it for me first and see if it's poisonous? Seventh uncle was originally very dissatisfied with Yu Zhongxuan calling Xiaohua Immortal Master, but seeing Yu Zhongxuan being so filial, the dissatisfaction in his heart had already dissipated. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Little Gongzi, if you like it, you can eat it yourself." "Don't!" Yu Zhongxuan shouted, "You came to protect me. If I accidentally take poison, how will you explain it to your family? You should eat it first." The seventh uncle's eyes were a little moist. He took the spirit jujube and was about to put it into his mouth. "Seventh uncle." Xiaohua looked at the warm scene and said with a smile, "If this spirit jujube doesn't have true qi, you can only eat it in small bites. You can use the Confucian cultivation method to refine this spirit jujube. Of course, I don't know if it's possible." This seventh uncle was stunned. He classified Xiaohua as a swindler. Just now, he earnestly taught him for a long time. Who would have thought that at this time, he would actually take out a spirit jujube? Seventh uncle knew what a spirit jujube was, but the Yu family was a Confucian family, so they were somewhat repulsed by Taoism. He always felt that using a spirit jujube was a heretical method. How could he take this kind of thing? Yu Zhongquan certainly understood what seventh uncle was thinking. He didn't care about it. He picked up the spirit jujube and took a small bite. While savoring the fragrance of the spirit jujube, he also felt the impact of the spirit jujube in his body. Wow! After a moment, Yu Zhongquan extremely exaggeratedly shouted, "Seventh uncle, if you don't eat it, you will regret it. This is even more delicious than the dragon saliva pear of Green Lotus Mountain." "Hee hee." Seventh uncle only smiled and said, "If that's the case, why don't you thank Daoist priest?" Yes, thank you Daoist priest," Yu Zhongquan hurriedly said. His eyes were still staring at Xiaohua's sleeve. Looking at his greedy appearance, this was the temperament of a 14 or 15-year-old youth. How could he be a rebellious youth who left home to travel without permission? "I still have some, I'll give them to you together." Xiaohua was somewhat amused. With a wave of his hand, he took out a small handful and handed it to Yu Zhongquan, "But these things can't be eaten often." Yu Zhongquan was wild with joy. He didn't understand why this Daoist priest, who he didn't know, was so fond of him. Xiaohua said in all seriousness, "It's very simple. Because after eating these, you won't want to eat the food of the secular world. You can't fast, so in the future, won't you starve to death?" This kid knows. Yu Zhongquan laughed heartily. He felt that Xiaohua's words were very interesting. He took these spirit jujubes and ran to Lu Yi and Yuan Ya's side, giving 2 or 3 to each of them. Xiaohua looked at seventh uncle again. He had already hidden the spirit jujubes, so Xiaohua didn't mention this and casually chatted with seventh uncle about Confucian cultivation. Seventh uncle seemed to have also seen Xiaohua's extraordinariness. His words in the future were not lacking in respect. Of course, regarding the secrets of Confucian cultivation, especially the appearance of the Chang family's little miss, seventh uncle avoided them deeply. Xiaohua couldn't ask more even if he wanted to. Very quickly, several days passed. Ahead of them, there was a fork in the road. One road went north, the other went east. The Sun Hai Trading Company's caravan was going north, which was the capital of Jiasa country, and the road to the east was going to Bronze Pillar country. Xiaohua naturally didn't want to go to Jiasa country's capital. He was somewhat anxious to go to Bronze Pillar country. He wanted to see the situation of the auction and see if there was anything he needed. Xiao Jian originally wanted to go to the auction, but now he had lost interest. He wanted to go to Jiasa country's capital to see the excitement. However, when he heard seventh uncle of the Yu family say goodbye to Xiaohua, saying that he wanted to go to Jiasa country's capital to visit the Yu family's relatives, Xiao Jian immediately changed his mind. Ever since he met Yu Zhongquan, seventh uncle talked with Xiaohua while sizing up the surroundings. Xiao Jian was immediately listed as a swindler by seventh uncle. Chapter 3247. At first, seventh uncle was abnormally vigilant toward Xiaohua, and he was even more aggressive towards Xiao Jian. However, after several encounters, Xiao Jian distanced himself from seventh uncle. Other than Yuan Ye, who would sometimes approach Xiao Jian to greet him, only Qi Jin would often strike up a conversation with Xiao Jian. In short, Xiao Jian was very lonely on this journey. It was as if he was walking on pins and needles. It was uncomfortable, as if there was a pair of eyes behind him that wanted to see through him. Now that he had the opportunity to get rid of these eyes, how could he not cherish it? After Xiao Hua and the others bid farewell to everyone, the one who was reluctant to part was Yu Zhongquan. Xiao Hua was really too good to him. Not only did he give him a lot of spirit jujubes, he even obtained a chant from Lu Yi for fasting. With Yu Zhongquan's intelligence, how could he not know that this was Xiao Hua's tacit approval? If Xiao Hua wasn't a Daoist cultivator, Yu Zhongquan would almost think that Xiao Hua wanted to take him as a disciple. Even the thought of Xiao Hua's little daughter growing up appeared in his mind. Looking at Yu Zhongquan and Lu Yi hugging each other as they bid farewell, Xiao Hua smiled. Since he met Yu Zhongquan again, would he let him slip away? It's just a family of Confucian cultivators. Once he recovered his cultivation, he didn't need to do anything else. As long as he gave Yu Zhongquan a pair of ranger wings, wouldn't Yu Zhongquan obediently follow him? Huang Yi. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the depths of the sky. This Xiao doesn't know where you are, whether it's the netherworld or Xiaoyu continent. This Xiao also doesn't know whether this Yu Zhongquan is the Yu Zhongquan you're talking about. However, this Xiao was able to meet him. This Xiao has benefited a lot from you. In the future, this karma will fall on him. If the 9 heavens were in the 9 heavens, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. If the 9 heavens were in the 9 heavens, wouldn't Huang Yi have already flown into a rage? Yu Zhongquan's little wife was actually a descendant of the great scholar surnamed Chang, and not Huang Yi. Xiao Jian finally came back to life. He was no longer as lifeless as before. He urged his horse beside Xiao Hua and whispered something. Apart from a smile, there was respect on his face. He now understood that Xiao Hua was definitely an unfathomable Daoist senior. Not a spy like he thought from the beginning. Moreover, the word unfathomable was truly unfathomable. It wasn't the kind of word that he used to brush off others. However, after walking for more than 10 days, the surrounding scenery gradually changed. There were more and more low houses, more and more villages with smoke rising from chimneys, and even the road was much smoother and more spacious. Xiao Jian still didn't mention anything about the spirit jujube, as if he had never seen it before. Every once in a while, he would ask Yuan Ye to find some food for him to eat alone. Even his past and his wasted Daoist cultivation were not mentioned at all. This kind of stubbornness made Xiao Hua admire him, and some of the hatred from before lessened. Actually, humans were very complicated and had many sides. No matter what Xiao Jian's character was like, he would always have some good points. After more than 10 days, Xiao Hua and the others arrived in front of a large city. This large city was more than 10 zhang high, and the city walls were made of several feet of green bricks. There were some mottled brownish-black color in the gaps between the bricks, and there were also some dark green moss. The entire city wall wasn't particularly flat, and there were many potholes on the brick surface. The potholes were big and small, and the big ones were several feet wide, covering several large stones. The small ones were the size of a thumb and several inches deep. Between these potholes, there were hair-thin cracks connected together. In addition to the thick brownish-black color accumulated in the gaps between the bricks, the potholes on the city wall were also the same color, giving off a heavy feeling. In particular, in this dusk, the dusk revealed itself from the ground and reflected on the city wall. The light and shadow were like a sad note on the city wall. On top of the city wall, there were many banners that stretched for miles. The flagpoles of these banners were as thick as a bowl and 1 zhang high. The flags on the flagpoles were also several feet wide, and there were totems of birds and beasts drawn on them. There were also words such as Bronze Pillar Country and Su written on them. These banners fluttered in the wind, and there was a feeling of golden drums being beaten. Along with the dong 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 sounds of drums, there were people wearing battle armor and holding spears on the city wall. They quickly ran along the city wall to change positions, giving people the illusion of war. "Father, our city is so high." A childish voice sounded from Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua shifted his gaze away from the city wall, and he saw a 3-year-old child riding on the neck of a burly man, crying out in surprise. "Nio, this is my bronze pillar country's capital. This is also what father told you before, the capital that even under the joint attack of 40,000 soldiers from 3 countries, they still couldn't take it." The burly man said in a loud voice. "Boy knows." The child's clear voice replied, "They besieged our capital for 10 days and 10 nights, but they still couldn't break through the city wall. In the end, our king led a large army back to the capital and used 8,000 soldiers to defeat the enemy, causing them to flee. Look at the marks on the city wall, they were all made by stones in the past. Those rocks are falling like rain. Only the cities and soldiers of my bronze pillar country can withstand such a ferocious attack." The burly man said and looked up at the soldiers running back and forth on the city wall. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that it's war now, otherwise father could bring you up to the city wall to take a look." "It's okay, father. Boy will also join the army when he grows up. At that time, Boy will personally go up to the city wall to defend." The child said very seriously. "Ha, not bad, this is my bronze pillar country's child. I'll be waiting for the day you'll be on guard duty in the capital city." The man laughed heartily as he carried the child toward the city gate that was several feet wide. "Hee hee." Xiao Jian laughed coldly. "Bronze pillar country is so militaristic, the capital city is nothing more than this." Dao Master Xiao is right. Lu Yi stood up on the carriage and said with a smile, "This kid has been to a few countries' capital cities before. This bronze pillar country's city cannot be considered the highest or the biggest." That's right, although this city is over 10 zhang tall, Xiaohua had seen Tongmu City, Suntian City and so on. Which one of them is not 10 times bigger than this city? This kind of small mortal city really cannot enter his eyes. However, the mottled marks on the city wall are all made of blood and meat paste, making Xiaohua sigh. As for Yuanya, he probably doesn't care about city walls at all. "Xiao Jian, this city doesn't have a name?" Xiaohua looked at the 3 words, bronze pillar country, above the city gate and unconsciously frowned. "Reporting to Immortal Elder." Xiao Jian said with a smile. "According to the rules of the hidden immortal continent, the capital city does not have a name, only the country's name. On the contrary, other cities have their own names." "Oh, so that means this capital city is originally bronze pillar country?" Xiaohua smiled. "This custom is really interesting." Xiao Jian raised his hand and said, "The king of the Bronze Pillar Nation lives in this capital. The Bronze Pillar Nation's royal palace is also there, and so are the civil and military officials. As long as the capital city is captured, the Bronze Pillar Nation will fall. It's normal to say that this capital city is the Bronze Pillar Nation. There are rivers all around this capital city. Is this used to protect the city?" Xiaohua pointed again and frowned. "Is this kind of defense useful? Immortal Elder should know that this is called a city moat." Xiao Jian explained, "The city moat can separate the city from the enemy's cavalry, heavy infantry and so on, preventing them from directly facing the enemy. Moreover, there is a lot of river water in this moat, some of it is poisonous water, some of it is fire water. Wanting to pass through this moat is not easy. This bronze pillar country's moat is relatively wide, ordinary catapults are unable to get close. Those huge rocks that hit the city walls are also powerless. It is said that in bronze pillar country's moat there are man-eating fish beasts. That year when the 3 countries besieged the city, thousands of people died in the moat. Actually," Xiaohua hesitated and said, "this moat is nothing in this Xiao's eyes." This Xiao remembered that you once said that bronze pillar country was ruled by Confucian cultivators. Confucian cultivators have countless methods. This moat is of limited use. Just like the so-called 3 countries besieging the city, as long as someone flies up and attacks, the city will not be destroyed. He Immortal Elder. Xiao Jian laughed. This bronze pillar country is ruled by Confucian cultivator aristocratic families. But these aristocratic families are not necessarily in charge of this country. There are even other countries. The Confucian cultivator aristocratic families do not care about the wars between these countries. Moreover, even if the wars between different countries are fought, the ones to bear the brunt are the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families behind the scenes, not the city. As long as these Confucian cultivator aristocratic families have an agreement and compromise with each other, there will be no talk of attacking the city. Only when the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families are unable to coordinate will they attack the city. In fact, only when two Confucian cultivators are equal in strength will they start fighting. The three countries besieging the city that the man spoke of, as far as this junior knows, there were three smaller Confucian cultivator aristocratic families that wanted to replace the Confucian cultivator aristocratic family with the surname Su. So the three families and three countries attacked the Bronze Pillar country. As for the end, it seems that the Su family invited another great Confucian cultivator to settle the war. As for what that man said about the king leading the army to save the city, that is a skillful rumor. And this old man understands. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. In this world, when things reach the ears of the common people, how can there be any truth? While they were talking, a group of children holding small lanterns ran out of the city gate, shouting happily. These lanterns were all made of green lotus leaves, and the places they illuminated were either square or oval. However, they were all painted with a green and white color, making the lanterns look like lotus flowers. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jian was stunned and sighed, "AI, today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Time really flies." Hungry Ghost Festival? Xiao Hua naturally did not know what the Hungry Ghost Festival was, but he did not ask too much. After all, it was fine if he did not know about the Bronze Pillar country. It was just that he had cultivated for a long time and did not step into the mortal world, so it was not a big deal. If he did not even know about the usual festivals, then there would be a problem with Xiao Hua's origin. Xiao Hua did not want others to have any suspicions. Chapter 3248. Let's go, we'll enter the city. Xiao Hua looked at the setting sun and waved his hand. This large city was the capital of the Bronze Pillar country, so the interrogation was naturally strict. When the four of them arrived at the city gate, they were stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. The Bronze Pillar country was founded by Confucian cultivators and did not respect Daoism. Xiao Jian was sweating profusely from the questioning, but fortunately his official documents were normal and everything in the country of Xi was normal. After spending some money, they successfully entered the city gate. As soon as they entered the city gate, the liveliness in front of them was different from the outside. Outside the city gate, there were only villages, simple and plain like what Xiao Hua and the others saw. After entering the city gate, it looked like there were also villages and rivers, but whether it was the people's clothes or temperament, it was different from outside the city. In particular, these villages did not have the same smoke as outside the city. Only a few places had some smoke, but most places did not have any smoke. On the side of the river, there were many children who were excitedly throwing fist-sized lanterns into the water under the guidance of the adults. They wanted to watch the lanterns float down the river. Unfortunately, most of these crudely made lanterns sank to the bottom of the river as soon as they touched the water, causing the children to cry out in pain. These are the manners of the wealthy families in the suburbs of the Bronze Pillar country. Seeing that Xiao Hua was looking at the surrounding mountain villages, Xiao Jian said indifferently, "They have a large amount of wealth in their hands and want to live a leisurely life in the countryside. However, they cannot truly move out of the city, or even to other towns. They will draw a plot of land at the edge of the capital and live the life they want." After another hour of riding on horseback, the road beneath their feet had been replaced by bluestone slabs. The trees on both sides were neatly arranged, and lanterns were hung on the trees. From afar, they looked like twinkling stars. Looking at the surrounding buildings, they were also tall and big. These magnificent buildings were all famous shops in the capital city. Now, they were all decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and their doors were wide open. Many people strolled on the main road and unconsciously walked in. With so many people, Xiao Hua and the others naturally couldn't ride horses. Lu Yi very cleverly took Xiao Hua's reins and led the horse behind Yuanya. There was an inn nearby with many people lodging there. However, Xiao Jian only glanced at it once before walking past without stopping at all. Xiao Hua thought that it was because there were too many people here. However, after passing by a few more houses, Xiao Jian didn't even look at them. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised and asked, "Xiao Jian, it's already late. This Xiao doesn't need to rest. You all need to stay here. Aren't you going to find an inn?" "Hee, Immortal, you haven't been in the mortal world for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know. If it were a normal day, we would be willing to stay here. However, today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, a festival for the secular world, and also a sacrifice for our Daoists. Since we are Daoists, we should stay in the Daoist temple and not spend the night outside." Xiao Jian said with a bitter smile. All right. Xiao Hua didn't expect that the fallen Daoists still had so many rules. He could only nod his head. However, after seeing so many people, Xiao Jian began to ask around. However, when they saw Xiao Jian's Daoist robe, they hurriedly avoided him as if they saw a fly. They didn't give Xiao Jian a chance to speak. "Daoist Xiao, it's better for this little one to go." Lu Yi couldn't bear to watch for a moment and said in a low voice. N. After hearing Xiao Jian's agreement, Lu Yi handed the reins of the horse to Yuanya and disappeared into the crowd. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Yi had already returned. He pointed ahead and said, "Daoist Xiao, there's a Shiluo ridge 2 miles ahead. There's a Qiang temple on it." Immediately after, he walked in front of Xiao Hua and respectfully said, "Daoist Xiao, this little one has just made some inquiries. It just so happens that there will be an auction tonight at Bright Moon Lane. That place isn't too far from Seven Suns Monastery. However, it's still early. Are you going to Qiang Temple or Bright Moon Lane?" Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this and said with a smile, "Since this Xiao is also a Daoist disciple, I'll go to Qiang Temple first. It won't be too late to go to Bright Moon Lane after I'm done." "Okay, this little one will lead the way." Lu Yi took the reins from Yuan Ye's hands and walked to the front. Just after turning a few streets, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Between the tall buildings, there was a huge garden. The people around Xiao Hua suddenly increased. Not only were there men and women behind Xiao Hua, but there were also other streets that connected to the other directions of the garden. There were also more people coming from those places. "Okay." A burst of noise came from the crowd in front. Then, a 1-foot-long lotus flower lantern rose from the crowd. The lotus flower lantern looked very exquisite. Whether it was the lotus leaves at the bottom or the flower petals around the lantern cover, they were all very lifelike. Moreover, these flower petals trembled slightly under the light of the lantern, just like a bud that was blooming. However, the lotus flower lantern had just flown a few dozen feet into the air when another voice shouted, "Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. This lotus flower lantern should go with the flow of the water. Although flying in the air is beautiful, it doesn't conform to etiquette. Moreover, my bronze pillar country's capital strictly forbids foreign objects from flying in the air. If this little one's lotus flower flies too high, I'm afraid it will be shot down by the Imperial Guard's arrows. Everyone, take pity on this cute lotus flower, right? Let it go home quickly." "Okay." Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were filled with laughter and anticipation. Pung! The sound of a sword rang out. A red sword light rushed into the air and hit the lotus flower lantern. Ingeniously, the sword light hooked slightly and brought the lotus flower lantern back. As the lotus flower lantern fell in front of everyone, the sound of cheers came from the stream again. "Hee, neighbors, my Bronze Pillar Academy has many students studying here. We often disturb you all. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the day when 100 ghosts come out. It is also the time for us to commemorate our ancestors. My academy's students have nothing good to give everyone. Leave the finishing touch of this lotus flower lantern to us students. Although our cultivation isn't very profound, the lotus flower lantern after finishing touch will be able to bring everyone's thoughts to your loved ones in the underworld. The finishing touch of the lotus flower lantern will also be able to repel all evil. Okay, a delicate girl clapped her hands and said, "This servant heard that Sir Zhang's scarlet character, Zhong, is the most righteous of the world and is the most effective in repelling evil. This servant specially came from 100 li away to find this place. Sir, please bestow this character." When Xiao Hua and the others heard the sound, they had already walked closer. They saw that this was a garden about half a mu in size. Inside, there were pavilions, small bridges, winding corridors, and streams. Many green vines hung above the pavilions and winding corridors. Although it was already July's scorching summer, the night's hot wind was still a lot cooler. In particular, there were strings of purple xiaohua flowers hanging on the vines. They were only the size of soybeans. As they swayed in the wind, they emitted a faint fragrance that was really intoxicating. At this moment, there were dozens of men and women surrounding a pavilion on the left side. The pavilion was surrounded by flowing water, and the sound of water gurgling could be heard. Inside the pavilion and next to the pavilion steps, there were several white-clothed scholars. The one who spoke was a middle-aged scholar. This scholar stood in front of the steps, and the corners of his mouth were slightly tilted up. He looked as if he was smiling at any time. Although the two eyebrows that matched his beard weren't particularly slender, they were very dark. His eyes also looked ordinary, but the gaze in his eyes was deep, making people's gazes immediately captured by them. This scholar was holding a writing brush in his hand. The brush was as thick as a baby's arm and more than a foot long. The tip of the brush was stained with a thick scarlet ink, which looked a little dazzling. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the scholar stood there, and a kind of silent temperament shrouded the entire pavilion. Moreover, this scholar's figure was tall and straight, standing there straight. Although he was holding a brush in his hand, it looked as if it was sharper than a flying sword. "Many thanks for Mrs. Favor." The scholar smiled before saying anything. His dark eyes opened, causing a woman on the winding corridor opposite to blush. "Please bring Mrs. Lotus Flower Lantern. This Jiang will give you the finishing touch." Hee. Without waiting for the girl to speak, the girl's friends beside her had already pushed her to the front. The scholar waved his hand, and the lotus flower lantern in the girl's hand immediately seemed to be taken by an invisible hand and slowly fell into the scholar's hand. Good. Immediately, there were many busybodies who cheered loudly. Rise. The scholar pointed at the lotus flower lantern, and it immediately flew from his hand. As the lotus flower lantern's light illuminated the surroundings once again, the scholar raised the brush in his hand and began to walk with strange steps. He chanted, "Heaven and earth have righteous energy, and all kinds of things are manifold. Below are rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. To people, they are vast and abundant, filling the heavens. The path of the emperor shall be cleared, and he shall spit out the court." Following this impassioned recitation, the scholar's body emitted a scarlet light. At the same time, the light trembled and shone with the scholar's footsteps. Finally, it slowly fell on the scholar's brush, and the scholar's final words were heard. "Spit out the court." With a shout, the scarlet light between the brush and the brush shone brightly. In the instant the brush flashed, the scholar placed the brush on the lotus flower lantern. The light covered the lantern's light, and when the light disappeared, the lantern's light was revealed again. A scarlet wind character appeared on the lotus flower lantern. The wind character was like a golden hook, and every stroke was like a sharp sword. An unconcealable sword intent was emitted from this character. Good. The girl couldn't help but clap her hands and cheer. "Miss, please keep this lotus flower lantern well. If you miss your loved ones, can you personally place this lantern in the stream?" The scholar with the surname Jiang put away the brush and said with a smile, "When the gate to heaven and earth opens at midnight, the people you miss will definitely see it and will definitely visit you in your dreams." Chapter 3249. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Seeing the lotus lantern falling from the sky, the girl hurriedly grabbed it and said with a smile, "I want to put Mr. Jiang's calligraphy at home to suppress evil." I can't bear to let it flow in the stream. The girl's emotions were clearly very rich, and her expression could be considered naked. However, Mr. Jiang smiled and cupped his hands. No matter what, I hope Miss will have a wonderful Hungry Ghost Festival. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. For a moment, many men and women shouted, wanting Mr. Jiang to add the finishing touches to their lotus lanterns. Thank you for your support. This Jiang is just an ordinary person in the academy. This Jiang has many martial brothers, and their cultivation is not inferior to this Jiang's. Everyone, don't worry. Mr. Jiang laughed and waved his hand. Many lotus lanterns flew out from everyone's hands and landed near the pavilion. Not only in front of Mr. Jiang, but also in front of the other students. Xiao Hua and the others were not too close to the pavilion, but when many lotus lanterns flew up, the bright lights still illuminated them. Mr. Jiang's gaze was like lightning, sweeping past the four people. When he saw Xiao Jian's Daoist robe, he unconsciously paused, and a strange expression flashed. However, this expression disappeared in a flash, and his gaze fell on the lotus lanterns again. The three principles are related to fate, and the Tao is the root. Yu 9 yang, Li Li also insufficient. Chu Chioing crown, send the carriage to the north. Cauldron sweet as syrup, seek but cannot obtain. Inside the pavilion, the sonorous and powerful chanting voice came out word by word. Many students waved their ink brushes to add the finishing touches to the lotus lanterns. Xiao Hua and the others walked out from the pavilion. This garden was lively, but this liveliness belonged to the students, to the villagers, and not to them. Other than the pavilion closest to Xiao Hua, from time to time, there were soaring true energy blooming in other places of the garden, and even some gorgeous sword energy. In this kind of noisy night, this kind of righteous night, even if it was the Hungry Ghost Festival, even if it was the night of 100 ghosts, there was no need to be afraid of ghosts approaching, right? After leaving the garden, Xiao Hua and the others walked a few streets under Lu Yi's lead. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Although there were still some hanging lanterns, it was far less noisy than before. Moreover, these few streets already looked dilapidated and even a little desolate. The distance between the streets was getting longer and longer, and there was a river that wasn't particularly wide beside the street. However, the river was filled with stinky water, and the air was filled with a foul stench and a bunch of flies. A small bridge appeared in front of Xiao Hua's horse. Several beggars in ragged clothes were holding dirty basins in their hands as they quickly walked past Xiao Hua's horse. Xiao Hua smiled because he could already see that behind the small bridge, there was a desolate slope. There were a few dilapidated shacks on the left side, and the smelly gutter-like stream on the left side was precisely circling around this desolate slope and the shacks. This must be Shilua Ridge and Seven Suns Monastery, Xiao Hua thought in his heart. However, just as he was about to speak, he frowned again. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw two black-clothed people about 100 feet away from him. They were quickly passing through a pile of ruins. They were using qinggong to run into the distance. These people, could they be the local? Xiao Hua's divine sense only swept a little, but he didn't know why these people had aroused his vigilance. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Lu Yi, is there any organization similar to the Cloak Gang in the Copper Pillar country? There is. Lu Yi replied without hesitation. Black Wind Sect. Oh? Isn't this the capital of the Copper Pillar country? How can such evil people exist? Xiao Hua withdrew his divine sense and asked curiously. Without waiting for Lu Yi to speak, Xiao Jian coldly said, Senior Immortal should know that since ancient times, officials and bandits have been one family. Not to mention the borders, they exist in any country's capital. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and pointed with his finger. Let's go. After crossing this bridge, Seven Suns Monastery will be in front. Clatter, clatter. The monotonous sound of horse hooves echoed in the quiet street. At the side of the lively Copper Pillar Academy, in the garden that Xiao Hua had just walked through, there was a slightly dark place. Teacher Jiang, with sweat on his forehead, was sitting there drinking tea and resting. With a sound of a flying sword, An inch-long flying sword landed in front of Teacher Jiang's eyes. Teacher Jiang frowned and looked left and right. With a clap of his hand, the flying sword turned into a small paper sword and stopped in his hand. When Teacher Jiang opened the paper and saw what was inside, his expression didn't change. A sword light appeared in his hand and shredded the paper. Then he stood up and said indifferently, "100 ghosts parade, 100 ghosts parade." Hearing that the Seven Sons Monastery was right in front of him, Xiao Jian patted the horse beneath him. The horse quickened its pace and climbed onto the small bridge that wasn't too tall. At this moment, the full moon in the sky had yet to rise and the small bridge was a little blurry in the night. When Xiao Jian climbed onto the bridge, he realized that the other side of the small bridge was very low-lying. It was a vast expanse of darkness and there were occasional flickers of light. It was completely different from what he had seen before. "Let's go there." Xiao Hua pointed at the left side of the bridge. There was a dim yellow light there, but it wasn't obvious. All the Daoist temples in the world are one family. Xiao Jian sighed. Although the capital of Copper Pillar Nation is prosperous, Seven Sons Monastery and Longevity Town's Jiangchao Monastery are no different. When everyone got close to the dim yellow light, they saw a door blocked by a pile of broken tiles. This door was about 1 zhang wide and 2 zhang tall. However, Xiao Jian lost interest after a glance. There was no other reason other than the fact that it was several times bigger than the Jiangchao Monastery's door. The entire Seven Sons Monastery's door looked as though someone had moved the entire Jiangchao Monastery's door over. The paint on the door was dry, like the scales of a river fish that had been scraped off. Some fell off, some hung there. Even the door that was open was like the Jiangchao Monastery's door. It was slanted and looked as though it was about to fall off the axle. Of course, on the two sides of the door, there were 2 big red lanterns with holes in them. On the door, although it was very clean, the words Seven Sons Monastery were still blurry. This told Xiao Jian that he wasn't dreaming of Longevity Town. Slow down, slow down. Xiao Jian had just walked to the front of Seven Sons Monastery when he heard an unusually benevolent voice. Although this voice was old and hoarse, it was extremely clear in the night sky and wind. "Benevolent Lord, please eat slowly. If it's not enough, there will be more." Xiao Jian looked over in confusion. Right in front of Seven Sons Monastery, there was a big iron pot. Inside the iron pot was steaming hot porridge. In front of the iron pot, there were more than 10 beggars in ragged clothes. There were old and young beggars, and there were even a few women carrying babies on their backs. These beggars, without exception, all had their gazes on the porridge. They licked their dry lips and swallowed their saliva without concealing it. A sickly youth with a face full of stains received a bowl of porridge. He didn't care that the porridge was scalding hot and immediately drank a mouthful. Behind the iron pot, there was a short old man holding a wooden spoon in his hand. He hurriedly said to the youth. Under the light, the old man's smiling expression was as though he was looking at his own anxious grandson. Xiao Hua had already dismounted from his horse and walked behind Xiao Jian. His gaze was different from Xiao Jian's. It didn't land on the porridge, but rather on the old man. This old man was about 60 years old. His back was a little hunched, and he wore a slightly loose Daoist robe. This Daoist robe didn't seem to have any luster under the light. It was obvious that it had long been worn out. The old man's sparse white hair was neatly combed and tied into a small Daoist crown on his head. The old man was very hale and hearty, and he had a sage-like appearance. However, in Xiao Hua's eyes, this old Daoist was no different from an ordinary person. Not only did he not have any magic power, he didn't have any Daoist cultivation. "Good people." The old Daoist's gaze moved away from the youth and he said apologetically, "This porridge has just been cooked. Originally, I wanted to wait for it to cool down before taking it out. However, I was afraid that you would be hungry and wait for a long time, so I hurriedly took it out. Everyone, after serving it, let it cool down a little before eating. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. I don't have much food, but I still have this porridge. It will definitely be enough." "Thank you, Daoist." These beggars said weakly. It was obvious that they were really hungry. Some of them had already heard the sound of Xiao Jian's horse hooves and raised their eyes to look at Xiao Jian's group. The old Daoist's ears didn't seem to be working well. He didn't hear the sound of horse hooves and continued to use the spoon to scoop up a spoonful of porridge from the iron pot. His arm was trembling as he poured the porridge into the broken bowl of another beggar who had already stretched out his arm. Oh! When Xiao Jian jumped down from his horse, his figure flashed past the old Daoist's eyes. Only then did the old Daoist realize that someone was approaching. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Jian's Daoist robe. Joy flashed across the old Daoist's eyes as he called out, "Immeasurable Daoist, fellow Daoist is here? I am Xiao Jian. Greetings, senior." Xiao Jian placed a palm in front of his chest and bowed respectfully. "I don't dare. This old Daoist, Dao Shan, is only a few years older than you. I can't be considered a senior." The old Daoist didn't put down the spoon in his hand and returned the greeting with one hand. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait for a moment. Once this old Daoist has given the porridge to these good people, I will invite fellow Daoist into the temple for a chat. Senior Dao Shan, please go ahead first." Xiao Jian looked at the door behind the old Daoist in bewilderment. He didn't understand. This Seven Suns Temple's door was so big, shouldn't it have some disciples? Could it be that this Dao Shan was even worse off than him? He didn't even have a disciple? The old Daoist naturally saw Xiao Hua and the others behind Xiao Jian. However, seeing that they were all young, he thought that they were Xiao Jian's disciples. He smiled kindly and scooped porridge for the beggars. However, after a short while, the old Daoist's arm trembled even more violently. Chapter 3250. Xiao Jian couldn't help but ask, "Senior, you're already old. Why do you have to do everything yourself? Why don't you just leave these things to your disciple?" "Ha, fellow Daoist Xiao, every bowl of porridge should reflect on the difficulties of Taoism. Every word and action should follow the benevolence of the Daoist ancestor. Meditation is cultivation, refining energy is cultivation, giving porridge is cultivation. This old Daoist has given porridge for 50 years. Even though I have one foot in the grave now, I still don't dare to neglect it." Dao Shan rested for a while and said with a smile. "Hiss." Not only was Xiao Jian shocked, even Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. Giving porridge for 50 years. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Immediately, Xiao Hua felt that he had lived for 200 years in vain. Although that was what he said, Dao Shan was old after all, and the wooden spoon was big. This old Daoist scooped a few more spoonfuls and couldn't scoop any more. Xiao Jian shouted, "Where the hell did you go? Hurry up and help your senior get the porridge." "Yes, master," Yuanya answered and came out. However, when Yuanya came out from the shadow behind Xiao Hua, his figure flashed past the porridge, and the group of beggars were all frightened. "Daoist Xiao, let me do it." Lu Yi saw that although Dao Shan didn't frown, there was obviously some worry in his eyes, so he hurriedly jumped down from the carriage. Lu Yi's mouth was sweet. He walked in front of Dao Shan and bowed respectfully. "Grandpa Dao, you've been doing good all your life, and this kindness must be passed down. I, Lu Yi, am not talented, but I'm willing to accept the root of kindness of our Taoism and continue doing good deeds. If Grandpa Dao is still worried, how about you give me some pointers on my cultivation?" But Dao Shan looked at Lu Yi's cleverness and his pleasing words. He had to give the spoon to Lu even if he didn't want to. However, Dao Shan was still standing at the side. He watched as Lu Yi filled every beggar's bowl to the brim without any slack. Only then did he feel relieved and turned to Xiao Jian, saying, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you're so lucky. Your disciple is 100 times better than my disciple." "I don't dare." Xiao Jian hurriedly waved his hand and let Xiao Hua go. He smiled and said, "Lu Yi is senior servant, not my disciple." Dao Shan was obviously stunned. Looking at Xiao Hua's youthful face, he seemed to have understood something. He hurriedly tidied up his Daoist robe and bowed respectfully. "I, Dao Shan, greet senior." How could Xiao Hua bear to let this benevolent old Daoist bow to him? With a wave of his hand, The old Daoist was unable to bow down. Xiaohua rushed to bow first and said, "I, Xiaohua, greet Great Master Dao Shan." Dao Shan was unable to kneel down, and he knew that Xiaohua had an extraordinary background. His eyes flashed with surprise, and then he smiled bitterly. "I don't practice Taoism, I only read Taoism scriptures. I'm not good at soliciting alms, I only know how to give alms. I've never practiced Taoism, so how can I be called a master?" "Grandmaster, you're wrong," Xiaohua said with a smile. "There are countless paths of cultivation, and none of them are smooth. The great master prioritizes kindness. His actions are like a drop of water. For nearly 60 years, he has benefited all living beings. Although I have done good deeds before, if I am as persistent as Grandmaster, I can't. If Grandmaster can't be called a Grandmaster, then who can? If Grandmaster isn't a Grandmaster, then there are no Grandmasters in this hidden immortal continent." "Senior." Dao Shan was still modest. "I entered Taoism when I was young, and I have always admired people like you who have remarkable Taoism skills. However, I have never had such an opportunity in my life. Therefore, I used such a meager method to do my best for Taoism. This is really not worth mentioning in front of Senior. Senior's words make me ashamed. Call me fellow Daoist," Xiaohua said with a smile. He really didn't want to be called Senior by such an old man. After all, the old man had reached the end of his life. Although he was old, he was still in his prime. "Yes, fellow Daoist Xiao." Dao Shan was very happy. However, when he spoke, he realized something. "So you two fellow Daoists are from the same family." "Fellow Daoist, you're wrong." Xiaohua shook his head. "I only met Daoist Xiao by chance. All Taoism in the world is from the same family. Meeting each other is fate," Dao Shan said with a smile. Then, he looked at the many beggars who were slowly rushing over from afar. The smile on his face disappeared. "Sigh, this year, Bronze Pillar Nation is expanding its army. The number of beggars in the country is increasing. Goo-goo." Xiao Jian's stomach actually started to growl. Although the old Daoist's ears weren't very good, he was really close to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's thunderous growl immediately made him understand. "Hee, I am really happy to see fellow Daoist. Sorry for the lack of manners." Dao Shan smiled and said, "Fellow Daoists, please wait for a moment. I will call my disciples out to welcome you." "Don't." Xiaohua saw Dao Shan's neat clothes and knew that the old Daoist was very particular about it. He didn't know what kind of etiquette Dao Shan had, so he hurriedly stopped him. However, Dao Shan waved his hand and said, "Confucian cultivators have always been about etiquette. They use etiquette to govern the country. Although Taoism doesn't have too many complicated etiquettes, fellow Daoist came from afar. My Seven Sons Temple has to treat you seriously. If Confucian cultivators were to see this, they would definitely mock my Taoism." Xiaohua wanted to say more, but Xiao Jian smiled and said, Senior Dao Shan's Seven Sons Temple is a real Taoist temple. If you don't let him welcome Senior in, I'm afraid you will lose face for my Taoism. It won't look good if word gets out." "All right." Xiaohua was curious. He didn't understand why a Taoist temple needed to welcome him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the iron pot in front of Seven Sons Temple was already empty. However, there were still many skinny and sallow beggars in front of the iron pot. These beggars saw that the porridge was gone and left in disappointment. However, there were still some who looked at it and stubbornly stayed in front of the iron pot. "Daoist." Looking at the empty door, Lu Yi said softly, "Are we letting these people leave?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let them wait first. Once we enter, we will let Master Dao Shan cook the porridge." "Yes," Lu Yi said softly. Those beggars were all overjoyed and obediently waited there. Just as they were talking, a string of music came from the Seven Sons Temple. Then, a few skinny Daoist children walked out from the door with either a flute, or a shing in their hands. Behind these Daoist children, there was Dao Shan who led a dozen or so neatly dressed middle-aged and old Daoist priests. Dao Shan, who was walking at the front, was even holding a long, white plank-like thing in his hand. Xiaohua wanted to ask Xiao Jian, but Xiao Jian's face had already turned solemn. He quickly walked to the door of Seven Suns Temple and stood straight with his hands in his Daoist robe. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly walked to Xiao Jian's side and stood still. Seeing Xiaohua come, Xiao Jian hurriedly took half a step back to show the difference. Lu Yi was quick-witted. He hurriedly pulled Yuanya, who was stunned at the side, and stood beside Xiaohua while Xiao Jian was behind him. He let Yuanya stand beside him so that he was facing Xiao Jian. Dao Shan and the others walked in front of Xiaohua. They didn't say anything until the song ended. Only then did they say, "I, Dao Shan of Seven Suns Temple, welcome Senior Xiaohua and fellow Daoist Xiao Jian to my Seven Suns Temple." Following these words, Dao Shan raised the plank and bowed respectfully. Disciples welcome Senior Xiao. Even though they saw that Xiaohua was very young, many Daoist priests still bowed respectfully. Xiaohua and the others also returned the bow. Although Xiaohua didn't know the specific etiquette, he still raised his hand and the dozen or so people were lifted up by him. Everyone was shocked. "Senior Xiao, please enter the temple to pay respects to the Daoist ancestor." Dao Shan's expression didn't change. He said word by word and turned around. "Yes, master, please." Xiaohua replied and walked towards Dao Shan. When Xiaohua's figure passed by Dao Shan also walked forward and accompanied Xiaohua into the temple. Seven Suns Temple wasn't small. After entering the temple, they saw a rather large courtyard. There were 2 rows of rooms on the east and west. Opposite them was a very imposing hall. Although these rooms were old, their scale was far from what Tidal River Temple could compare to. In particular, there were 2 side doors on both sides of the hall that led directly to the back of the hall. Thinking of the scene he saw from the small bridge, Xiaohua knew that there was a large place behind the hall even without Dao Shan's introduction. The hall was brightly lit. In addition to a few oil lamps in the hall, there were 3 arm-thick red candles burning brightly on the altar table. In addition to the red candles, there was also an incense burner on the altar table. A few incense sticks rose in spirals from the incense burner. On both sides of the incense burner, there were several plates. On the plates were some rice, noodles, grains, and so on. However, what puzzled Xiaohua was that there was no statue of a Dao ancestor behind the altar table. Instead, there were several levels of shrine platforms. On the shrine platforms, there were small signs with some words written on them. In front of the signs, there were small celadone bowls. "Pay respects to the Dao ancestor." When Xiaohua walked to the center of the hall, Dao Shan shouted loudly. He was full of energy. How was he like a 60-year-old old man? Looking at the empty shrine platform and the signs, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already thought about this problem when he was in Dawn Rain Continent. Who was the Dao ancestor? Now that he was in Hidden Immortal Continent, this problem still hadn't been solved. He hadn't even paid respects to the Dao ancestor when he was in Dawn Rain Continent. Let the dead be respected. Xiaohua imitated Xiao Jian and placed his hand inside his Daoist robe. He raised his hand up to his forehead and then slowly bowed. Only when his forehead was at the same level as the altar did he stop. Then he bowed 2 more times, making a total of 3 bows. "Respect to your teacher." When Xiaohua got up, Dao Shan shouted again. This time, the 3 bows were a bit higher than the previous 3 bows. Xiaohua paid attention to Xiao Jian's actions and followed step by step. "Greetings, fellow Daoist." Dao Shan shouted and turned around. He held the board that had already turned yellow in his hand and led his disciple to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua now understood that this board that had turned yellow was actually carved out of jade. Chapter 3251. Although he had already greeted Dao Shan and the others outside the Seven Suns Temple, Xiaohua still followed the so-called etiquette of the Daoist sect and greeted them again. After the greeting, Dao Shan's smile became even wider. He walked to the altar and placed the jade board on it. Then, he picked up 3 incense sticks and said to Xiaohua with a smile, "Senior Xiao, please light the incense for the Daoist ancestor." But Xiaohua took the incense sticks and waved his hand. A flame flashed and the 3 incense sticks were immediately lit. A strange expression appeared in the eyes of the dozens of disciples who saw this. After Xiaohua respectfully placed the incense sticks on the incense burner, Dao Shan was obviously relieved. He raised his hand and said, "Thank you, Senior Xiao. Please come to the side hall for tea." As he spoke, the Daoist children holding the flute and other musical instruments started playing again. Under Dao Shan's lead, Xiaohua walked past a yellow curtain and arrived at the side hall. There was a yellow praying mat and a few tables and chairs here. However, Dao Shan didn't sit down immediately when he walked to the chair. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly. This made Xiaohua confused. He looked at Xiao Jian and was also confused. However, the two of them could only do as they were told. When the music floated into the night sky, Dao Shan opened his eyes and raised his hand with a smile. "Senior, fellow Daoist, please sit." "Fellow Daoist, please." Xiaohua smiled and sat down. After that, Xiao Jian and Dao Shan also sat down. Lu Yi and Yuan Ya obediently stood behind the two of them. A Daoist child with delicate features hurriedly came over with a tray that had some paint chipped off. He brought over 3 cups of green tea. When the Daoist child went down, he seemed to have something to say. However, when he saw that Dao Shan's attention was on Xiaohua, he didn't dare to speak. He waved his hand at a slightly older disciple behind Dao Shan and went down. That older disciple glanced at Dao Shan, who was talking to Xiaohua, and nodded slightly at Xiaohua. Then he quietly walked out. Dao Shan's ears weren't very good, so he naturally didn't notice. "Senior Xiao, where do you cultivate? How many disciples do you have?" Dao Shan asked respectfully after inviting Xiaohua to drink a mouthful of tea. Xiaohua drank a mouthful of tea. This tea was very bitter and astringent, making the tea somewhat black. Xiaohua only touched his lips and felt relieved. He replied with a smile, "I'll let Grandmaster know. This Xiao used to cultivate overseas, so I don't have any disciples. This Lu Yi is just a servant." "Overseas?" Dao Shan's eyes lit up. He said anxiously, "Is it the Eastern Sea? When I was young, I wanted to go to the East Sea to take a look, but until now, I still haven't had the chance to see the magnificent East Sea." Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. "Don't ask too much about which overseas master. In short, it's very far. Of course, if you want to go, you can find some time to go and take a look." "Sigh, I am old. I can't walk anymore," Dao Shan said with a smile. Although it sounded like a sigh, there wasn't much sadness in his tone. Xiaohua comforted, "Grandmaster is wrong. Grandmaster's good deeds are clear. The heavenly Tao is naturally fair. It definitely won't let Grandmaster give up at such a young age. There are too few people like Grandmaster in this world. Since Grandmaster has met me, it's an opportunity given to Grandmaster by Dao Zhu. Grandmaster will continue to do good deeds in the Seven Suns Temple in the future." "Hehe, thank you Senior for your auspicious words." Dao Shan knew that Xiaohua was a cultivator, but he didn't dare to believe what Xiaohua said. He only smiled and said, Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to take out the rejuvenation pill. After all, Dao Shan was an ordinary person. Xiaohua didn't know if Dao Shan could withstand the effects of the rejuvenation pill. Since he came to the Seven Suns Temple, he naturally wanted to help this kind person from the Dao sect to live a long life. Rumble! Xiao Jian was already hungry. Now that he drank a few mouthfuls of tea, he became even hungrier. "Ha, I forgot." Dao Shan laughed. He turned his head and ordered, "Disciple, go and get a bowl of porridge for Martial Uncle Xiao." A disciple behind Dao Shan had a difficult expression. However, he still responded and prepared to leave. At this moment, the disciple who just walked out returned to the entrance of the main hall. When he heard Dao Shan's order, he hurriedly walked to Dao Shan's side and whispered a few words. Dao Shan frowned and a trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. He then smiled and said to Xiao Jian, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you must be joking. I have already finished the porridge. Moreover, today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. This old Daoist wants to let the benevolent masters around me eat more, so I cooked all the food in the temple into plain porridge. Now that there is no food in the temple, this old Daoist will ask my disciples to pick some vegetables from the backyard. Fellow Daoist, you can cook some. Tomorrow morning, this old Daoist disciples will sell the vegetables in the market and buy some food. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. He smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to be so polite. There is no need to persuade the kind people outside to leave. Previously, you were the one who gave the porridge. Now, it is time for me to give the porridge. Master, please let your disciples send me to the place where we store the food." "Oh, Senior Xiao, this is..." Dao Shan didn't understand. Obviously, he didn't understand the Dao sect's spells. "Senior, Immortal Xiao is a famous cultivator in our Dao sect. He has the ability to transform beings into soldiers and move mountains and seas. You only need to bring Immortal Xiao there." Xiao Jian said with a smile. Dao Shan naturally wouldn't let his disciple bring Xiao Hua there. He personally brought Xiao Hua to the main hall and walked through a few deserted courtyards. Finally, they arrived in front of a small courtyard. Xiao Hua glanced at the wooden door on the left side of the courtyard. Outside the door, under the moonlight, there were a lot of vegetables. In this courtyard, there were two Daoists with strong hands and feet. They were washing the iron pot that they just brought back from outside the temple. Inside here, Dao Shan raised his hand and was about to speak. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "This place is too small. Is there a bigger place?" Dao Shan was helpless. He pointed to a few houses opposite the courtyard and said, "This is where the winter vegetables are stored. It is empty now. Senior, do you really have a spell that can make something out of nothing? Seeing is believing. Hearing is false." Xiao Hua strode to the front of the few houses. He waved his hand a few times and said with a smile, "Master, take a look for yourself." Dao Shan held a lantern in his hand as he walked shakily to the front of a house. Looking at the tightly packed food inside, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. "Xianxia, Xianxia, this winter, my 7 sons' monastery will not starve to death again." Sweat. Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh. It is only summer and old Daoist Dao Shan is already thinking of giving out porridge in winter. It seems like this kindness has already penetrated deep into old Daoist's bone marrow. "Quick, disciples. Let's cook some porridge and invite Senior Xiao to eat. Hurry up and cook the porridge with the iron pot. Let benevolent master outside the temple eat his fill." Dao Shan hurriedly instructed. Dao Shan's disciples all went crazy. They looked at the few houses again and again. After confirming that the food inside was piled up like a mountain, they carefully took some of it to the opposite courtyard and let the Daoist cook it. Everyone looked at Xiao Hua with reverence and respect. This was no different from the immortal Xiao Hua in their hearts. "AI, Senior Xiao indeed has divine skills." Dao Shan accompanied Xiao Hua back to the side hall. He said emotionally, "This is something that Junior would never have dreamed of." "What divine skills?" Xiao Hua waved his hand. "It's just that this Xiao has a qiankuan pouch and carries some food with me." Dao Shan really didn't know what a qiankuan pouch was. He only understood after Xiao Jian explained it to him. "Wait till tomorrow. This Xiao will let you see what a true divine skill is." Xiao Hua pretended to be mysterious and said, "Okay, Junior will wait and see." Dao Shan didn't know what Xiao Hua wanted to do. He only smiled and agreed. Xiao Hua looked at the main hall and asked again. "This Xiao remembers that there should be a golden body in the Daoist temple. Why isn't our Daoist ancestor here?" I'll let Senior know." When this matter was mentioned, Dao Shan's face revealed a worried expression. Tongzhou country was founded by Confucian cultivators and has always rejected our Daoist sect. This Shilu Ridge originally didn't have any Daoist temples. 100 years ago, it was just a barren slope. All the dirty things in the country were discarded here. Later on, this Daoist ancestor came here and used silver to buy this barren slope. He then built the Qiang temple here. Later on, the king asked about this matter and wanted to demolish the Qiang temple. The Daoist ancestor led a few disciples and went on a hunger strike for 10 days straight. Seeing that our Daoist disciples were determined to keep the Daoist temple, The king was touched and agreed not to demolish the Qiang temple. However, he also didn't allow any golden bodies to be erected in the temple. Thus, the Daoist ancestor placed the spirit tablets of the previous generations of seniors here to worship. He didn't want to erect any golden bodies. Believe in your heart. If you don't believe in it, even if you reconstruct a golden body, it will only be a wedding dress for others. Xiaohua didn't speak. Instead, Xiao Jian spoke with sorrow. That's right. If you believe in it, there will be a golden body of the Daoist ancestor everywhere. Dao Shan nodded. Later on, Master and this Daoist ancestor knew that the king didn't like Daoist sect. Thus, we kept a low profile and only did good deeds. Everything in the temple was personally built by this Daoist ancestor and his disciples. There is almost no charity in Tongzhou country. At this point, Dao Shan sighed again. Even so, the Seven Sons Temple is still a little difficult. Originally, no one paid attention to this barren slope. However, now that there are more people than land in the country and this place isn't far from the palace, many people's gazes fell on the Seven Sons Temple again. If not for the recent war between Tongzhou country and Jiang country, this Daoist ancestor wouldn't be so free here. As he spoke, a Daoist child served a few bowls of plain porridge. Xiaohua naturally didn't need it. Instead, Yuan Ya and Lu Yi accompanied Xiao Jian to drink a few bowls. Out of Xiaohua's expectations, Dao Shan also drank a bowl. So this Daoist ancestor who gave the porridge didn't eat his fill at night. After everyone finished eating, Xiaohua glanced at Lu Yi and turned to Dao Shan. Fellow Daoist, this Xiao will be staying at the Seven Sons Temple tonight. However, this Xiao still has some matters to attend to at Bright Moon Lane. Fellow Daoist, please rest first. This Xiao will pay you a visit tomorrow morning. Bright Moon Lane? Dao Shan heard and frowned. He hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, Senior, why are you going there? We are outsiders. We shouldn't go there. Looking at Lu Yi, Yuan Ya, and Xiao Jian who were following close behind him, he pondered, how about not letting them go to Bright Moon Lane? I'll go and take a look myself? But looking at Lu Yi and the others' excited expressions, as if they were also looking forward to the auction, Xiaohua gave up on the idea. Bright Moon Lane was indeed not far, and they reached it in less than an hour. When he saw the liveliness of Bright Moon Lane, Xiaohua finally understood Dao Shan's astonishment. It was also on the side of a stream, and this stream was 10 times the size of the one in Seven Sons Monastery. The water of this stream was clear and gurgling. Lotus lanterns were hung on the willows by the shore, and the stream reflected the light of the lanterns. What was special was that there were many different kinds of pleasure boats on the stream. Some had canopies, some didn't, and all of them were hung with lotus lanterns, leisurely drifting on the stream. Not to mention the dancers on the pleasure boats playing the pipa, not to mention the women playing the zither outside the pleasure boats, not to mention the white-robed scholars standing at the bow of the pleasure boats reciting poetry. Just these pleasure boats and lanterns were a beautiful scene that was completely different from the desolate Seven Sons Monastery. Similarly, there was a small bridge that spanned across the stream. Xiaohua and the others walked to the head of the bridge, and saw a small boat that looked like a fallen leaf flowing under the bridge. They heard the sound of a zither that was even more tinkling than the flowing water, and then smelled the thick fragrance of cosmetics mixed with the faint fragrance of the night sky. The cosmetics came from the dancers who lived in the night, and the fragrance came from the blooming flowers among the green leaves that flowed like a stream. Many of them sighed with emotion. They were all living the same life, but some chose to be drunk, some chose to be pure, some endured starvation for the sake of beggars, and some spent a fortune for the sake of a beauty smile. However, what made them sigh with emotion was not only that. When they stood at the head of the bridge, there was a huge archway in front of them. It was at least 10 feet tall, and this archway was extremely luxurious. Although they couldn't see clearly what material it was made of in the night, just by looking at the archway itself, they could see that it didn't have any lanterns. Instead, it emitted a faint light under the surrounding lanterns, and this light emitted different colors from different parts of the archway. Even the 3 large words Bright Moon Lane on the archway was simply a rainbow color. This rainbow color was different from the usual brilliance of magic treasures that Xiaohua had seen before. This rainbow color had a kind of domineering, a kind of dazzling feeling, and gave people an indescribable impulse when they saw it. Behind this archway, there was a narrow street that was several feet wide. On both sides of the street were 3-story buildings, and all of them were brightly lit, with the sounds of orioles and swallows dancing. Moreover, looking further, there were several crisscrossing streets and countless rows of small buildings. Not to mention the incomparable ostentatiousness of this Bright Moon Lane in the night sky, even the lights of the Bright Moon Lane that were comparable to the natural bright moon reflected in the night sky only made this corner of the Copper Pillar country a nightless place. Xiaohua and the others stood quietly at the head of the bridge. The spacious bridge was once again filled with people weaving together. Some were walking out of the Bright Moon Lane with drunken smiles, some were hugging beauties, and even more were like Xiaohua and the others, entering the Bright Moon Lane from the side of the river. In their eyes, they didn't care about the outer appearance of the Bright Moon Lane, they only cared about the inner meaning of the Bright Moon Lane. Let's go and take a look. Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the place. There were quite a few places that were unbearable, but Xiaohua was too lazy to continue looking. After giving an order, he walked down from the bridge. These Daoist masters? How about coming to our top floor to take a look? Just as they walked down from the bridge, a woman with heavy makeup who had been staring at them for a long time already pounced over. She wanted to grab Xiaohua, who was in front of her, and opened her mouth wide with a smile. The girls in our building love handsome men the most. With a glance, I can tell that this Daoist master and the others are not ordinary. They will definitely be considerate to you. Xiaohua's face didn't have any expression, as if he didn't see or hear anything. His gaze was very clear as he looked forward. As for the hand that the woman used to grab Xiaohua's sleeve, she simply couldn't touch Xiaohua's Daoist robe. A seemingly invisible barrier separated the two, as if the two were not in the same world. This Daoist master? That woman couldn't grab Xiaohua, so she didn't hesitate at all. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiaojian, and said respectfully, "Your appearance is comparable to Pan An's. You are the one that my family's girls love. Come. This servant will introduce you to the number 1 courtesan of the Bright Moon Lane." Xiaojian, who usually looked a bit wretched, coldly looked at that woman. He touched his chest and said coldly, "This Daoist master only has 2 copper coins here. Can the big sister of the top floor see this Daoist master?" Xiaojian's voice wasn't soft, and the smile on that woman's face slightly stiffened. She immediately threw him a coquettish glance and said with a very charming smile, "This Daoist master is joking with this servant. There are more than 1 Daoist masters and Buddhist masters who come to my top floor. You unworldly experts are the most generous." Last month, there was even a Buddhist master who redeemed the top floor's girl named Qing Mimi. How is it possible that you only have 2 big coins? Girl, have you ever seen a brothel without a purse? Xiaojian looked at that woman with contempt and patted his own waist. This Daoist master is actually joking with this servant. That woman's expression didn't change. She threw him a coquettish glance and twisted her slightly fat waist. "I'm ignoring you." As she spoke, she very naturally left Lu Yi and Yuanya and went to welcome the young master in embroidered clothes who came after her. "Brother Daoist, pale-faced young master, dearest grandpa Daoist," a series of coquettish complaints made Xiaohua feel disgusted. He had no choice but to close his ears and calmly walk past the many women. Of course, other than those women who ran out to attract customers, the women in the other pavilions in the depths of Bright Moon Lane didn't seem to be outdone. Even though they saw that Xiaohua and the others didn't even look at the sides, they still called out, hoping that Xiaohua and the others would stop walking. "Lu Yi." Xiaohua had no choice but to raise his voice and say, "Quickly go and find out where the auction is." "Yes, this servant will go right now." Lu Yi's mouth was also dry. Hearing Xiaohua's order, he hurriedly ran out from the back. Sigh, no wonder Master Dao Shan was so surprised. Xiao Hua simply stopped walking and turned to look at Xiao Jian. This place is indeed not a place that we can come to. Senior must be joking. Xiao Jian said indifferently, this junior thinks that Bright Moon Lane is no different from Seven Suns Temple. Senior Dao Shan is living here, and these women are also living here. You can't deny the hardships of these women just because of Senior Dao Shan's kindness. Actually, their situation is also very pitiful. Their situation is 10,000 times more sorrowful than Senior Dao Shan's. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He looked at Xiao Jian with interest and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Xiao Jian's current life and experience seemed to be similar to the women in the brothel. He wore a light veil and was hard to understand. His words made Xiao Hua even more puzzled. Chapter 3253. Senior Dao Shan is free. He is doing what he likes. Although he is poor, he is willing and never tired of it. It can be said that Senior Dao Shan's life is the result of his desire for benevolence. It is also a kind of cultivation for him. Xiao Jian is not afraid at all and says with great vicissitudes of life, and these women, although they seem to be living a luxurious life, these flashy clothes are unable to cover the tears behind their backs. Senior, do you think they are willing? A pair of jade arms for 1,000 people to sleep on, 2 red lips for 10,000 guests to taste. This kind of life is not something that everyone here can endure. But they have no choice, they have no freedom. They have no choice but to live this kind of life. They have no choice but to give themselves a chance to live. Senior, look behind you. That stream is filled with pleasure boats. Although it is 100 times more beautiful than the stream in Seven Suns Monastery and smells 10,000 times more fragrant, but Junior can say with certainty that there are more bones buried in this stream than in Seven Suns Monastery's stinky river. Those women who are unable to endure the loneliness, unable to endure this birdcage-like life, unable to see their own hope, unable to see a trace of sunshine that belongs to them, most of them would choose to bury their past in this seemingly clear stream. Senior, they are actually the most pitiful worms. Xiao Jian sighs. Compared to them, Senior Dao Shan is living in an immortal palace. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughs and looks at this Daoist who has countless stories and says, rather than choosing to be buried here, why not wash away all the dirt? They have the courage to leave this world. Why don't they have the courage to leave Bright Moon Lane? Rather than saying that they are pitiful, it is more like they chose to be pitiful and chose to escape. The heavens have always been merciful and always leave a way out for people. If they don't find the right way out, what can others do? Senior, leaving this luxury and going from complicated to simple, is this something that ordinary people can do? Xiao Jian knows that Xiao Hua does not understand and says again, in this Bright Moon Lane, it is extremely difficult to regain one's freedom. Death is much easier than freedom. Perhaps. Xiao Hua had lived for so many years, but he really didn't understand the inner workings of the brothel. Naturally, he didn't understand what Xiao Jian was saying, but he still chose to believe. Being a person, no matter where, is extremely difficult. Daoist priest. Lu Yi ran over from afar, his face covered in makeup. Afraid that he had been taken advantage of by others, he shouted, I've already found out that the auction will be held at Zhai Xing Lu Taoist priest. Please follow me there. Zhai Xing Lu? What a big tone. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Lead the way. This Xiao wants to see what kind of grandeur this Zhai Xing Lu has. However, the style of the secular world naturally could not compare to the style of a cultivator. Although there was a tall pavilion that stood out from the rest of the 3-story pavilions in Bright Moon Lane, the pavilion was also decorated with flying dragons and flying phoenixes. Xiao Hua did not know which calligraphy master had written the words, Star Plucking Pavilion, on the signboard, but when he looked at it, he could not help but feel disappointed. It's only a so-so. Xiao Hua looked at the brightly lit Zhai Xing Lu and said indifferently, Immortal Elder. Xiao Jian looked at Zhai Xing Lu and seemed to think of something. He frowned and hurriedly said in a low voice, This junior seems to have some impression. Zhai Xinglu's origin is somewhat unusual. Oh? What's unusual about it? This junior remembers that there seems to be a Zhai Xinglu in the state of Danliang. Xiao Jian said in a low voice. Of course, this matter is too small for this junior to remember clearly. Back then, there seemed to be some alliance that wanted to build this Zhai Xinglu in the state of Danliang. This junior only took a look. As for whether it was built or not, this junior has already forgotten. If it's in the state of Danliang, the state of Bronze Pillar also has it. Maybe the state of Shi and the state of Jiasa also have it. This Xiao understands. Xiao Hua snorted. Who cares about its origin? This Xiao is only here to trade. I don't intend to tear down this Zhai Xinglu. Why won't they let this Xiao in? Moreover, since this Zhai Xinglu is able to sell vitality stones, there must be someone supporting it. Without any origin, how is it possible? Yes, this junior is only reminding senior. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Jian with a smile that didn't look like a smile. If you didn't lose those vitality stones to the escorts, any one of them could be exchanged for a lot of money here. Not only would it allow Master Daoshan to give out porridge with peace of mind, but it would also allow the girl who you said had a tragic life with no freedom to be redeemed from the brothel. Don't you think it's a pity? Now that I think about it, it is indeed a pity. Xiao Jian didn't hide it and said in a low voice, however, those vitality stones belong to this junior. Whatever this junior does is this junior's freedom. If this junior loses the freedom to choose because of the freedom of those girls, this junior would rather not have such an opportunity. Xiao Huan nodded and didn't want to say anything more. There was a small empty space behind the signboard of Zhai Xinglu. At this time, there were some car doors parked there. There were also some handsome youths dressed in green who were waiting behind the balcony. Then, Xiao Hua gave a casual tug and the brawny man in golden armor was immediately sent flying from the carriage. Without any resistance, he landed on the ground in front of Zhai Xinglu. How dare you? A cold voice came from the golden carriage. Hiss. The 4 dragon horses stretched out their necks and neighed at the same time. They opened their mouths and bit toward Xiao Hua like real dragons. Xiao Hua sneered. His figure rushed towards the center of the dragon horses like a ghost. He very cleverly landed between the 2 dragon horses in the middle. Then, he spread his arms and patted the backs of the 2 dragon horses like a great pung spreading its wings. Oh! The 2 dragon horses let out a mournful cry. Their entire bodies fell with Xiao Hua. When their 4 hooves landed on the ground, they trembled violently, as if they were about to kneel down at any time. Damned little Daoist! Along with this cold voice, the door of the golden carriage opened. A young Confucian scholar walked out, holding a folding fan in his hand. His face was filled with shame and anger, and his eyes seemed to be full of spirit, but there was a trace of ruthlessness in them. "Io, young Master Duanmu, you finally come?" Just as this young Confucian scholar was about to walk toward Xiao Hua, an extremely loud and clear voice came from below the signboard of Zhai Xinglu. Then, a similarly dressed middle-aged Confucian scholar quickly walked over. His face carried a smile like a spring breeze. Chapter 3254. When the young master named Duanmu saw this person, he had no choice but to stop and hide the anger on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Brother Zhu. I merely came to take a look. How could I dare to trouble you to welcome me? Young Master Duanmu is an honored guest of Zhai Xinglu. When I heard the neigh of the dragon horses, I knew that young Master Duanmu's golden carriage had arrived. In this world, who else but young Master Duanmu could have dragon horses? Who else could sit in a golden carriage?" Brother Zhu chuckled and appeared to be flattering, but his words were laced with an indiscernible flattery. "Since young Master Duanmu has arrived, how could I not welcome you?" "Hee, I thank Brother Zhu." The ruthlessness in young Master Duanmu's eyes disappeared and he said with a smile, "I was originally a bit angry, But with Brother Zhu's arrival, my anger was blown away faster than the wind. I don't know where it went. Many thanks, young Master Duanmu. Scholar Zhu glanced at Xiaohua and said with a smile, unhappiness exists everywhere in this world. However, since everyone is a guest of Zhai Xinglu, this happiness naturally has to be extinguished. Don't you think so, fellow immortal? Xiaohua had already retracted his hand when he came out. He slowly walked out from the group of dragon horses. Those dragon horses were obviously afraid of Xiaohua. They actually retreated a few steps. Although they were still as unruly as before, there was a trace of fear in their eyes that understood human nature. When Xiaohua heard Scholar Zhu's words, he cupped his hands with a smile and said, fellow immortal Zhu is right. There is no such thing as happiness or unhappiness in this world. It's only a matter of whether someone brings it upon themselves. I only came to Zhai Xinglu to broaden my horizons. I won't bring unhappiness upon myself. Fellow immortal is right. As expected of an otherworldly expert, this one is convinced. Scholar Zhu hastily laughed when he saw young Master Duanmu become unhappy after hearing some of his words. He pulled on young Master Duanmu's sleeve and said, let's go. I'll take young Master Duanmu away from this unhappy place. Daoist Master, please? Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't stingy with young Master Duanmu, several youths in green clothes hastily and respectfully welcomed him. Although their smiles were similar to before, the fear in their eyes was no longer fake. And lead the way. Xiaohua waved his hand indifferently and glanced at the golden whip that he had just thrown on the ground. The fist-thick whip was curled up like a venomous snake, not moving at all. On the other end of the whip, the burly man in golden armor was standing there in a daze, not moving at all. Just like the whip, he had lost all of his spirit and energy. After Xiaohua followed the green-clothed youth into Zhai Xinglu, the burly man laughed coldly. He took off the golden helmet that covered his face, revealing a vicious expression. Then, with a grab, the golden whip landed in his hand. With a casual wave, it streaked across the air like an awakened python and wrapped around Huang Jinjia's waist. Come here. The burly man beckoned to a young man in green who was waiting for him. Yes, the youth in green hurried over and bowed. Master, please drive the carriage and follow me into Zhai Xinglu. There's no hurry. It's not like I don't know how to get in. The burly man reached into his chest and took out a jade-eye ring. He handed it to the young man and whispered a few words to him. His voice was so low that only the youth could hear it. Seeing the hesitation on the youth's face, the burly man said coldly, if you don't go, I'll get someone else to go. Don't blame me for not giving face to Zhai Xinglu. Yes, I know. The youth clenched his teeth and nodded. I'll go now. Good, that's a good boy. I'll dote on you too. The burly man reached out and patted the youth's shoulder. The youth trembled and almost fell to the ground. Not sure if it was because the burly man was too strong, or if the burly man's words were too powerful. Walking past the huge shadow of Zhai Xinglu's signboard, Xiao Jian was worried and said softly, Senior, you were a little impulsive just now. Xiaohua smiled and said curiously, fellow Daoist Xiao is considered experienced and knowledgeable. You can't be so petty, right? You even approved the construction of Zhai Xinglu back then. You were also the ruler of a country. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he said, times have changed. I'm now a Daoist priest in dire straits. I don't dare to mention my past bravery. Moreover, this Zhai Xinglu is different from Duanmu family. I don't know about Zhai Xinglu's background, but Duanmu family's background, Senior isn't afraid? Duanmu family? Xiaohua's eyes turned as he had a bad feeling in his heart. He said softly, is this family very powerful? Senior really doesn't know? Didn't you see the 2 jade lotuses on the golden carriage? That's the symbol of Duanmu family. Only the direct descendants of Duanmu family have the right to use this symbol. This time it was Xiao Jian's turn to be shocked. Although this Duanmu family isn't the #1 scholarly family in hidden immortal continent, but it's still at the forefront of the first class. It can almost be compared to the first-class families. Not to mention that you and I are unable to contend against them in our current situation. Even if we use the power of a country, it would still be hard to match them. Oh, Senior, please don't blame Junior for being straightforward. Junior can't see through your cultivation, but even if you've reached the 6th or 7th grade of elemental energy, you still wouldn't be a match for Duanmu family. Oh. Xiaohua was even more puzzled. If the family's power is so huge, then what about the scholarly sects? Like country Shi's Chongyun sect? How many classes are the families divided into? What are the first class? What are the second class? My lord! Xiao Jian, who was at the side, was completely dizzy. He stole a glance to the left and right. There weren't many people who came to Zhai Xinglu. At this moment, there were only a few carriages in this empty space. The youth in green was leading the way in front, so Xiao Jian lowered his voice and said, Senior, you've really been cultivating overseas all this time. But even overseas, hidden immortal continents, 4 major families, Dongfang, Ximen, Nangong and Baiming, have existed since ancient times. How can you not know? Those so-called scholarly sects are merely clowns. How can they be compared to the profound heritage of scholarly families? However, Junior isn't a scholarly cultivator. My Dan Liang country was also a Dao sect in the past. Junior doesn't understand the specific situation of these scholarly families. I only know that these scholarly families are divided into 9 classes. Each class is divided into 2 levels, the first class and the second class. The 4 major families that Junior mentioned just now are the first class and the second class. Junior doesn't know which ones exactly. These scholarly families are the true masters of hidden immortal continent. Alas, now isn't the time to talk about it in detail. When there's time in the future, Junior will explain it in detail to Senior. Damn it, so that's how it is. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He always thought that scholarly cultivators were similar to Dao sections. Those scholarly sects like Chongyun sect and Tianji sect were the same as the cultivation sects of Xiaoyu continent. They were the mainstream of hidden immortal continent's cultivation. But he didn't expect that this so-called scholarly families were the true behemoths. Sweeping a glance at Xiao Jian, who had a bitter expression on his face, Xiaohua knew that what he said was the common knowledge of hidden immortal continent. Everyone should know about it, especially cultivators like him. He also couldn't blame Xiao Jian for not reminding him. Anyone who saw that divine dragon horse and that golden carriage wouldn't know that this was the appearance of the peak character of hidden immortal continent. Those people couldn't wait to hide. Instead, he had a dispute with them. Moreover, looking at the appearance of that muscular man wearing golden armor, he didn't seem to be willing to let the matter go. It was really troublesome. Senior. Xiao Jian's previously upright face began to look shifty. He looked left and right and said in a low voice, Junior saw that this Duanmu Gongzi wasn't a broad-minded person. Just now, he was restrained by this Zhu Gongzi and couldn't get angry. But that Zhu Gongzi's meaning was obvious. Since it was Zhai Xinglu's guest, he wouldn't let Duanmu Gongzi take action. But if Zhai Xinglu left, he definitely wouldn't care. Junior saw that the coachman didn't drive the carriage in. Maybe he's doing something outside. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity. Although Xiao Jian didn't say the word slip, Xiaohua understood. Even Lu Yi's face showed the same expression. Hee. Xiaohua sneered. We came here on behalf of Dao sects. If we don't even enter Zhai Xinglu's door, wouldn't our Dao sect's reputation be thrown away by us? Dao sects? What reputation does Dao sects have? How come I don't know about it? Xiao Jian muttered, Dao sect's reputation is worthless compared to brothel girls, right? What did you say? Xiaohua frowned. When Xiao Jian heard this, he hurriedly laughed. Hee, nothing. Senior, Junior just felt that, compared to your previous cautiousness, is rather different. Is that so? How come this Xiao doesn't know? When you first came to Rivertide Temple, you acted exactly like an ordinary person. Junior even thought that you were sent by someone else. Even when facing the bald donkeys from Shaojin Temple, you were still extremely humble. With your methods of dealing with bandits, You didn't even need to lift a finger. Even that pet beast of yours could completely exterminate the monks from Shaojin Temple. You even used an extremely ugly wooden club to scare them. Xiao Jian laughed. But what about today? Actually, you could have avoided that carriage and even that whip. Especially, even if you took the whip and didn't let go, and didn't throw the coachman off the carriage, wouldn't that have prevented all of this from happening in the future? Also, you actually rushed into the dragon horse and subdued the dragon horse in front of everyone. This isn't Senior's usual behavior of keeping a low profile. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. As a bystander, Xiao Jian saw everything clearly. What Xiao Jian said was the truth. If he had retreated half a step like before, he wouldn't have retreated. As long as he had reason and evidence, he wouldn't have offended this so-called first-rate Duanmu family's young master. However, he actually dragged the coachman off the carriage. He, a Jindan cultivator, actually had to lower himself to the same level as an aura-refining brute. Chapter 3255. Damn it, Xiao Hua scolded. I don't know why, but this Xiao seems to be a bit impatient. Daoist, that coachman and Duanmu Gongzi deserve to die. If the dragon horse didn't stop in time, we would have been injured if not dead. Lu Yi encouraged Xiao Hua from the side. In the marketplace, this little one has seen many hedonistic sons trampling children to death. Hee. If Senior was as young as you, he would naturally be so impulsive. Xiao Jian laughed. But Senior is a successful cultivator, you can't be impulsive. Perhaps, Senior saw Dao Shan's predicament and saw the prosperity of Bright Moon Lane and felt resentment? And that should be the case. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and immediately understood, nodding slightly. Although the reaction of the whip was only a slight tremble, the difference was huge. He had never been impulsive at this moment. He could only explain it this way. Xiao Hua understood, but in reality, was this matter so simple? Was it because of these reasons of material joy and personal sorrow? Lu Yi blinked his eyes and muttered in a low voice. Don't care about this. Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at the Zhai Xing Lu that they had already reached. When a horse reaches the mountain, there will be a path. With so many people watching, how can we easily leave? Of course. Xiao Hua changed the topic and laughed. Even if we want to leave, we must first step into the Zhai Xing Lu, then we can talk. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's eyes began to look around. Hee, Daoist, you and the others go in first. This little one will look around, or see if there is a back door in this Zhai Xing Lu. Lu Yi followed behind Xiao Hua, laughing and saying a few words. He immediately walked to the side and faced a young man in green clothes not far away. Seeing Xiao Hua return to his previous vigilance, Xiao Jian's hanging heart also settled down. Xiao Hua could fly, and he also had an extremely powerful pet to rely on. Xiao Jian, other than the remnants of his divine sense, had nothing else. It was impossible for him to protect himself. If Xiao Hua had a conflict with Duanmu Gongzi, Xiao Hua would bear the brunt of it, followed by Xiao Jian. Therefore, Xiao Jian absolutely did not want Xiao Hua to go against Duanmu Gongzi, no matter from which angle. Oh, this star-picking tower can actually block the probing of divine will. Xiao Hua looked at the huge screen in front of Zhai Xing Lu's door and scanned it with his divine perception. He was somewhat surprised. But this seems to be the so-called primordial array of Confucian cultivators? Although it also uses the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the fluctuations are not similar to my Dao sex formation. It looks a little crude. If I were to use the secret art of the sun-shrouding art, this essence formation might not be able to block my spiritual sense. With that thought in mind, Xiao Hua stepped into Zhai Xing Lu and his gaze landed on the screen in front of him. Xiao Hua had only been thinking about Zhai Xing Lu's primordial array and had not noticed the screen. But when his gaze swept across the screen, he saw specks of starlight and pieces of moonlight falling on the screen like falling frost. His gaze was instantly drawn to it. Moreover, when his gaze landed on the screen, it was as if he saw a giant hand rising from the stars and moon and grabbing at the thousands of stars in the sky. Hiss. Xiaohua's divine perception naturally could not fall into it, but at this moment, Xiaohua felt that his divine perception was showing signs of rapidly dissipating. In particular, there were two spots on the screen that immediately alerted Xiaohua. Xiaohua could not help but gasp as his heart turned upside down. Although this giant hand cannot be compared to the karmic hand in my space, it is still inferior to the karmic hand in my space. Young Master Duanmu, why are you so serious with a little fellow? Scholar Zhu chuckled. It's just a dilapidated Daoist sect and a little Daoist with some strength. Hee. Young Master Duanmu's lips curled into a cold smile. Young Master Zhu, don't underestimate this little Daoist. My Duanmu family's dragon horse is actually so easy to subdue. Didn't you see Qiri and Shuyue nearly kneeling under his arms? Didn't you see Lu Guang and Xing not dare to provoke him? This little Daoist's body definitely has the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. The Buddhist sect's mighty Vajra? Young Master Zhu was taken aback and asked curiously, I've never heard of any Daoist divine ability of dragons and elephants. This isn't something I should know. Young Master Duanmu shrugged. Actually, to be honest, it was Chio's rashness. This fellow shouldn't have raised his whip so casually. Hee, as long as young master knows. Young Master Zhu laughed and raised his luminous cup to young Master Duanmu. The two took a sip. What a pity. This little Daoist's luck isn't good. After a mouthful of wine, young Master Duanmu glanced at the bronze mirror and said regretfully, it's fine if he grabbed Chio's whip, but I would definitely reprimand Chio. Who wouldn't do such a thing to save face? But he just had to drag Chio down from the golden carriage. If it was a month ago, it wouldn't have mattered even if he had dragged Chio down. He's just a golden armored soldier. With young Master Zhu's words, I might not lower myself to the same level as him. Could it be? Young Master Zhu's curiosity grew as he asked curiously. Young Master Duanmu's tone became even more regretful. What a pity. Because of Chio's loyalty, the clan changed his surname a month ago. Now, Chio's name is Duanmu Chio. See. Young Master Zhu sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had a toothache. He looked helplessly at the bronze mirror and said with pity, poor little Daoist. This is the face of the Duanmu clan. Even if young Master Duanmu doesn't want to pay attention to it, I'm afraid you can't back down now. But what's this little Daoist doing? Why is he standing in front of the screen motionless? However, when young Master Zhu saw Xiaohua standing in front of the screen and quietly looking at it, he couldn't help but be shocked. The wine in the luminous cup in his hand suddenly spilled out. It was dark red as if blood had dripped onto the thick silk carpet on the ground. What's wrong? Young Master Duanmu was also startled. He glanced at it and smiled. This fellow is probably thinking, should he go in or go in? Or what should he do? Young Master Duanmu. Unexpectedly, young Master Zhu didn't smile at all. He placed the luminous cup in his hand on the brocade table beside him and bowed solemnly. I have a presumptuous request, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Zhu Qing. Young Master Duanmu saw this and also placed his luminous cup on the brocade table. He said lightly, I've known you for many years and you know my character. Today, I came to Zhai Xinglu because of our friendship. If it were any other matter, I would have just laughed it off. But this concerns the reputation of the Duanmu family. I have already made myself clear just now. You just don't want young Master Zhu to speak, right? That scholar named Zhu Qing bitterly smiled. He pointed his finger at Xiaohua and said, if. At this point, Zhu Qing seemed to realize something and shook his head. Forgive me for not being able to tell young master about this. This is Zhai Xinglu's internal affairs. Oh. Young Master Duanmu seemed to have understood something. He looked at the bronze mirror and pursed his lips resentfully. How about this, young Master Zhu? On account of our friendship, I promise not to kill him personally. As for others, I can't guarantee it. You also know that Chio has a bad temper. I came here with him from afar and didn't inform anyone. I'm sure he has already informed someone. Of course, young Master Zhu, I don't want to see Zhai Xing Lu strike. Good. A smile appeared on Zhu Qing's face. I knew that young Master Duanmu isn't the kind of dandy that people say you are. Whether I'm a dandy or not, I know very well. Young Master Duanmu stretched lazily and said, the auction will start in an hour. I'll go down and take a look first. Okay, Zhu Qing nodded and said, young master, please go ahead. I have important matters to attend to and can't accompany you. Go ahead, do your thing. Young Master Duanmu waved his hand casually. I hope that the next time I see you, you won't be in bronze pillar state. Chapter 3256. Thank you for your auspicious words. Zhu Qing smiles, but immediately warns. That's right, today's auction is a bit strange. The items being auctioned are strange. Look carefully before you act. In particular, there are some people I can't see through who are participating in this auction. Don't join in the fun. Even I can't? Young Master Duanmu's face shows a strange expression. That's right, you can't. I can't stop them from coming. Zhu Qing says word by word, then hurriedly leaves. Today is really strange. Looking at Zhu Qing's back, young Master Duanmu looks at the bronze mirror again. In front of the screen, Xiaohua has already left. I just came to Zhai Xing Lu and met the little Daoist who dares to oppose the dragon horse. The auction hasn't even started yet. There's actually something that even young Master Duanmu can't join in on. What kind of world is this? Do they still want people to live? Xiaohua stands in front of the screen and watches the large hand merge the light of the moon and stars into it. The large hand then follows his divine sense and turns into two large words. Yes, in the end, Xiaohua already realized that everything on the screen moves according to his divine sense. Seeing the two large words, star and moon, appear on the screen and dissipate like stardust, Xiaohua seems to understand something. Star and Moon Alliance. This is the Star and Moon Alliance that Xiao Jian mentioned. Senior? Xiaohua's gaze has yet to move away from the screen when Xiao Jian's voice rings in his ear. Senior, have you made a decision? Do you want to leave now or wait for Brother Lu to find the back door? You keep standing here, I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? Oh, Xiaohua comes to his senses and looks up. Indeed, not far from him, the green-clothed youths are looking at him with a smile that isn't a smile. They think that Xiaohua is delaying something. Daoist. It is at this moment that Lu Yi quietly sneaks over and says in a low voice, I've already found out that there's only one entrance to Zhai Xing Lu. There are no exits anywhere else. In a while, when the auction is over, everyone will have to leave from here. Senior, let's go. There's no time to lose. Xiao Jian glanced behind him. There, for dragon horses had just pulled the golden carriage into the signboard. Under the guidance of two green-clothed youths, they were ready to stop in front of the door. You can go back first. Xiaohua said with a smile, since this old man is here, I will go and take a look. After saying that, Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and walked towards the side of the screen. All right. Xiao Jian said helplessly. Since Senior isn't leaving, then Junior won't leave either. Junior will go through thick and thin with Senior. There's no need. Xiaohua waved his hand. Offending the Duanmu family has nothing to do with you. None of you have any cultivation, so they won't bother with you. I hope so. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. Senior, you don't know that those playboys love to vent their anger on others? Xiaohua's brows raised up and he said with a smile, yeah, you understand this matter best. However, since this Duanmu family is a first-rate family, how could it possibly be so superficial? What could Xiao Jian say? He felt that although Xiaohua's strength was unfathomable, he might not be as familiar with the human heart as he was. However, he really didn't dare to leave Xiaohua's side. He didn't dare to take the risk and be killed by that golden-armored man. That fellow was even more powerful than Yuanya. This place is somewhat interesting. Xiao Jian's mind was filled with thoughts. However, when he turned around the screen and saw the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He saw that this place was about 1 mu in size. It was several times bigger than what he had seen from the outside. Within this 1 mu of space, the first thing to bear the brunt was the star atlas above his head. This star atlas flickered with various colors of light, enveloping the entire hall. Between each starlight, there was a separate grid. This starlight also separated the situation within the grid, making it impossible for the naked eye to see the situation within. What was special was that every starlight that was separated from the grid was rising up and down, like a mist. The entire space looked like it was filled with thousands of starlights, very dazzling and magnificent. Even someone like Xiao Jian was slightly dazed, not to mention Lu Yi and Yuanya. They were like country bumpkins with their mouths wide open and their eyes filled with amazement. It looked as if they wanted to dig out their own eyeballs and throw them into the starlight. Daoist priest, this way please. Since Xiao Hua and the others had moved, the cyan-clothed youth also moved. He politely reminded Xiao Hua and the others, not laughing at Lu Yi and the others' loss of self-control. The cyan-clothed youth pointed to a white jade door. The sparkling and translucent milky white jade was erected at the side of the screen. When the multicolored starlight fell on it, it created ripples of light that covered the area several feet around the white jade door like water ripples. Lead the way. Although Xiao Hua had never been a monarch, he had seen places even more dazzling than this starlight on the Dawn Rain continent. He had only glanced at it once before moving his gaze away. At this moment, he waved his hand and said indifferently, Daoist priest, this white jade door is not something that I can enter. The cyan-clothed youth said apologetically, there are other disciples of Zhai Xinglu waiting on it. And Xiao Hua responded. He took a few steps forward and scanned the white jade door with his divine sense. He stepped inside, actually passing through the stone. This. Xiao Jian hesitated. He timidly released his pitiful divine sense, wanting to check it out. Then he saw half of Xiao Hua's head poke out from the jade door. He said with a smile, just come in directly. Then that head went back into the jade door. Xiao Jian's heart settled, and he walked in without thinking. As expected, there were no obstacles at all, nor were there any dangers. Xiao Jian only saw a flash of light in front of him, and in front of him was a passage that looked like a galaxy, appearing right under his feet. In front of him was a constellation surrounded by nebulas. Behind Xiao Jian, Yuanya and Lu Yi also entered. The two of them could not help but cry out in surprise. Yeah, Xiao Jian snorted coldly. Don't say that you know this old man. Yes, master. Yuanya forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and respectfully replied. Not far away, a woman in palace attire happened to pass by. Hearing Xiao Jian and Yuanya's conversation, she could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. However, the woman immediately took a deep breath, placed her hands on her waist and bowed. She respectfully said, Fellow Daoists, if you wish to enter the Star Palace to trade, please pay a low-grade origin stone. Isn't this the auction? Xiao Hua was naturally the first to ask. Reporting to Daoist priest, the woman said with a smile, Our Zhai Xinglu's auction will be held in Xinglu in an hour. This is only the Star Palace for ordinary transactions. There are many fellow Daoists like you. They did not come to the Star Palace to participate in the auction. Their purpose is to trade with other fellow Daoists. If you want to enter the Star Palace to trade with them, you have to pay a primal stone in exchange for a star token. Only Daoists with star tokens can enter the Star Palace. A low-grade primal stone. Xiao Jian was flabbergasted. Why doesn't your Zhai Xinglu rob people? That's too expensive. If I want to trade with others, I can do it outside. Why must I do it in your Zhai Xinglu's Star Palace? Daoist priest is right. It's only in this Star Palace that no one will rob you. My Zhai Xinglu can guarantee the safety of the items you trade inside. The woman was not angry at all. Of course, my Zhai Xinglu cannot guarantee the authenticity of the items you trade. A low-grade primal stone can be traded inside, right? Search the Star Palaces one by one. Xiao Hua asked again. If we also want to make a small star palace like this, how many primal stones would we have to pay if we took out our items to trade? 10 low-grade primal stones, the woman answered cleanly. 10 low-grade primal stones. Not one mid-grade primal stone? Xiaohua stared blankly, then understood. The primal stone exchange in hidden immortal continent might be different from Dawn Rain continent. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a mid-grade primal stone from the space. He handed it to the woman and said, "Give me 4 star tokens, the kind that can only be traded with others." Yes. Seeing Xiaohua being so generous, the woman was very happy. But when she took the primal stone from Xiaohua's hand, she smiled bitterly and said, "If I'm not wrong, Daoist priests should be a mid-grade primal stone. Do you have any low-grade primal stones? I don't have enough low-grade primal stones to give Daoist priest." Alright. Xiaohua thought of something and asked, "Can Zhai Xing Lu exchange primal stones for gold and silver?" Of course. The woman nodded. Could it be that Daoist priest wants to use this primal stone to exchange for some gold and silver? Yes, exchange the rest for silver. Then please wait a moment. The woman said with a smile. I will exchange for you now. However, Zhai Xing Lu takes a 10% cut to exchange for gold and silver. I hope Daoist priest will forgive me. Oh? How much silver can one low-grade primal stone exchange for? Xiaohua, who had always been stingy, felt a little heartache. I'll let Daoist priest know that one low-grade primal stone can be exchanged for 10 taels of gold. If Zhai Xing Lu takes 1 tael, Daoist priest will actually get 9 taels of gold. This, outside, one low-grade primal stone can be exchanged for 15 taels of gold. Xiao Jian said with some displeasure. Why is your Zhai Xing Lu so shady? Hee, Daoist priest, it's up to you. Hearing this, the woman stood still and looked at Xiaohua, then at Xiao Jian. This is my Zhai Xing Lu's rule. However, I advise Daoist priest that it's safer to exchange at Zhai Xing Lu. Others may not have so much gold. Go ahead and exchange quickly. Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating for the woman to leave. Then he glared fiercely at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian hurriedly nodded, knowing that Xiaohua hated him for losing those primal stones. Yes, even if one low-grade primal stone could be exchanged for 1 tael of gold, how much gold could he exchange for with so many primal stones? He had lost so much gold. Chapter 3257. How many low-grade primeval stones can be exchanged for 1 mid-grade primeval stone? Xiaohua asked coldly. 100 pieces. Xiao Jian's sweat dripped down immediately. Then you had so many primeval stones, how could you lose them all at once? As expected, Xiaohua asked. That. Xiao Jian stammered and finally told the truth. At first, it was 1 primeval stone, worth 100 taels of gold, but they didn't want to play with me. In the end, I had no choice but to exchange 1 for 10 taels, 1 taels, after losing a few rounds. After losing a few rounds, they all had primeval stones. Who cares how much gold these primeval stones can be exchanged for? Lu Yi originally didn't know the grades of primeval stones. When he heard that Xiao Jian actually lost primeval stones of unknown grades, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He stood at the side and muttered. But when Xiao Jian heard this, he slightly straightened his back and said in a low voice, Brother Lu, no matter if those primeval stones are mid-grade or top-grade, they are all mine. As he said this, Xiao Jian stole a glance at Xiaohua, afraid that Xiaohua would say something. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's face didn't have any reaction. Xiao Jian was right, these primeval stones were all Xiao Jian's own. What he used them for was his own business. Even if he lost all his money and lived on the streets, that was Xiao Jian's own business. Xiaohua wasn't Xiao Jian's great-grandfather, why would he care about this? Lu Yi's heart ached for the gold he had never seen before, so he muttered a few words. Seeing that Xiaohua ignored him, he immediately shut his mouth. Only Yuan Ye, from Seven Suns Temple to Bright Moon Lane and finally to Star Plucking Tower, didn't say much. It was as if everything in this mortal world had a huge impact on him. In Longevity Town, he originally thought that he already knew everything, but now he knew that what he knew was just a drop in the ocean. Regardless of whether it was Bright Moon Lane's luxury or Star Plucking Tower's grandeur, they were all things he couldn't even dream of. His eyes only looked at the stars. The starlight was the so-called Star Palace, and it was somewhat blurred. Moments later, the woman returned with a small Qinkuan pouch in one hand and 2 tokens in the other. Daoist Elder. The woman did not pass the small Qinkuan pouch to Xiaohua. Instead, she passed the copper-colored token to Xiaohua and said, "This is the star token that I told Daoist sect is worth 1 low-grade origin stone. You can enter the Star Palace of the other immortal elders to trade with them." Xiaohua took the star tablet and saw a brilliant star engraved on it. When his finger touched it, a trace of roughness and coolness came from the star tablet. Clearly, the material of this star tablet was also specially made. And this? The woman handed another star token to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "This is a star token that can be used to rent a star palace in my star picking tower. It's worth 10 low-grade primordial stones. Just now, I didn't explain it clearly to Daoist Elder, so I still have to explain it to Daoist Elder. Otherwise, I can't afford to delay Daoist Elder's trade." Oh. Xiaohua took the silver star token and played with it for a while. Seeing the 2 brilliant stars engraved on it, he could not see any difference from the bronze star token. He could not help but smile and say, "What's the clue? Lady, please explain it." That bronze star token can only be entered 1 star palace at a time to trade with the immortal elders. If Daoist Elder still wants to trade with other immortal elders, then you can only go to another star palace to trade. Moreover, if Daoist Elder wants something, you can only look for it one by one. The woman's words were clear and her voice was pleasant to the ear. But this silver star token is different. If Daoist Elder takes it, not only can you rent a star palace and wait for other immortal elders to come to trade, you can also write what you want to find on the star token. The contents of the star token can be shown to the immortal elders of the other star palaces. In other words, Daoist Elder can stay in a star palace and know what the immortal elders of the other star palaces want to trade. This saves Daoist Elder the trouble of searching. It's so convenient. Xiaohua's eyes brighten. Then can this old man also know what is in other people's small Qinkuan bag? Of course. The woman pursed her lips and says with a smile, "Other than the things the immortal elders of the star palaces are not willing to show, everything else can be seen." How do we trade? Xiaohua's interest is piqued. How do 2 people in the star palaces trade? Daoist Elder will have to go by himself. The woman says apologetically, "It's better for the immortal elders to trade with their own hands. If you give it to my Zhai Xing Lu, it will be traded at the auction later." Okay, this old man wants a silver star token. Xiaohua nods and says, "This silver star token is really convenient and is really worth 10 low-grade primordial stones." The woman's face shows a smile. She points at the silver star token in Xiaohua's hand and says, "Daoist Elder's star palace is at Hong 446. Daoist Elder can enter with this star token." Then she passes the small Qinkuan bag in her hand to Xiaohua. Inside are the other 2 star tokens and the remaining gold. "Daoist Elder, please count them." Hee. Xiaohua laughs and takes the small Qinkuan bag. "Miss is really smart. How did you know this old man would definitely want this silver star token?" More than 90 low-grade primordial stones and 10 low-grade primordial stones for convenience. Anyone who hears this will be moved. Don't you think so? The woman doesn't hide it and says with a smile, "Just now, this servant left in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you. Now that this servant has said it, won't Daoist Elder understand?" Xiaohua laughs loudly. That's right, back in the Xiaoyu continent, 1 mid-grade primordial stone could only be exchanged for 10 low-grade primordial stones. Now, he can exchange for 100 in one go. Taking out 10 for convenience, Xiaohua can really accept it. He doesn't even have the interest to count the remaining gold. With a wave of his hand, he wants to put the small Qiankuan bag away. This time, the woman is very anxious and says embarrassedly, "Daoist elder, this small Qiankuan bag is my Zhai Xinglu's public use. It doesn't belong to this servant. Daoist elder, please take away the things inside and return the small Qiankuan bag to this servant." Hehe, this old man is used to taking it. Xiaohua smiles embarrassedly and puts the things inside his space. He passes the small Qiankuan bag to the woman and says with a smile, "How many primordial stones is this small Qiankuan bag? How about this old man give you primordial stones?" The woman takes the small Qiankuan bag and says with a smile, "My Zhai Xinglu also has things for sale in the Star Palace. The small Qiankuan bag and other items should be inside. It's in sky number 1. If Daoist elder is interested, you can go take a look. In addition, the location of each Star Palace and even the Star Palace that Daoist elder rents are all in this star token. Daoist elder can use Daoist divine sense to check it." Xiaohua raises his eyebrows and says curiously, "Could it be that the star tokens of Daoist, Confucian, and Buddhist are different?" "It's the same." The woman replies, "This star token can be inspected by divine sense, Buddhist awareness, eye-clearing technique, and even primordial thoughts. See." Xiaohua is slightly shocked. He didn't expect this star token to be so powerful. Xiaohua passes the other 3 bronze star tokens to Xiao Jian and the other 2. However, he suddenly thinks of something and hurriedly asks, "That's right, can this star token hide one's appearance?" "Of course it can." The woman says proudly, "As long as you trade in my Zhai Xinglu, this star token can attract starlight and hide Daoist elder's appearance. No matter what Daoist elder trades, it will be impossible for others to know." "Good," Xiaohua claps his hands. While praising in his heart, he becomes even more curious about the Star-Moon alliance. The auction on the Dawn Rain continent doesn't seem to be done so well. The woman keeps the small Qiankuan bag and places her hands on her waist. She says with a smile, "This servant wishes Daoist elders a smooth trade in my Zhai Xinglu and a successful one." After saying that, the woman leaves very obediently and doesn't stay for a moment longer. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you can take a look around yourself." Xiaohua looks at the star path under his feet and then looks at the stars one by one. He says, "If there's anything you like, you can come to Hong 46's Star Palace to find this Xiao." "But..." Lu Yi stares blankly at the side and says in a low voice, "Daoist elder, where is Hong 46? These stars don't look any different." "Wait a moment." Xiaohua takes the silver star token and infuses it with his divine sense. Sure enough, inside the star token is a star chart similar to the Star Palace in this space. Heaven 1, Earth 2, Mystic 3, Yellow 4 are all marked. And not far away, the one with the special word is Hong 46. Xiaohua doesn't know how to explain it to Louis. He passes the star token to Xiao Jian and says, "Take a look for yourself and come find this Xiao in a while." Xiao Jian takes the star token and infuses it with his divine sense. After a while, he withdraws his divine sense with a shocked expression on his face. Although he was once the ruler of a country, he has never seen such a scene before. Xiaohua takes the star token from Xiao Jian, looks at Xiao Jian with interest and asks, "Did you see it clearly?" "Junior understands." Xiao Jian says respectfully, "If Junior needs anything, I will definitely find Senior." "All right." Xiaohua waves his hand, turns around and walks towards Hong 46 with large strides. As he walks, he says, "This Xiao also wishes you to find what you want." That's right, Xiao Jian only had his spiritual force but no cultivation. Although Xiaohua didn't investigate his situation, it was obvious that Xiao Jian's cultivation had been crippled. Xiao Jian probably came to Bright Moon Lane in Bronze Pillar State to find a way to restore his cultivation. However, Xiaohua really doesn't understand. Since he already has primeval stones, he might be able to find a spirit pill similar to the heavenly pill in this auction. Why was Xiao Jian able to lose all of his primeval stones in one night? Xiaohua didn't use any flying talisman, but as he takes large strides, thousands of stars flashed from afar and gathered under his feet, like stars surrounding the moon, sending him forward. Xiaohua was a Jindan stage cultivator who had flown in the sky and experienced the heavenly Dao starry sky. Walking on this kind of star chart, he felt relaxed and happy. How could Yuan Ya and Lu Yi, who had never cultivated before, be fascinated by it? Chapter 3258. The star path was winding, and after a star fell, Xiaohua saw a scholar wearing black clothes walk out with a smile on his face. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and walked over with a silver star card in his hand. When Xiaohua was about a foot away from the star cluster, he saw a smoke-like star dust rush out from the star cluster and land on the star card in Xiaohua's hand. Puff! A silver brilliance burst out from the star token, completely covering Xiaohua. At the same time, a thin vortex appeared in the middle of the star token. This vortex turned into a star bridge in a moment, and specks of starlight emerged from the vortex and fell under Xiaohua's feet. When Xiaohua's feet moved slightly, the star bridge automatically retracted and took Xiaohua into the star cluster. After entering the star cluster, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. It was several feet wide and looked like a study room. Inside the study room, not only were the 4 treasures of the study placed on the desk, there was also a bookcase and a bed in front of the window. There was even a palm leaf fan placed in the corner of the study room. However, through the window of the study room, there was no scenery outside. "Fellow Immortal, please?" A voice came. In front of the empty desk, a ray of light appeared and slowly fell from top to bottom. Immediately, a silver human figure formed by countless star dust gradually appeared. The voice came from the mouth of this human figure. "Fellow Immortal." Xiaohua looked down and sure enough, he had also turned into a human figure formed by silver star dust. He smiled in his heart and cupped his hands in greeting. That person stretched out his hand and said, "Fellow Immortal, please sit. I wonder what Fellow Immortal has taken a fancy to?" Seeing that person sit down, Xiaohua also sat on a chair not far from the desk and said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal, what do you have here?" "Fellow Immortal also has a silver figure. Didn't you also rent a star palace?" That person asked curiously. "It's inside Fellow Immortal's star palace." Xiaohua didn't hide it and said with a smile, "Hee, I just came in and haven't entered the star palace yet. I just happened to pass by here, so I came in to take a look. If Fellow Immortal has something good, I'll definitely buy it. It's also good to have a prize." When that person heard this, he smiled and said, "Fellow Immortal really has vitality stones. You're only renting the Star Palace for 2 hours, and there's only an hour left before the auction starts. Instead of going to your own Star Palace to look at other people's things, you're here to stroll around. Forget it, this is what I want to trade this time, take a look." As he spoke, that person pointed with his finger. A book flew out from the desk and landed in front of Xiaohua. "Many thanks." Xiaohua took it and was about to open it, but the book flashed and a string of words flowed on the book. It turned out that this book was just a decoration. "Oh, I understand." Xiaohua's eyes focused on the contents of the book, but he suddenly realized something in his heart. This so-called Star Palace should be a small illusion array. Everything can be arranged according to Master's wishes through the Star Tablet. This book? Xiaohua thought for a moment and saw that the contents of the book were either calligraphy or painting, ink brushes, and even rice paper. He couldn't help but stare blankly. What use did he have for this thing? He originally wanted to ask, but there wasn't enough time, so he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly looked at the back. Fortunately, after the 4 treasures of the study, there were some spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. Of course, the medicines written on the book weren't Daoist medicinal pills. Unfortunately, Xiaohua could understand the names of these medicines, but he didn't know the specific effects. He simply stopped looking and handed the book to that person, saying with a smile, "Fellow Immortal, you've made ample preparations for this transaction." "Hee, Fellow Immortal, are you different?" That person took the book and said with a smile, "I wonder what Fellow Immortal has taken a fancy to." "Fellow Immortal, do you have the extreme magnetic origin light?" Xiaohua asked. That person was obviously stunned. After a moment he asked curiously, "What's the extreme magnetic origin light?" Forget it. Xiaohua stood up. "If fellow Immortal doesn't have it, then forget it. I really haven't heard of this thing before. I'm very sorry." That person didn't get angry. He also stood up and said with a smile, "However, fellow Immortal, do you have the 1,000-year-old perpetual morning grass? If you do, I can pay a high price for it." Perpetual morning grass? Xiaohua frowned. There were countless strange flowers and herbs in his space, but he really hadn't heard of this thing before. However, he immediately understood and said with a smile, "I do have some spiritual herbs here, but I don't understand plants and vegetation. I wonder which one fellow Immortal is talking about?" "Oh, I'm talking about this thing." That person waved his hand, and a silver ball of light appeared on his hand made of stardust. Then that person pointed at this ball of light, and a ball of light rushed out from it and landed on the wall of the study. A picture scroll appeared on the wall, and it was precisely a stalk of exquisite grass. So it's exquisite grass. Xiaohua understood. If this person in front of him was a cultivator, he would probably be at the peak of the qi refining stage. He should be using this exquisite grass to build his foundation. Xiaohua waved his hand, and a 2,000-year-old exquisite grass was taken out from the space. He handed it to that person with a smile and said, "What a coincidence, I have a 2,000-year-old exquisite grass here. I wonder what fellow Immortal is willing to exchange for it?" That person's body trembled a bit. He impatiently stretched out his hand and took the exquisite grass. After identifying it, he hurriedly said, "Fellow Immortal, I will give you 10 high-grade primordial stones. What do you think?" "What? 10 high-grade primordial stones?" Xiaohua almost cried out in shock. That person said very embarrassedly, "I know this number is a bit low. Then, how about 11 high-grade primordial stones? This is the most that I can take out. Of course, this is still not enough for a 2,000-year-old perpetual sorrow grass, but I only need a 1,000-year-old one." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. If this 2,000-year-old exquisite grass was in the EG of the Dawn Rain continent, wouldn't it be worth 1 top-grade primordial stone? How come it was only 10 high-grade primordial stones here? The difference wasn't small at all. Seeing that Xiaohua was still hesitating, that person took the booklet again and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "How about this, fellow Immortal, take a look again. You can choose anything inside." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I have all the 4 treasures of the study in here. Do you have any materials for refining? Oh, right, or cultivation methods. No matter if it's Confucian, Buddhist, or Daoist, they're all fine." "Oh, so fellow Immortal wants these." That person understood. He picked up the booklet and pointed at it again, saying, "I have some materials for refining imperial tools here. However, they're not particularly precious and aren't worth many primordial stones. As for cultivation methods, I really don't have them here." Xiaohua picked up the booklet and took a look. Indeed, the materials inside were all ordinary materials. He didn't fancy them either. "Fellow Immortal." Xiaohua was helpless. He handed the booklet to that person and shook his head, saying, "These things, they're really not worth primordial stones. Fellow Immortal, fellow Immortal." That person almost stepped forward and pulled Xiaohua, saying with a smile, "How about I exchange all of these with fellow Immortal?" All of them?" Xiaohua was stunned. That person heard that there was hope and said with a smile, "Yes, although these things are worth close to 20 high-grade primordial stones, but I really need this endless sorrow grass. If you don't mind, you can take all of these things." "Haha." Xiaohua appeared stunned and then laughed loudly. Xiaohua's laughter was really somewhat unruly, causing that person to be somewhat at a loss. He looked at Xiaohua very strangely. After the time it took to finish half a cup of tea, Xiaohua stopped laughing and said, "How about this, fellow Immortal? I don't want these things anymore. Why don't you see if there are any other strange things? If it's possible, I don't want these things anymore." "Strange things?" That person was even more stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "You mean, as long as it's strange, it's okay?" Of course. Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, as long as it's strange and of unknown origin, it's okay." Strange and of unknown origin. That person pondered for a moment and seemed to have a plan. He nodded and said, "I understand. Can you wait for a moment?" Sure. Xiaohua was happy. He liked strange things the most. Sure enough, that person went out for a moment and came back. He took out a jade box and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "This thing belongs to a good friend of mine. Take a look, if it's okay? As long as it's strange and of unknown origin, I like it." Xiaohua was very expectant. He reached out his hand and said with a smile, "This thing can't be said to be strange and of unknown origin." That person looked at Xiaohua expectantly and said in a low voice. Xiaohua opened the jade box and took a look. He hurriedly closed it and waved his hand to put it into the space. He said with a smile, "Not bad. It's this kind of thing of unknown origin that I like the most. That mournful everlasting grass is yours." "Thank you very much, fellow immortal." That person was very happy and cupped his hands in thanks. Hee, does fellow immortal's friend still have this thing? If there's more?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. That person hurriedly waved his hand and said, "For this kind of thing of unknown origin, it's already rare to have one. How can there be more? Fellow immortal, if you still want it, you can tell me in the Star Palace." Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the Star Palace. He said while walking, "This thing? I don't dare to write it on the Star Palace." That's right." That person smiled as he watched Xiaohua walk out. He hurriedly waved his hand and the entire study room immediately turned into nothingness. It was a starry night sky and the human figure formed by the stardust had completely turned into a middle-aged scholar. The smile on that person's face had already disappeared. He looked at the small Qianquan bag in his hand and said coldly, "If you want to get the Buddhist sect's Saraira, you naturally can't write it on the Star Palace. This person actually has a 2,000-year-old mournful everlasting grass and also wants the Buddhist sect's Saraira. I'm afraid he's a monster from somewhere. Today in Bright Moon Lane, there are a few Buddhist sect's senior monks. This little one should leave early." Chapter 3259. That's right, how could Xiaohua not laugh? Since a 2,000-year-old Ling Long grass was only worth 10 high-grade spirit stones, and there were so many things in this person's book that were only worth 20 high-grade spirit stones, then, to Xiaohua, the Ling Long grass was not worth any spirit stones. But obviously, the spirit stones in Xiaohua's space could be exchanged for many things, right? If not for the fact that the lightning sound transmitting talisman could reach the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua would definitely frantically send a sound transmitting talisman to his friends on the Dawn Rain continent. The people here are stupid and the spirit stones are few, come quickly. What was special was that a Ling Long grass could be exchanged for a Ling Long grass. This was something that Xiaohua would never have dreamed of in the Dawn Rain continent. Others might not be able to use this Ling Long grass, but Xiaohua could use it. He had the great strength Vajra Dharma body cultivation technique. This thing could devour the Ling Long grass of the Buddhist sect's eminent monks, so there was no need for any cultivation. The heavenly laws embodiment technique and the great strength Vajra Dharma body were combined slightly, making the cultivation of the Dharma body much easier. Xiaohua's heart was incomparably refreshed. He walked out of the Star Palace and hurriedly rushed into his own Star Palace. After entering with the help of the Silver Star token, he did not set up any background and hurriedly pointed at the star token. A mirror like the full moon flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua pointed at it, and pieces of words flashed across the mirror. Starting from Tian E and Tian Air, all the things that had been announced in the Star Palace and had not been traded were revealed. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and felt somewhat helpless. The contents inside were no different from what he had seen just now. The only extra things were the names, but most of them were useless to Xiaohua. This star-plucking tower is still not considerate enough. If they could list all the things that I like and not reveal the rest, that would be the best. These 10 low-grade spirit stones were spent in vain. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and pointed at the silver star token. That star token gave birth to a ball of light, and another mirror like the full moon appeared beside the previous one. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, and a few large words appeared on the mirror. I'm afraid this is the least amount of content in the Star Plucking Tower's Star Plucking Tower. Of course, there were only strange items and items of unknown origin. There were only these words, nothing else. Of course, there were the requirements, but also the strangest. Demon core? Jiuxia Xiaohua waved his hand, and the contents of the mirror disappeared. It should have been sent to the other star palaces. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the mirror, and the words, Yao Core, appeared in the flipping pages of the mirror. Seeing these words, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with realization, damn it, that's right. This is the 3 continents of the hidden immortal continent, the pure land of ultimate bliss, and the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Since there are relics, there must be Yao cores. Since there were demon cores, then there must be a pill formula for using demon cores to refine medicinal pills. Since this Xiao was able to obtain some pill formulas in the QC, there will definitely be some here as well. However, Daoism has already declined here. Don't tell me that even the cultivation methods have disappeared? At this time, Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Thinking of the cultivation method, he hastily pointed his hand. Just as he was about to add something to the mirror, he suddenly felt the silver star card tremble. A door appeared in the starry sky before him. Oh, it's time for someone to come. Xiaohua came to his senses and pointed his hand at the star card. Sure enough, the door opened and a human figure made of stardust walked in. That person casually glanced at it and said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal is indeed different. Unexpectedly, you didn't arrange anything in the Star Palace. This is really unexpected." This one just came in and was too lazy to arrange anything. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal is the first one to come to this one's Star Palace. This one has already completed the transaction. I was just preparing to tidy up and participate in the auction." That person said with a smile, "Seeing that Hong Siliu beside me actually sent out such a strange message, this one naturally had to come and take a look." "That's good." Xiaohua pointed his hand at the star card and 2 stone chairs appeared. He sat on one first and raised his hand to indicate, "Fellow Immortal, please take a seat. I wonder if Fellow Immortal has any strange or unknown items." "Fellow Immortal, I'm afraid this is the first time you are participating in this Star Picking Towers transaction?" That person said with a smile. Xiaohua rolled his eyes. He knew that he had already made a fool of himself. Nevertheless, he was natural and unrestrained as he nodded his head. "That's right, that's right. If Fellow Immortal has any advice, this one will be eternally grateful." "I don't dare to say advice." That person also sat down and said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal only said that you have strange and unknown items, but you didn't say what you are going to exchange for them." Strange and unknown items. To be honest with Fellow Immortal, even this one knows that they have some value. If Fellow Immortal only wants to exchange for them with those primordial stones, this one also can't take out these things. See? Xiaohua slapped his forehead and came to a realization. He said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal is right. This one was careless. Next year, I just happened to obtain some old spiritual herbs and have been saving them up until today. I want to exchange them for some useful things here." As he said this, Xiaohua hurriedly pointed his hand at the star card and added another sentence, "I have all kinds of spiritual herbs for exchange." When that person heard that it was spiritual herbs, he was obviously very interested and asked anxiously, "What kind of spiritual herbs does Fellow Immortal have?" Xiaohua smiled. "It should be what Fellow Immortal wants to exchange with this one, or what kind of spiritual herbs does Fellow Immortal want?" To be honest with Fellow Immortal, this one was lucky and obtained some spiritual herbs. Even I don't know the names of many of them. AI, this one really doesn't have anything. I already knew that fellow Immortal has spiritual herbs here. Just now. That person was actually very regretful. Forget it. Fellow Immortal, you always have something good, right? The range of your strange items is too big. Can you be more specific? Cultivation methods. Xiaohua decided to get straight to the point and asked, does fellow Immortal have cultivation methods of Confucianism, Buddhism, or Daoism? Fellow Immortal is joking, right? That person stared blankly. What do you want these cultivation methods for? Hee, this is this one's business. Fellow Immortal doesn't seem to need to know, right? Xiaohua said with a smile. If fellow Immortal has these cultivation methods, this one can consider exchanging spiritual herbs with you. AI. That person shook his head slightly. This one naturally can't give you my cultivation methods. As for the extra cultivation methods, this one also didn't expect that someone from Star Picking Tower would want them, so I didn't take them. However, if fellow Immortal wants to obtain Daoist cultivation methods, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ah? How did you know that this one wants Daoist cultivation methods? Xiaohua almost jumped up from the stone chair. He had concealed it for a long time, but it was still exposed. That person said indifferently, if this one tells you the reason, would fellow Immortal consider exchanging with this one? Good. First tell me what spiritual herbs you want. Xiaohua agreed. 500 years old dragon beard grass. That person was overjoyed and quickly said, does fellow Immortal have it? Xiaohua naturally had dragon beard grass in his space, but he didn't know if this person wanted it or not. When he took out a 300 years old dragon beard grass, that person was already extremely happy. It's actually very simple. Fellow Immortal just came in and didn't carefully look at the list of star picking towers, star picking towers, star picking tower. There are many cultivation methods of Confucianism. Cultivation methods of Confucianism are very common in my bronze pillar state. As long as you have the aptitude, you can cultivate them. As for Buddhist cultivation methods, fellow Immortal doesn't know. Although my bronze pillar state doesn't allow Buddhist sects to enter and no Buddhist temples are open, in the other countries of Yu province, as long as there is a temple in the capital city, Buddhist cultivation methods can be obtained for free. Xiaohua was dumbfounded, but after thinking about it carefully, what this person said was very reasonable. The hidden Immortal continent was originally the foundation of Confucian cultivators, so the cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators naturally had to be popularized. And if the Buddhist sect wanted to infiltrate the hidden Immortal continent, then the cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect naturally had to be followed in. High-level cultivation methods would not be leaked out from the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, but ordinary cultivation methods would definitely be offered as a gift, and they would even pay for it. Only the Daoist techniques that fellow Immortal wants. Within the hidden Immortal continent, yes, even within the Pure Land and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, techniques that are below the second grade of elemental energy will definitely not appear in this star-plucking tower. This is because Confucianism and Buddhist sects have already made it clear that the most basic Dao cultivation methods are not allowed to be traded. That person continued, even if it appears in the auction, it is only at the 4th or 5th grade of origin energy. As far as I know, it is not allowed to be sold. See. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood the strangeness of this matter. That's right. Not allowing the existence of basic cultivation methods, naturally it would stop the development of Taoism. Without the existence of high-level cultivation methods, those Taoism cultivators also wouldn't have the opportunity to cultivate to the peak. Looks like his idea of collecting cultivation methods was wrong. Fellow Immortal, what do you want to exchange for the dragon beard grass? Xiaohua understood and didn't delay any longer. He asked somewhat gloomily. That person took out a small Qingquan pouch from his sleeve and handed it over to Xiaohua, saying, I only have these here. Fellow Immortal, take a look. What do you think? That's all. Xiaohua looked at the brush, ink, paper and inkstone inside the pouch. There were also some ordinary materials. He took them all in one go. This dragon beard grass is fellow immortals. Also, many thanks for fellow immortals' guidance. Ha! Many thanks, fellow immortal. That person was very happy and bowed to thank him. You're welcome. Xiaohua was just about to return the bow when he saw a flash of silver light in the entire star cluster. Soon after, a sweet voice sounded, "Fellow immortal, because a very rare item might be delivered a bit late, the auction will be delayed by 2 hours. Fellow immortal in the Star Palace, your star tablet will be delayed by 2 hours. That's good. That person laughed bitterly. This one hurriedly completed the transaction. Star picking tower has delayed the time. Why would this one be delayed by 2 hours? Forget it, fellow immortal. This one will take his leave. This one will go take a look elsewhere. Chapter 3260. After that person left, the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed, but no one came over. Xiaohua was rather waiting for the rabbit to appear on the surface of the mirror. Suddenly, he stood up and said to himself, I've made a mistake. This isn't Daybreak Continent's e.g., there are no stalls here. I only said that I wanted to trade strange things of unknown origin. Not to mention that the cultivators here might not have these things. Even if they did, they would probably have a guilty conscience. Also, I only said that there were various kinds of spirit herbs, but I didn't write down what kind of spirit herbs they were and what year they were. Who would believe me? Who knows, others might even think that it was a trap. Forget it, it's better to take the initiative. Thinking about this, Xiaohua immediately came out of the Star Palace, looked left and right, and walked towards the nearest star cluster. Not long after, Xiaohua came out again and entered another star cluster. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua had actually entered and exited 10 star palaces. With these 10 star palaces to trade, Xiaohua gradually gained experience. This star-plucking tower's trade was different from EG's. On one hand, star-plucking tower admittedly protected the privacy of the people trading, but on the other hand, it also concealed the openness of EG's trade. Of course, star-plucking tower also had the information on the mirror, but after all, it was just words, and was different from seeing it with one's own eyes. Xiaohua's previous method of waiting for the rabbit to appear was really not suitable. Now, as soon as Xiaohua entered the Star Palace, he first asked if they were willing to trade spirit herbs, then asked if there were any strange things in their small Qianquan bag, and the last sentence was, "Fellow immortal, you and I are fated. How about this, everything in your small Qianquan bag, including your small Qianquan bag, would you like to trade with me?" Within the 10 star palaces, 8 cultivators were dumbfounded, and the other 2 really didn't have anything strange to take out. Xiaohua didn't even say the last sentence. Out of the 8 cultivators, 5 of them wanted spirit grasses and 3 of them wanted spirit stones. Xiaohua didn't lack these 2 things. Xiaohua was like a whirlwind sweeping through the 8 star palaces, sweeping away all the items that the cultivators wanted to trade. And this wind was spreading to the other star palaces. It seemed that Xiaohua had suffered a great loss in this sort of transaction. Of the first 8 star palaces he had traded, the vast majority were things that ordinary Confucian cultivators could use, such as low-level imperial tools and medicines, things that Xiaohua had no use for. However, he had also collected some rare qi refining materials, 2 yao cores, half a saraira, and even a damaged magic tool. And Xiaohua had only spent some middle-grade spirit stones, not even enough for a top-grade spirit stone. There were also a few hundred-year-old spirit herbs. This was much more effective than waiting for the rabbit to appear. Cough cough, don't forget, Xiaohua even got 8 small Qianquan bags. After Xiaohua made another 20 or so transactions, he finally caught a big fish. He found an incomplete jade pendant, and it actually recorded a gold core cultivation method. After waiting for another 10 or so times, Xiaohua obtained a white bone. Although this white bone wasn't the huge white bone in Xiaohua's space, Xiaohua heard that the person had also seen a huge white bone, so he didn't hesitate to spend a middle-grade spirit stone and leave that person's information. By the time Xiaohua met Xiao Jian and the other two on the Star Road, nearly half an hour had already passed. Xiaohua's harvest was very bountiful. Not to mention obtaining more than a dozen surairas of different colors, not to mention several damaged artifacts, not to mention dozens of rare materials for refining artifacts. Just the nascent soul cultivation methods recorded in the three jade eyes made Xiaohua smile from ear to ear. Of course, these cultivation methods were all incomplete without exception, but this was nothing to Xiaohua. Xiao Jian and the other two were also happy to see Xiaohua, but seeing Xiao Jian's somewhat disappointed expression, they knew that what he was looking for wasn't there. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out a small Qingquan bag and handed it to Xiao Jian, saying, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I'm afraid that what you want will appear in the auction later. How about this? Help this Xiao do some things, and if it appears in the auction, this Xiao will buy it for you." Xiao Jian hurriedly took it and asked, "How can this junior help senior?" Xiaohua told Xiao Jian what he was thinking, and finally said, "With your knowledge, you won't suffer a loss. As long as it's something that my Daoist sect can use, you can take it. Lu Yi and Yuna, give them a spiritual grass each time. If you can exchange it, then exchange it all. If you can't, then forget it." "Yes, this junior understands." Xiao Jian nodded, and used his weak divine sense to scan the small Qingquan bag, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Even if he was the king of the single Yang country, he had never seen so many spiritual grasses. Come back before the auction." Xiaohua waved his hand and let them go. He turned around and headed towards the heavenly one-star palace where Zhai Xinglu was located. The heavenly one-star palace where Zhai Xinglu was located was very dazzling. It was at the center of the entire star map, and that round star cluster was like a bright moon. Seeing two cultivators wearing scholarly robes enter at the same time, and a moment later, a big man wearing embroidered robes came out. Xiaohua understood that this heavenly one-star palace should be different from ordinary star palaces. When he entered with the silver star token, he discovered that inside the star palace was another Zhai Xinglu. This Zhai Xinglu was divided into 3 floors, and on each floor, there were some young men in black and women in palace attire greeting guests. The so-called guests were like Xiaohua, and they were all in human form piled up with stardust. The human form was divided into bronze and silver, and there were even a few golden ones. Xiaohua's figure had just entered the star palace when a young man in black immediately came to greet him and respectfully saluted, saying, "Junior 307, what can I do for senior?" "You don't have a name?" Xiaohua asked with interest. 307 smiled and said, "Junior naturally has a name, but in this heavenly one-star palace, I can only be called 307. May I know what senior wants to buy in this Zhai Xinglu?" Xiaohua looked up and asked with a smile, "First, tell this old man what you have in this star palace." "I'll let senior know." 307 replied, "The Zhai Xinglu of the heavenly one-star palace is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is for making scrolls, immortal medicines, swords, and imperial tools. There are also the 4 treasures of the study, all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, and also all kinds of materials. The second floor is for making scrolls, immortal medicines, and imperial tools. There are even some Buddhist tools and Taoist tools. As for the third floor, in addition to Confucian cultivation methods, there are also prescriptions for refining immortal medicines and imperial tools. Of course, other miscellaneous things are also sold on the 3rd floor." Xiaohua nodded. "Does the heavenly one-star palace only accept primeval stones?" "Of course not." 307 smiled and said, "If senior doesn't have enough primeval stones, you can naturally exchange with other things. This one is responsible for the evaluation of these things." "Very good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Lead this old man to the 1st floor where the spiritual herbs are sold." "Senior, please." 307 stretched out his hand and said, "Junior will lead the way." Xiaohua nodded and followed 307 to the front of the Zhai Xinglu. On the first floor, there were more than a dozen doors that were exactly the same. All of them were engraved with star patterns. 307 casually walked in front of one of the doors. Without even looking, he pushed the door open and said respectfully, "Senior, please." "Hee, it seems like these doors are just for show?" Xiaohua took a look and saw that there was only starlight shining through the doors. He couldn't see anything inside clearly and asked with a smile. 307 replied, "Senior's words are correct. My Zhai Xinglu has arranged more than 400 rooms on the first floor for guests. If there were 400 doors here, wouldn't it be a joke? These random doors all lead to a single room, and the things in each room are the same, so there's no need to choose." As he spoke, Xiaohua had already stepped into the room. This room was similar to the star palace that Xiaohua and the others were in. It didn't have a specific shape and size, only an empty starry sky. Xiaohua and 307 stood alone in the sky. "Senior, what kind of spiritual herbs do you need? Junior can help you choose." 307 slightly stepped forward and took out a thumb-sized star tablet. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen starlight flashed around the two people. At the place where the starlight came from, a jade box appeared. Clearly, there were spiritual herbs inside. Xiaohua smiled and gestured with his hand. The jade box closest to him landed in his hand. Xiaohua casually opened it to take a look, then placed it back in the same place. After looking around, he asked, "Are the spirit herbs in Zhai Xinglu ready?" "Ready?" 307 stared blankly. He didn't understand Xiaohua's question that was so different from others. However, he answered almost without hesitation, "Senior knows that my Zhai Xinglu has branches in all 9 provinces of the hidden Immortal continent. Although Mayu province's Zhai Xinglu may be different from the Jin province's Zhai Xinglu, I can guarantee that Senior knows that my Zhai Xinglu has branches in all 9 provinces of the hidden Immortal continent. However, Junior can guarantee that all the common spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits in Yu province can be found in my Zhai Xinglu. Moreover, no matter if it's 100-year-old, 500-year-old, or 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, they all have a price. All the spiritual herbs in Yu province, no matter how old they are, your Zhai Xinglu has them all?" Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. 307 hesitated for a moment. Junior is only talking about common spiritual herbs. If it's especially rare, then Senior needs to make an appointment in advance. "How much is 1,000-year-old desolate everlasting grass worth?" Xiaohua probed. 307 wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he pointed his hand. A jade box flew out from the starlight and landed in front of Xiaohua. "Senior, take a look first." Xiaohua naturally took a look and nodded. "That's right. Tell me, how much is it worth?" 18 upper-grade primordial stones. 307's crisp voice fell into Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua finally understood why the person who made the deal with him would rather try his luck in the Star Palace than come to this Sky One-Star Palace to look for desolate everlasting grass. "What about the 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass?" Xiaohua closed the jade box in his hand and asked. Chapter 3261. Stunned, 301 stuttered. 10? 10 years old desolate everlasting grass? "Senior, you're not wrong, right? What can 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass do? Didn't you say that Zhai Xinglu has everything? You can trade spirit herbs of any age?" Xiaohua smiled. "This desolate everlasting grass isn't considered rare, right? Since there are 1,000-year-old ones, why aren't there 10-year-old ones?" "But..." 301 hesitated, then smiled. "Senior, are you sure you're not looking for trouble? This is the first time I've heard of someone coming to my Zhai Xinglu to search for 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass." Xiaohua snorted and said lightly, "Zhai Xinglu opens its doors to welcome guests, so naturally we have to guess what our guests are thinking. In the past, no one wanted 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass, but that doesn't mean there won't be any now or in the future." Yes, you're right. 301 immediately bowed and said, "Senior, please wait a moment." Then, 301's figure disappeared from Xiao Hua's sight and only returned after a full 5 minutes. He said with a smile, "Senior, I've made you wait for a long time. It's indeed my negligence. My Zhai Xing Lu's 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass costs half a low-grade primordial stone. This is clearly marked, and I only remembered the older ones. Hee, I'm really sorry, please forgive me." "Oh, half a low-grade primordial stone?" Xiao Hua rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. 301 smiled and said, "A 1,000-year-old desolate everlasting grass costs 18 upper-grade primordial stones, but that's because it's old enough. A 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass. To be honest, it's only the price of 1 desolate everlasting grass seed. My Zhai Xing Lu has always been fair in our prices, so I don't dare to ask for more." "What about other spirit herbs?" Xiao Hua asked. "Of course they're ordinary." 301 was clearly prepared. "Ordinary spirit herbs and fruits that are less than 20 years old are all this price." "Okay, how many 10-year-old spirit herbs and fruits does your Zhai Xing Lu have? I want a portion of all of them." Xiao Hua immediately shouted. 307's body trembled slightly. His face was full of confusion. He opened his mouth as if to ask something, but when he thought of Zhai Xing Lu's rules, he closed his mouth. Then he held the star token in his hand and looked at it carefully for a moment. He opened his mouth and said, "Senior, our Zhai Xing Lu has a total of 12,015 types of spirit herbs and fruits. If you want them all, you need to pay 60 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition, because the amount of spiritual herbs you purchased is too large, but the price is not high, Zhai Xing Lu will take 10% of the loss. That means that you will have to pay 66 mid-level spirit stones." So much. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. 307 immediately smiled and said, "I'll let Senior know that these spiritual herbs that are 10 years old are not fully formed. To be honest, Zhai Xing Lu does not have any ready-made ones. If Senior wants it, we can immediately mobilize people. We can't even give it to Senior right now." This was where the 10% loss came from. Moreover, spiritual herbs that are 10 years old are originally the price of seeds. It's just that there are too many types, that's why the price of spirit stones seems high. No. Xiao Hua shook his head. "What I mean is, how can there be so many spiritual herbs and trees in Yuzhou? A Senior doesn't refine spirit herbs, so you don't know the knack of it." 307 smiled and said, "Our hidden immortal continent is blessed with good fortune and is the head of the 3 continents. The vitality of heaven and earth is also incomparable to that of the other 2 continents. That's why any flower or tree can be soaked in vitality and grow into a spiritual herb. These 10,000 types of spiritual herbs were only discovered by us Confucian cultivators. There are many others that have not been discovered yet. Zhai Xing Lu has long collected all kinds of spiritual herbs for the sake of Senior's needs. On one hand, we sell them to sects that cultivate spiritual herbs. On the other hand, we cultivate some spiritual herbs that are not too old." Without waiting for 307 to finish, Xiao Hua asked curiously, "You specialize in selling spiritual herbs here?" "Yes." 307's answer made Xiao Hua not know whether to laugh or cry. Spiritual herbs are originally one of the things sold on the first floor of Zhai Xing Lu. "Forget it," Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Give me one of each of these spiritual herbs. Remember, I don't want more." "You want all of them?" 307 really hurt his brain. However, he also didn't dare to get angry and confirmed again. After waiting for Xiao Hua to give a definite answer, 307 disappeared again. This time, he came back very quickly. In just a moment, he handed over a small Qingkuan pouch to Xiao Hua and said, "Senior, here are 13,110 spiritual herbs. According to Senior, you need a total of 66 mid-grade primeval stones. In addition, because Senior bought a lot of spiritual herbs, my Zhai Xing Lu will gift you a jade eye scroll. Inside it, the classification and planting of these spiritual herbs are recorded in detail." "Great!" Xiaohua was so happy that he almost jumped up. In Xiaoyu continent, these spiritual herbs were very hard to find, let alone jade scrolls that recorded spiritual herbs. He didn't expect that in hidden Immortal continent, these things were practically given away for free. Xiaohua took the small Qingkuan pouch and sent all these spiritual herbs into the space. He handed them over to Xiaogua. He took out a piece of high-grade primeval stone and handed it to 307. He smiled and said, "You only need to give me 30 mid-grade primeval stones. The rest is your reward." "Many thanks, Senior." 307 received the primeval stones and the small storage pouch. He was really beaming with joy. 4 mid-grade primeval stones, this was a reward that 307 had never seen before. Although the senior in front of him was really a bit strange, he was really generous. What else does Senior need? After 307 put the 30 mid-grade primeval stones in Xiaohua's hand, he asked again. He already had a premonition that the senior he met tonight was definitely a big spender. Sure enough, Xiaohua simply didn't hesitate and said, "What materials does your Zhai Xing Lu have for refining tools?" This time 307 smiled bitterly and said with a smile, "Senior, if you always wanted to plant those 10,000 spiritual herbs yourself, Junior could still accept it. I would be very happy to recommend these spiritual herbs to Senior. But there are also close to 5,000 kinds of refining materials. Senior, you want some of each, but there's no use at all. Although my Zhai Xing Lu can earn some primeval stones, Junior still has to remind Senior." Good. Hearing this, Xiaohua threw over another mid-grade primeval stone without demur and said, "That's right, young man. Take this primeval stone. You let this old man save primeval stones, so this old man will reward you with primeval stones." "Many thanks, Senior." 307's heart really bloomed with joy, and Xiaohua also very much enjoyed the feeling of being so generous. Yes, in Xiaoyu continent, a mid-grade spirit stone really doesn't count for much, but here, it can actually be exchanged for a moment of loyalty from a green-clothed youth. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, "You take out the details of these materials for me to see, or how many primeval stones the jade eyes costs, this old man will pay. These jade eyes aren't worth any primeval stones." 307 immediately took out one from his bosom. "Junior will give one to Senior." Good. Xiaohua took the jade eyes, used the clear eyes technique to look at it, and said the names and quantities of dozens of materials. In front of 307 stupefied eyes, he paid more than 10 high-grade primeval stones. Looking at 307's appearance, Xiaohua's heart is really refreshed. These materials are considered common in hidden Immortal continent, but they are rare in Xiaoyu continent. Xiaohua looked at them and was reluctant to part with them. On the contrary, hidden Immortal continent's rare materials are in Xiaohua's space, so although he bought a lot of materials, the amount of primeval stones he spent was not much. Taking the high-grade primeval stones from Xiaohua, 307 hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Senior, Junior will tell Senior another piece of information. Recently, Copper Pillar Country is waging war. My Zhai Xing Lu recently obtained a batch of materials. The quantity and variety are very large, and it is said that there are also some rare materials. If Senior wants, Junior can help you make an exception. It only costs 10 top-grade primeval stones." See? Xiaohua took a breath of cold air. He got so many materials, but only spent a dozen high-grade primeval stones, and what 307 said was 100 times more. And from what he said, the price of this batch of materials is not just one top-grade primeval stone. Xiaohua looked up and down at 307's appearance. It did not seem like he was faking it. He only pondered for a moment, then clapped his hand, took out 10 top-grade primeval stones and 1 high-grade primeval stone, and handed them to 307. "I'll leave it to you now." 307 looked at the high-grade primeval stones, his eyes shining, and slightly bit his lips. It is very obvious that this guy was moved by Xiaohua's bribery again and again. However, he still resisted the urge to snatch it, smacking his somewhat dry mouth. and said in a low voice, "Junior will try to make an exception for Senior, but Junior does not dare to guarantee the result. After all, the quantity of these materials is really too large. Also, I have to explain to Senior, these materials have not been purified. Senior may have to spend a lot of effort." "No matter." Xiaohua waved his hand, and these primeval stones all flew in front of 307 and said, "I can rest assured with you handling things. What you did before, this old man saw, you can do it without restraint, whether it succeeds or not. This old man will remember it in his heart. As for the problem of the materials, you don't have to worry about it as long as there is it." When 307 heard this, he was really happy, and with a grab of his hand, those primeval stones all went into a small Qianquan bag and turned to leave. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly called out, "That's right, give this old man a copy of the list of materials sold on the second and third floor of Zhai Xinglu. Also, only you can come, don't bring anyone else." 307 was stunned and immediately said respectfully, "Many thanks for Senior's trust, this Junior understands." 307 knew very well in his heart that with Xiaohua's generosity, as long as he told others, those with a higher rank than him would definitely take over, and he could not refuse, so he would not be able to get any benefits. With Xiaohua's words, he could completely evade these people. Of course, when it came to giving benefits to others, 307 was already very familiar with it. Chapter 3262. Then, without even thinking about it, 307 took out a somewhat special jade eye from his bosom and respectfully handed it over to Xiaohua again before turning around and leaving. After 307 left, Xiaohua used the eye-clearing technique to carefully examine the jade eyes in his hand. There were many detailed descriptions inside. What was special was that after each description, there were two prices, one slightly higher and one slightly lower. It was obvious that this jade eyes was used by Zhai Xinglu's own people, so the slightly lower price should be the lowest price. Sigh, being generous really has its benefits. Xiaohua sighed as he looked. Although I gave 307 a few primeval stones for free, this Xiao saved more than just these few primeval stones. The large amount of refining materials that 307 mentioned, this Xiaohua is looking forward to it. This time, 307 left for a little longer, almost the time it took to eat a meal before returning. Xiaohua carefully examined the jade eyes. 307's face was flushed red, as if he was very excited. The small Qianquan bag in his hand was different from before. It was much bigger, and its color was also a little yellow. Senior, upon seeing Xiaohua, 307 immediately smiled. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This Qianquan bag contains the materials that Senior wants. Senior, please take a look and see if it suits your taste." But Xiaohua was also looking forward to it. He returned the jade eyes to 307 and took the Qianquan bag. After he scanned it with his divine perception, he was stunned. Then a kind of unexpected ecstasy filled Xiaohua's heart. This so-called Qianquan bag was more than 100 times bigger than the small Qianquan bag, and currently, the Qianquan bag was densely packed with countless, broken artifacts. Xiaohua immediately understood the meaning of 307's words just now. Yes, these artifacts were broken, but the materials were still there. They only needed to spend some effort to refine the materials inside, and these materials were much better than the original ones that had not been refined. But the problem was how to refine these artifacts. How much manpower and material resources would Zhai Xinglu spend to do this? Of course, Zhai Xinglu could also choose to repair these artifacts. Although it would take more effort, the exchange for more primeval stones would naturally be more. However, the problem with this method was that Zhai Xinglu had to have enough weapon refiners and hidden Immortal continent had to have enough cultivators to purchase these Dharma weapons. It was undeniable that Zhai Xinglu had the capital to do so. But now that Haotian Taoism was in decline, would there be so many cultivators coming to purchase these Dharma weapons? Zhai Xinglu's only chance was to sell these magical weapons to a country that relied on Taoism. The problem was, Could the hidden immortal continent of Confucianism do this so openly? Therefore, it was really a waste of time and effort for Zhai Xinglu to earn enough primordial stones from these damaged artifacts. When Room 307 met Xiaohua, it was easy to resolve this matter with a quick thought. Moreover, Zhai Xinglu did not earn much primeval stones, but it was definitely worth it. If it wasn't for Xiaohua not being willing to see other people, the one who came over right now definitely wouldn't be 307. At the very least, the contents of this Jianquan bag had already expressed Zhai Xinglu's intentions. These damaged magic tools were of little value to others, but to Xiaohua, they were absolutely treasures. Inside the space, the green-robed Xiaohua had now gone through 100 years of refining the wishful steel rod. At this time, his refining level was definitely at the level of a master. Repairing these Dharma weapons could be said to be a piece of cake. Although it would take some time and delay the green-robed Xiaohua's comprehension of cultivation methods and secret techniques, Xiaohua believed that the green-robed Xiaohua could not always comprehend cultivation methods. How could he not exercise his muscles and bones? The balance between work and rest still needed to be done. As for whether the green-robed Xiaohua had muscles and bones, that was not something Xiaohua thought about. When Xiaohua was pondering, 307 also looked at Xiaohua with apprehension. Although Xiaohua's appearance and expression were replaced by the stars and could not be seen clearly, this short period of pondering actually made 307 feel incomparably long. This matter was far simpler than 307 thought. He thought that he would have to bend the rules a little. Who knew that as soon as he reported it, he immediately received a warm response from the steward. He did not need to spend a single low-grade primeval stone. Even the steward's reaction was the same as Xiaohua's. He wanted to personally negotiate with Xiaohua on behalf of 307. After 307 said Xiaohua's words, the steward extinguished his thoughts. Looking at the 10 pieces of top-grade primeval stones in 307's hands, he hurriedly put these worthless primeval stones into his Qinquan bag and handed them to 307. Before 307 left, he even said that as long as this transaction was successful, 307 would be heavily rewarded. Little friend. Xiaohua opened his mouth and said with a smile, "These are not the materials you mentioned. Even if I wanted to use these, it would be troublesome." 307 hurriedly smiled. Yes, these are naturally not the real materials. But if Senior had someone to clean them up and refine them, the quality would be much better than ordinary materials. Besides, if not for the fact that the bronze pillar state is at war with the outside world, it would be impossible for my Zhai Xinglu to obtain so many broken magic tools. Especially since this batch of materials has not been included in the list that Senior saw earlier. If other seniors saw it, I'm afraid the price would not be this. Xiaohua originally wanted to bargain for a bit, but 307's last sentence moved him. That's right, if others knew that there was such a large batch of damaged magic tools, even if they didn't have the heart to buy them, under the careful investigation, they could still raise the price too high. Since these magic tools were useful to him, why should he be stingy? Thinking of this, Xiaohua threw the Qianquan bag into the void and took out the magic tools that were as big as a small mountain. After instructing the green-robed Xiaohua, he hurriedly retreated and returned the Qianquan bag to 307 without even looking at the green-robed Xiaohua's face. His 307 was immediately dumbfounded. This is a Qianquan bag. This senior, actually also has a Qianquan bag. And even a Qianquan bracelet. Thinking that Xiaohua actually had a Qianquan bag that was of a much higher grade than the ordinary small Qianquan bag, and even a Qianquan bracelet, 307's eyes once again flashed with self-satisfaction, a kind of pride at his sharp eyes. Many thanks, senior. 307 took the empty Qianquan bag and carefully put it away. He then reached into his bosom and took out a triangular token with a star engraved on it and handed it to Xiaohua, saying respectfully, "This is my Zhai Xinglu's VIP token. In the future, Senior can use this token to enjoy a 2% discount on all of my Zhai Xinglu services." Only a 2% discount. Xiaohua raised his brows and smiled. But thinking about it, he had only spent 10 supreme-grade primeval stones. This was really a far cry from the hundreds of supreme-grade primeval stones in Xiaoyu continent. Yes, Senior, 307 smiled obsequiously. If Senior spends more primeval stones at my Zhai Xinglu in the future, you will naturally change to a higher-grade token. Oh, that's right. If Senior wants to participate in my Zhai Xinglu's auction, you don't have to pay any fees with this token. Even if it's the commission for the auction, you can still charge less. And this old man understands. Xiaohua casually put away the token and said, this old man indeed wants to participate in the auction later. Now that there's not much time left, take this old man to the 3rd floor. Yes, Junior understands. 307 said and waved the star token in his hand. A star path appeared in front of Xiaohua, extending to both sides. 307 stepped onto the star path and said, Senior, please. Junior will take Senior to the 3rd floor now. But when he saw Xiaohua step onto the star path, he reminded him, Senior, the materials used to make these scrolls on the 1st floor are not bad. If Senior has no use for them, you can buy them and give them to your juniors. Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes turned. He thought of the item in the hands of Yu Clan's 7th uncle and Mo Genli. He hadn't been able to find a suitable person to ask about it. This was a good opportunity, so he smiled and said, this old man has already made some transactions with some immortal friends in other star palaces. This old man doesn't have many juniors, so this is enough. However, this old man wants to ask you, what's the difference between these things and the ones outside? What's the difference between the scrolls made here? 307 saw that Xiaohua had already bought them, so he naturally knew that Xiaohua wouldn't buy them again. But how could he not say these words to get closer to Xiaohua? Taking advantage of the opportunity to go to the 3rd floor, 307 replied, Senior must know that scrolls are things that carry the noble qi of Confucian cultivators. Its use is different from imperial tools. The quality of the material and the quality of the array have a great impact on the quality of the imperial tool. But scrolls are different. Ordinary brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone can be made into a very good scroll. Everything depends on the refinement of the true qi in the Confucian cultivator's chest. However, after my star-picking tower scholars' research, we found that the 4 treasures of the study, which usually don't seem to be the key, still play a certain role in writing scrolls. Good materials, or rather, materials made by specially trained scholars, would innately possess a certain amount of noble spirit. After being written by a Confucian scholar into a scroll, it would be easier to trigger the noble spirit and even increase the effects. The materials made by ordinary people require even more noble qi to trigger the noble qi in the scroll. I won't hide it from Senior. My star-picking tower's 2nd floor has some specialized scrolls made by scholars. They don't need any noble qi to trigger them. As long as the person who owns the scroll opens it, the noble qi inside will immediately rush out. Senior, think about it. These scrolls that ordinary people can use, if you use the materials that Senior sells outside, can you write them? Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua completely understood. These scrolls were actually the Daoist's yellow talismans. The difference was talisman paper and xian paper, talisman pen and ink pen. Of course, the scrolls and yellow talismans not only had different names, but also different methods of use. The scrolls seemed to be able to be used by anyone, but the yellow talismans needed to be triggered by true qi. The scroll's function was somewhat similar to jade talismans. The 2 refining methods, the Dao sect focused on using talismans to draw in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, while the Confucian cultivators focused on their own noble qi. This was also related to the difference in the true meaning of cultivation of the 2 sections. As for the advantages and disadvantages of the 2, or even distinguishing which one used which one, there probably wouldn't be any results. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.